welcome, Zoot. How you living, pimp?
Burger King in Australia shut down and told you can't have it.
You mean like Australia's Burger King or Hungry Jack's?
Australia, they shut down
All right, why did it shut down?
because it couldn't get paid with Hungry Jacks.
Dude, when I go viral, I'm gonna make that shit so fucking big, it's gonna blow your mind. Just to stick it to Hungry Jack's. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
Good. You don't know the like,
No, how'd you find out about me?
Oh, no, I was here before. Yeah, you probably might remember me by the Ludacris account name.
What was it?
okay.
What was the name of your account?
Oh, Luna Chris.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Well, welcome back.
yeah. So,
Just living the dream watching Kill Tony. You know what Kill Tony is?
you know,
It's the largest live podcast in the world. It streams live every Monday from Joe Rogan's Comedy Mothership. It's been going for 12 years.
All right. I think I found something.
What did you find, Zoot?
Revolutionary product. Yeah. Gaming didn't have them.
Zoot, are you gonna get a Nintendo Switch too?
Maybe when I move out.
All right.
probably not. Already got like
Maybe when I don't really play video games anymore.
What's the best game
Nothing
on
played.
Nintendo Switch?
Right?
What's the best game on Nintendo Switch?
probably Mario Kart.
All right.
Not Mario Kart. No, Super Mario Odyssey. It depends. It's subjective. Super Mario Odyssey or Zelda Breath of the Wild. I like both of those games.
Okay.
But Super Mario Odyssey is exclusive to Nintendo Switch. Breath of the Wild is on Wii U as well. So Odyssey is exclusive. Super Mario Odyssey is exclusive to Nintendo Switch. Every game is different.
Okay.
Well, Tears of the Kingdom is very similar to Breath of the Wild. That same art style, same concept. It's the only it's the sequel, but it's not. Like Zelda is split between multiple universes for every game. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
what's your favorite Nintendo game?
Like regular Nintendo?
Any Nintendo game.
Probably Mario Kart.
It's fun.
That's a good
Yeah,
question.
and the only good game was like Nintendo was previously.
The
With
OG,
Mario Kart.
the OG one. Um, Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. GoldenEye is probably my favorite, or Perfect Dark.
Oh, but Mario 64 or Mario Super Nintendo?
Super,
Mario Kart 64 and
Super.
Mario Kart Double Dash, Mario Kart Wii, and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe are my favorite.
There you go. Super Nintendo.
Yep. Super Mario Kart.
I was dirty at that game. Um, but then with Nintendo
The
6,
next Mario Kart, the
go ahead.
next Mario Kart World, the next Mario Kart that comes with the Nintendo Switch.
That's cool.
Every copy of Nintendo, every Nintendo Switch comes with a copy of Mario Kart World.
That's cool. That's neat that they are putting a giving you a game when you buy the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather not. I'm working.
All right, so you ready for an invitation?
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
when are we going viral?
Any second. But maybe when you start to beat me at mini golf.
I don't realize. I put in more time than you get paid this stuff. You don't even realize.
Dude, I don't think that's true.
Um, do you know I am rich?
Yep.
Okay. Not really. I'm upper class. Yeah, not rich.
You're not upper class. You're solidly in the middle class. You have a net worth of about $1 million. That's not upper class. You don't own a home. You don't own a car. You're middle class.
Yeah, I don't own a home or a car yet.
Okay, well, I mean, what do you call it? What's your favorite phrase? Non-recognized profits or whatever. What's it called? Unrealized profits. Well, you have unrealized assets.
In the millions. Or they're not in the millions anymore.
Zoo, what are your thoughts on being a millionaire who sucks dick at mini golf?
I'm not a millionaire anymore.
Okay, but you still suck dick at mini golf. Are we clear on that? Good man. All right, this whole stuff. Get there, get there, get there, get there. I'll take it. I'll take that.
I know. Okay. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you're going to get naked.
No, I hit your ball. But I cleared the tree for you. You're welcome. Water. Easily water. Oh, too hard, dog. Too hard. Water. Water. Nope, that's good. That stinks. Easy win for Zoo.
How many planes have you been on? Can you fly?
Planes?
Yeah.
I don't want to say too many to count, but like a lot.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe like do we count layovers when they change the plane?
Yeah.
Uh, Probably at least a couple dozen. Maybe somewhere between 12 and 24, something like that.
Have you ever been? Have you ever been in a private plane?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, it was a like a small plane. It wasn't like a luxury Learjet or anything. But
Those are the most likely planes to crash.
right. But when I was little, I went on one, and I still remember it was.
Yeah. More. More. Why do you think more private planes crash than commercial planes?
Well, there's a bunch of reasons for that. Commercial planes have mechanics and procedures that multiple people have to check and double check. A private plane, it's just up to the pilot. Additionally, commercial planes generally have specified flight patterns and procedures when private planes can fly basically wherever they want and may not be as well experienced in bad weather or turbulence. There's the issue of maintenance costs. So, a private plane may not be maintained as well as a commercial plane simply due to the fact that it's very expensive and somebody may cut corners. There are many reasons, but those are just a few of them. Boy, this is a tough shot.
That's true. But like, you never see like presidents fly in a private plane.
Um, yeah, there's some laws about what presidents can ride in. Like, they're not allowed to drive their own cars. Once you're president, you can't. You're not allowed to drive your own car. And there may be some kind of law.
Really?
Yeah, that's why like when Aiden Ross gave Donald Trump a Cybertruck, even though he wasn't president yet, it's against like secret security rules to allow like a president, but even I think perhaps even a non-sitting president to, or perhaps a presidential candidate to drive. Um, Donald Trump hasn't driven a car in like he has a big car collection, but he hasn't driven a car in like at least 10 years. And I
Oh
don't know.
yeah, I remember that.
I don't know if planes have a similar law or rules, but um, I mean, I shouldn't say that. Donald Trump has his own plane and flies in it. So yeah, they do. They fly in the private planes all the time. But his private plane's like a Boeing 727 or something. It's a big plane.
He doesn't fly.
What'd you say?
He doesn't fly himself.
No, I don't know a single. Well, actually, George Herbert Walker Bush, he was a pilot.
Oh,
He was a pilot in the Navy, so he flew planes. But like that's not really a thing that many presidents have done. Um, he he,
Rabbi,
he might be the only one.
Rabbi,
What?
do you think I just got a 10 out of 10 shot?
No. Um, George
I need
W.
a cup.
Bush was in the Air National Guard, but I don't know if he ever flew. Obama was not a pilot. Biden not a pilot. Trump's not a pilot. Clinton's not a pilot. George Herbert Walker Bush was a pilot. Reagan was not a pilot. Carter was not a pilot. Ford was not a pilot. Um,
Hey, Rabbi, would you ever run for president?
it's a lot of headache that I don't like.
It's a lot of work to be president.
Right?
Is it really?
Yeah, dog. I like to be able to.
What do you have to do?
I mean,
What do you have to do to be president?
quite a few things, but like the biggest thing that you have to do is get reelected. So you have to kiss a lot of people's asses you don't want to necessarily kiss. I mean, it's probably easy.
Okay, no, no, no. But once you're president, is it a hard jump?
Yeah, I would say so. Look at all the presidents and how much it ages them, especially like Obama. I mean, it really takes a toll on your body and the stress levels. I mean, you got to think that like every moment of your day, you're basically the most influential person on earth, and there's somebody out there who doesn't like you and may want to kill you. Why would you want that if you're just like living a cool life as a private citizen? Additionally, you making $400,000 a year. I mean, just like absolutely nothing in comparison to what you make in the private sector. So you have to take like a huge pay cut generally. I mean, yeah, there's some cool stuff to it. Uh, you're remembered in the history books. That's cool, and that's probably a huge reason that motivates people. But um, I'd rather do something where I think I could make a difference. I'd rather be the UN Secretary General than President of the United States.
Do you think Donald Trump would be a memorable president?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, the special thing is after presidency, you get Secret Service for the rest of your life.
That's correct.
After
But I mean, like a lot of times they don't like it. I know that presidential children don't like Secret Service because they want to go on dates and they want to like go party and stuff, and they're not allowed to because they've got these Secret Service people all the time. So they do their best to ditch them and like hide from them. And I know that that has been true of other presidents as well. There used to be a story of some president who would sneak out the back, um, like perhaps sneak out the back stairwell at the White House and just go on walks by themselves. They just didn't want to be around anybody. I forget exactly the story, but it was something like that. Welcome.
Who do you think the best president was?
That's a
Or is?
that's a difficult question to answer. I mean, I could make arguments for any president being a really good president, and I could make arguments for them being a really bad president. So, for instance, I could be like,
It really
oh,
is a double-sided coin to some extent.
right. I could say that, oh, George Washington was our greatest president. Well, what say, Lincoln was such a great president because he wrote the Emancipation, but arguments could be made that he could have perhaps, like, well, he under his presidency, the entire South was destroyed essentially, and there may have been an argument to be made.
Lincoln and JFK, they got shot in the back.
So there's an argument to be made. Andrew Jackson, he shut down the United States Bank. He on his on his tombstone it says, "I killed the bank." That's what he wanted to be remembered for. What he wanted to be remembered, and I think that there's some interest in that type of an event. There's an argument to be made. I mean, for any president. So I don't really have a favorite one. There are aspects of some presidencies that I like more than others. Like, I think many Americans have a romanticism with the Camelot like atmosphere that was the Kennedy presidency, but it was short. It was like less than 4 years, and
If you believe in something, or do believe in what's the least bad, drinker, or what's the least bad thing that you can cause accident. Marijuana is also bad. Whatever is the most. Marijuana is not the least bad stuff. I don't know. It's camel's not the least bad. What's the nicotine's the least bad stuff.
History's kind of made up.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's so much misinformation that came into it.
Zoot, you have an invitation.
Marijuana is not the least bad.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, you have an
I
invitation.
thank you.
Zoot, you have an
I
invitation.
thought you.
Okay.
I had a dream last night about LSD, and when you dream about taking LSD, it feels very real.
Zoot, that was a very good shot.
I never take drugs. I'm just saying that, like, when I dream about taking it, it felt very real because you're dreaming.
Zoot,
I'm done. But I, I should really be able to see her. Oh, you guys ready for the shot I have for you and my lap?
yeah, I'm ready, big dog. That's what you think is a good shot.
Um, it's better than your shot.
Okay.
I'm ready for Ronnie's shot. Ronnie's gonna take it.
How'd you like that shot, Zoot?
Fuck you.
You know you love
Fuck
it.
you.
You know you love it. What up, Miss Aquarius? How are you?
Um,
You ready to play some bowling?
so we can, but I'm in the tub, but I can play real quick.
Okay. Zoot and I are in the middle of some mini golf. We'll be done in about two
But y'all
minutes.
can play, maybe take my bath. The last time I take my bath, then y'all be done.
I'm sorry, girl, but I
Sounds
haven't
like a
taken a
plan.
bath in like 3 years. I'm jealous. You enjoy that fucking bath. Hell yeah.
Okay. Alright, so y'all should be done by the time I get out.
Sorry, like I want to
Excellent.
take a damn bath. Damn.
And don't we all want to take a bath?
Shit, man. I didn't take a shower for like fucking 3 years.
did Jamaican guy say if he saw red man in SpongeBob? Wait, that's Jamaican? Say Code Breaker for Jamaican. William, what else has been going on with you this
Brian,
week?
you know you're a genius.
How
Thanks,
far up
big
the
dog.
tree have you gotten? And are there any pictures of you?
Everyone who had the balls to string their life the way you do.
I appreciate it. Thanks, big man. Hopefully, it pays dividends in the future.
Well,
Is there a tree in the backyard that you can like put your phone down and
All right,
just
Ziggy.
hopefully pays a payout one day.
I agree. Oh, what was that
is
shot?
there a tree in your back that you can climb up?
Can you a failure?
Can you climb a tree right now? Can you climb a tree right now? Can you have somebody hold the phone
I'm
while you
feeling I
climb
know
a
where I
tree?
can.
Because that would be podcast history. I guarantee you that in the history of not only this show, but in the history of podcasting, there's no
Brother,
way anybody's
see
Yo,
ever
that middle
climbed
ball?
a tree live.
yo,
Can you
pimp.
please do that for us? Yes. Will you climb a tree
How
right
about
now?
that middle spot?
Because we
Ah,
improvise
see?
these things on this show.
How about that
I'm
middle?
Spots
asking you
up.
if
How
you
about that
if
middle
you would
spot?
be willing to do it. Yes.
No
Yes.
way. Oh, you're fortunate
Podcast
that you went in the
history, ladies
water.
and gentlemen. This is like when
You are fortunate you went in the
JFK was
water.
shot and they went live to whoever that newscaster guy was. Yes,
Oh,
this is okay,
pray
James.
for a
Very
deciding
exciting.
hole.
You know,
Zoot,
I
I've
think we
got you.
can
You
get
know
a
I've
little
got
bit
you.
emotional here
You
for
know
a
I'm better
second. I'm
on
going to
this
tell you
holding you
that when
off.
this quarantine started, and
I'm
us
not bad
being
at
the
this one.
only
I just hate it.
podcast
Oh,
that
dude, I left it short though.
naturally and always organically filmed in front of a live audience, that we
I'm
thought
in a
that
good
this would be
Hit
our
my
position.
ball.
I'm in a
downfall.
good
Hit
position.
my
But
ball.
it's
You helped
clearly our
me.
show has
Thank
taken
you,
a hit
Zoot.
and we thought without having a live audience we can't do
Fuck
as
you.
edgy of jokes as we would like to do because we always are
You're gonna fuck
actually
up the
sitting in
next
the
shot.
crowd
No,
laughing.
I actually hit a
We thought
perfect
it was
shot.
our downfall, but when you
You and
can
I
never
both know
give
that's
up
a
and you
perfect shot.
continue to strive in this business, magical things can
I
happen.
can
And
still
this
come back.
right now,
I don't think
for
so. You really need,
in podcast history,
especially,
is the man climbing a
you're
tree,
pretty
and that
far
man
behind.
is William Montgomery. He,
I need to get 3 perfect shots.
Yeah, but even still, I mean, look how good I am.
that's it. Can't go any farther. You can go further.
I'll make it in the
Come
next
on,
shot.
you are streaming now to
And
thousands of
you need,
people. That's as
Do I
high
just
as you're
shoot
gonna go.
the shot ever?
no, you just try to put it through the little hole. And you left it short.
Keep going, William. You can do it. We believe in you. We believe in you.
I'm just gonna end your misery right now,
It's the
Zoot.
highlight of the quarantine. Don't tell me.
Alright, I'm gonna do the best shot you've ever seen.
Can the
That was
cameraman
nice.
step back a bit because we're not convinced
Too
that
bad it
you are even
was too
really.
little too late.
Can you get the ground in the shot, cameraman? Whoa!
Wasn't that good?
Way up there.
No, it wasn't. Zoot, do you ever play bowling on here?
5 stories.
What?
My
Yes?
goodness, this is incredible. You know what else has never happened? No one's ever
We played
fallen out of
bowling
a
last
tree
week.
before in podcast history.
Yeah, I do too. I'm gonna send you an invite so we can practice.
I think you can break the code if you know
The
what I'm
only thing
saying.
that I'm better than you is
Darts.
darts. And I don't know how you suck at darts so much.
I'm,
Like, you just
I
suck.
just haven't played it that much.
Like it pops when you drop back.
I like your ball.
I like sucking at. I suck at this. A 60 terrible.
Cameraman, back up so we can see him fall. Yeah, come on, cameraman.
You're gonna get a strike on the first shot.
Nope.
Oh my goodness. He's down to like 3 or 4
I'm good.
stories. Oh, there he is. Wow. William Montgomery, podcast history. Is there anything you want to say to the people after you just were the first man to climb a
You're only
tree
doing a
live
little bit better.
in podcast history?
Was that the worst shot you've ever seen?
No, I've seen way worse shots than that.
Oh, I didn't know that. What part are you? Oh my goodness. All right, there he is in the open booth. All right, there he goes,
Oh,
William
look at this
Montgomery,
split.
everybody.
This
We
is
love
a
you,
tough
William.
shot.
Great job tonight. Yeah,
Get it.
Yeah.
trying our best to get through it.
Oh, you didn't like.
Climbing a tree. All right, let's keep this fun train moving along. Your next submission
Rabbi,
comes from
What's up,
Great
Crocodile
question.
Dundee? Yep,
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Kelsey Hudgens. Here
that
we
was
go.
pretty good.
No, it wasn't.
Came in like a wrecking
Look at the
ball.
score.
Here's Kelsey Hudgens.
I mean,
Kelsey.
you can still pretty easily win. I'm only up by 12. All you need is a strike here, and you're like gonna win.
I just got to send this snap.
Shoot, hit the ball. Go.
Did I lose my turn?
Yeah, what happened to you?
Snapchat. Someone sent me news on Snapchat.
Someone sent you nudes on Snapchat?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Yeah, that's great. A minute from Kelsey Hudgens. King ball. Came in like a wrecking
Rabbi
ball.
Rothschild.
What's up, buddy? Hi, Kelsey.
Dude,
How are you, man?
Outstanding. How are you?
I love it. I love
mine.
it.
Holy shit.
This is who I am. One of the guys that play virtual reality with.
This is the hardest
Nice.
shot you ever have to
True.
make.
4 hours.
No, it's not,
Right?
but it's
Sometimes I
hard.
check in
And
with
I
you
got
too.
it.
Which character are you?
Younger wizard. I'm the Merlin.
All right, you ready for darts?
Okay.
Yeah.
Check in on you. I was watching you guys fly off of like an aircraft
Oh,
carrier the
yeah.
other day. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so fun. You gotta try it. Yeah.
Oh, it's so wild for me.
What the fuck?
And he also sent me a bunch of snaps the other day.
Tell me you live Myrtle Beach.
Yeah. Myrtle Beach.
Yeah, I'm ready for that.
Born and raised.
West Virginia. Well, yeah, I was born and raised about an hour and a half from here. But yeah.
How long have you lived there?
I'm so bad at this.
Here in Myrtle, I've been here for about 13, 14 years. But I've lived in South Carolina since, all 33 of them.
Yeah. I love it. I
Oh,
got
hello.
a rookie guy
I'm gonna hit
practice
a full guy.
pretty much on
Let's see it.
weekends. What do you think of our new setup tonight? What do you think of the set?
Dude, the production
Are you
is
gonna throw the
outstanding.
dart?
And everything so far, too, like
That
the
was not
recordings,
good.
everything, like the production on the
That
show
was good.
is pretty top notch here now.
It really
That
is.
was not
Whenever they
good.
have these brand new studios like they are, it's like you have it down already.
Again, it's as in-crowd comedy as you can bring all the way
Oh, that
down.
was terrible. 4?
Oh,
That was ugly.
Yeah, incredible production.
So,
I'm gonna hit a 20.
you ever done
Okay, you got a 3.
stand-up before?
I just hit a full guy.
Well,
No, you didn't.
yes, I have.
There's your
But
20.
also, like, I'm a musician, so I
Get that
get
I'm
18.
winning this
Get
drop.
that
a
18.
lot of stage time.
You got
Like
it.
talking in between and shit.
Oh, no, you
So
didn't.
like,
It looked like
I'm
you did.
always running jokes or always listening to new
I
crowd
can
work
win
or
that
listening to new
first shot.
material.
You can
Oh,
win.
Writing songs between my
You can win this round.
yeah.
I threw it off the brick.
You music teachers
Alright, I just won.
Yes, you did.
tonight?
I don't know how you're so good at that game,
Well, you can win.
but you suck at everything else.
Wait, you still won.
I know. I'll be right back. I'm getting my suit.
No, I suck at darts. If I go up against a broom, I fucking suck. Right, anyone else that's new, other than you, I
Heard of
suck.
Dave Grohl, right?
Oh yeah.
You look like Dave Grohl.
Like, you're terrible.
Yeah,
I go into a room and I buy it and I get completely fucked.
love it. You only play guitar?
What the hell?
I mean, I play whatever's around, but guitar I'm most comfortable with.
Do you have any comedy songs or anything like that? Or you
Bad.
Not really.
Bro,
Most of
what's
my
my
shit's
tune?
kind of sad. But yeah.
What's the tune, bro?
your jokes are
You
fantastic.
lost.
In Ohio, I don't know if you knew this also, but
Dumb,
Myrtle
dude.
Beach used to play goes on vacation every year. That was like our Florida thing. Anyone that drive out to Florida for California comes back to Myrtle Beach every single year even with three other Italian families.
What are you saying?
Young.
Yeah, they say Florida is the
Oh.
Portland of California, and
thankfully none of the murder beats are, no, still no local now because there's like a shooting every other day in Pendleton, Chicago.
I never recognized that as a dangerous place.
Oh,
Is
God.
per capita dangerous too? Like, are the numbers actually raising up, or are they just complaining that it's got more school parents and things like that?
Stagnant. Yeah, a lot of younger youth. Um, yeah, they're not great. I mean, as far as like city limits and stuff,
Zoot, are we
it's
gonna
not that bad.
watch
I'm only like 11 miles. I'm in a group house in
Survivor?
Pendleton, which is right next to my house. So, and I'm away from it. Later. Yeah, they've always
Sounds
come
good.
into line.
What else do you do for fun when you're not playing music? Or are you just
Um, I have a podcast and I do obviously record music and stuff
what
like
do you
that.
talk about on your podcast?
Everything. Yeah,
He's on it. Randy does
Do you just interview people, or you ever have some of these solo ones there you can record?
yeah. Well, it started out. I quit drinking about. I was a bad alcoholic because of Myrtle Beach, but I quit drinking about four years ago and some months, and I actually picked up a pretty bad cocaine habit after I quit drinking, and stopped doing all that shit. Sobered up for sure about 3 years ago. I had to feel something with that, so I just started turning the camera on and mostly talking to my friends. But then it was hard to get people to commit to showing up, so I would just talk to myself, and I used it as like therapy, honestly, personal therapy. I guess just talking about your thoughts and shit. So that's what it became. Helping fight anxiety and shit by just getting things off my chest through that.
Hell yeah, that's great.
Yeah. I haven't had any stories.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Tell us more about it. What's in it?
I've never been in, but I can imagine that it is full of, as they say, dildos and booty holes.
Absolutely. Is the McDouble your actual go-to? Because I found that interesting. Very rarely do I hear people bring up the McDouble, but you know that I've been to McDonald's every day after fast food about once a year. The McDouble is actually my go-to.
Have you tried quarter pounders being independently stretched now? Like if you know,
Oh, you know what? Maybe that's something
yeah,
I
you
gotta
got.
get on.
I know you're a big fan of the burritos as well, correct?
Oh, well, the only that's the only time that I really eat at McDonald's is breakfast time.
3 a.m. and
7
3
p.m.
p.m.
Fajitas, even though people make this joke a lot about, oh, and then I had diarrhea. Well, it's like, yeah, guys, I don't get diarrhea off of anything, not Chipotle or crazy food or this and that. But my goodness, those McDonald's fajitas on the airplane don't wake me up from my sleep an hour in. Sorry, Caesar.
My booty hole is burning.
Oh, it really is out of control. But I still, even though I know that an hour after eating it, I'll have diarrhea, I can't help myself. Breakfast fajitas, they have some of the best things
Right, I
made.
got a lot of nachos on bun.
They call it mild picante. It's spicy picante. Oh my goodness. So you said that it came up your nose at one point, and now you have cornstarch on your balls. Why do you have cornstarch on your balls?
At restaurants, we
Dude,
always
did you
take
create a
the
Plenty of
little
Fish account?
cornstarch thing in the freezer and put it on our pizza, thinking
I
we're
did.
actually going to walk around with taters. You know the
How
That was
many
me and
guys
Chris.
did you match with?
Cornstarch seems like it would be the proper thing to put there.
yeah.
You get more for seasoning sauces and gravy.
I also had an rare
Yeah.
All
Oh, by the
right,
way,
that's
have you
something.
seen Inside Out the other day? They have the little pouch for the phone. They had them inside out because I don't wear pants on my iPhone, so I use it as my phone wall screen. So if you wear it inside out, then your phone will hold.
Look at that! My goodness.
I could never leave a ball cap or anything weird like that. I gotta try Wi-Fi just for one.
Zoot, are you
No,
on Hinge?
I put my phone in my front pocket of my sheets, and I put my
Hinge?
earbuds up my asshole, and
My
Correct.
dicks have never been bigger.
Is Hinge good?
I think it's like
well,
Tinder.
I
Right?
love it. Yonder, you seem like a
I
smart
think
guy.
it's
You have
like
any fun
Tinder.
conspiracy theories or anything wacky about life you want to share with us?
And
believe in anything, or you're
frankly, I
just
think a lot of people
Of course.
meet on it. The reason why I say that, a lot of people on Kill Tony, they meet on the big, like they talk, they ask these people how they always meet their girlfriends or boyfriends.
But it seems
The
like
biggest one
it's
is
the same thing.
Tinder.
And
Bumble is
what is that?
probably
Like I feel like I'm on it for
second or
like
third,
shit just happens around me
tied
all
with
the time.
Hinge.
Got
Hinge is
like
pretty big.
fucking roommates over the years and
Then
shit.
there are people who do
have you
Plenty
ever
of Fish,
have you ever been looking at
and
someone
then
like parlay and then they get struck by lightning?
um,
I live in
there are a couple
Florida,
others.
and
There's like
there was
Match.com
as a child
and
in
um,
Tucson area.
eHarmony, but those are kind of, I don't know if that's what, for what you're looking.
Weirdest thing you ever did
And
for
then there are
fun?
like specific ones like farmers
Good
only.
question, Aaron.
I never did anything
All
crazy.
right, well, dude, then why don't you just go to a brothel?
Man, and I have been for a very long time, so I 100% the chicks can't get rid of
Well,
the
dude,
weed.
no girl is.
I
I
take my
mean,
hands off, so I have
I
no
guess like huge
business
whores, but
entertaining that.
any girl's gonna make you work for it a little bit. At least take her out to dinner.
A lot of
All
times.
right,
Hey, you're
I'm
back.
back now on it.
Excellent.
Porn's real.
Alrighty, Miss Aquarius is ready. Dude, are you ready?
I'm in a few bands, but the main thing is
Yes, I'm getting in the bed now. I'm getting in the bed
All
now.
right, all right. We'll be patient.
Getting into Shy Guys. What's your favorite song?
I try.
Okay, very well. Noah, if you'd like to play, download an app called Plato, Plato.
What?
It's available on the App Store and Google Play.
Okay.
All right, Miss
All
Aquarius.
right, let me get on with the get on now. Let me get it. Let me move.
Plato, Plato.
Let me switch my.
It takes like 2 minutes to sign up.
I know.
We'll
Okay,
get you in on the next round. We'll be done with this round in like 5 minutes.
Yonder, one
uh-oh,
last
wait for
question for you.
somebody.
Zoot,
Talking out loud. Do you have any other advice for someone whose life might be negatively affected by
Zoot,
gambling? Anything else you could
Zoot. Miss Aquarius' time is valuable. Quit the, whatever game you're playing. There you go, big dog.
It probably is. And as long as
All
musically
right,
or
well,
recreationally, it's not an issue.
just wait on that for a
It's a
little
lot
bit.
of times stuff like needing that to do whatever it is you do. Took me very long to get into a relationship
No, you
that
didn't.
actualized into that.
Zoot, be
A
respectful.
lot of good things will fall into place for you.
What did you say?
It's kind of like the dude combo club.
He said
Basically,
something
everything better.
inappropriate. Nothing too
Come
bad,
on, Zoo.
Repaid by the great
but
things that you
just
suffered through
Zoot,
from the
Come
relationship.
on, Zoo. Get it.
get it, big dog.
Yeah.
absolutely
Yes.
pray for his family and his loved
Yes.
ones.
Yes.
There you go. All right.
That's
Good
nine.
job.
That's nine.
That is in the lead. You get it. You get it. Come on, Rabbi. Get it straight.
Nope.
Also keep
Too
a
much to
close
the
eye on
right.
survival.
Yeah, seems like seems like
Okay, well,
pretty
even still, that would have been inappropriate.
Yay. Let's
You guys
go.
don't know how funny I find that shit.
Ryan's mad at me. I can tell you, Ryan's got a quick trigger on him.
Absolutely,
Without
with
showing
good reason.
anything, he'll tell you.
Oh, come on, Miss Aquarius. You can get it.
Actually, people actually
Gone.
through me.
Oh, really? Is that true?
Yeah.
There you go.
You got a custom work from him?
Yeah.
Too far away from you?
Yeah, you wish, dude. In your dreams.
He just goes to the other side of your garage.
Come on, Zoo.
Dude, I like your bowling ball. What was
Uh-oh.
that?
Did you? Come on, Rabbi.
Get it.
He's got the guitar running.
All but one. I'm not good at these ones in the corner.
Oh, that's awesome. A real Ryan J. Evo.
Oh, that was
That is
terrible.
so cool.
My hands are greasy. I just lotion myself, so
Man,
I'm
you
trying
gotta
to.
Oh, that's tough when you're playing. What's
Yeah.
going on, Zoo?
Yeah, it's tough when you can't do it with the hands like that. It's okay.
Zoo, when your score is higher than mine, you can give me suggestions.
On Instagram, XPLC Legends on Instagram, and XPLC
Alright.
Legends on YouTube.
I'm
Come
just gonna
on,
get away
Zoot.
with keep it bot this so that you get a strike every time.
Zoot, just get it.
Zoot, go.
What was that?
Get it.
Oh, all but one. That was
Okay,
good.
you
There you
get
go.
this one.
Absolutely. Kelsey Hudgens,
Get it,
everybody.
Zoot. Get it, Zoot.
Do not spin.
Yeah. All right. Let's just keep it moving along.
Alright.
Get it.
Your next opponent goes by the name of Hunter Phillips.
Rabbi.
This is a tough shot.
All
Get
right.
it.
Okay, good job.
I'll take it. 9. I'll take it.
Are you in front of me, Rabbi?
Am I having making fun of you? No.
No, are you in front of me?
Am I what?
Are you in front of me? Like,
Am I in front of you?
start
Yes.
again where you are?
Yes. Or no, I started the game after you did. So
Okay, so
No. Okay, I'm gonna lose this one. Y'all can have it. I don't want to play no more. I want to play the next one. Go ahead, Zoot.
fuck, 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 fuck. That is gonna be one of the worst shots I've ever done.
there you go.
I guess it wasn't too bad.
Come on, Rabbi.
Come on. That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
The only problem is I'm gonna get three strikes in a row and come back.
That's what we all want to happen, Zoo.
Phillips. Martin Phillips.
Three strikes in a row is a guaranteed win.
Hi, Martin. How are you?
I don't think so.
Indeed, I remember you
There
very
you go.
well. Absolutely, a destroyer from Washington
Miss
D.C.
Aquarius.
Come on,
34.
Zoot. Get a
I
strike.
can't remember. Are you a golden ticket winner, or did you just come on all the shows?
Zoot needs at least 5. Oh, Miss Aquarius,
You
you
need
beat
some
Zoot.
practices with you.
You beat Zoot.
Nice.
Miss Aquarius beat Zoot.
Are you
You,
still in Washington D.C.?
you need to practice with him. Like I need to be practicing golf
We did.
or whatever
We
it
did.
is.
We practiced one round before this. I did do that. All right, there we go. All right, I'm sending out another invitation.
Okay. Oh, okay. Is that far from Myrtle Beach?
Come on, Zoot.
I'm finding up the hinge.
Zoot,
Come
quit that.
on. We waiting
Zoot,
on
we're
you.
waiting on you. Come on, dude.
That is
Fuck
absolutely
that,
correct.
bro.
Zoot,
I'll play better if I get 10 minutes.
Zoot, no
I'll
one's
play
gonna
better
like
if I
you.
fuck
You
more.
should put in your biography, I take too long to play mini games.
Oh, I got a
Very
strike.
nice, Miss Aquarius. Noah,
Aquarius wouldn't have finished
Come
strong.
on, Zoot.
Did you download the app Play-Doh?
Oh no! Don't call the police on the black.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, did you create an account?
It's the painting. Karen, it's just the painting.
Okay, create an account and we'll get you in on the next game. There we go. That's a tough split, folks. Get it. Oh, only one? Garbage.
I love that even though you're unemployed, you still dress like you're working in Circuit City. So close, right?
Get it.
Or watch that crazy graph. Did you see that time-lapse thing of the Blockbuster with big goats and being taken down in crazy videos from overseas?
Get it.
Were you a big Blockbuster guy back in the day?
Come on, Zoot.
Ready to go, Josie.
Yep.
Zoot.
Family videos. Did you ever go into the nudie part, the back room with the dirty videos?
Ah, God.
Come on, Rabbi. Come on. You get it. You got this strike.
All but one. I'll get this spare, though.
Yeah, get it.
Get it.
Get it. Good job.
Same, pretty much.
Was it spelled C-U-N? It was spelled
I
C-U-N.
mean, I
Nope.
know like a,
Okay. Come on, Zoo. You can beat it. Come on. Get a strike now.
I just got a strike.
No, you didn't.
Oh, they
You
actually
you
got
threw it right in the gutter, dude.
It's the same thing.
You did it again.
Somebody
There's a
just got a strike.
That's not what I wanted.
there's a universe where if you get
Oh,
the
no.
ball in the gutter, it counts.
No.
It's better than the strike.
Good job.
Thank you, man. All right, Miss Aquarius with the lead. Get it. Get a strike.
There's a universe out there in the multiverse where a gutter ball will be better than a strike.
All right.
But I mean, spins you don't hit.
Oh, milk.
Come on, Zoo.
Milk.
That's good. That's better.
Do you have a few choices here, brother?
Getting better. Come on.
Get those three.
Okay.
That's good. Uh,
There you go. You
that was
got
that
one
was a good
down.
shot.
Okay.
All right, I need a strike here.
Come on,
Give me
Rabbi.
that
Get this
strike.
strike.
No. Okay, I need a spare here.
Rabbi.
You can pass me.
Nope. Nope, not at all.
Uh-oh. It's
We're
a tie.
tied. Comes down to this, Miss Aquarius. You get it. You win, I win. Get it. Oh, that's good. Right, perfect. Perfectly aimed. Right down the middle. Get this fair, Miss Aquarius. I know you got it.
Nope. It's okay. You'll pass me. Come on, Zoo. Now you better get a strike now.
I'm not gonna get a strike.
Come on. Don't stay there. You gotta be confident. Come on.
Zoot, I don't know what you gotta be, but you gotta be
What are you
faster.
doing, Zoo? Come
Zoot,
on.
quit with your hinge garbage. Get it. It all comes down to this.
Come on. Get a strike, Rabbi, please.
He's gonna get a strike.
No, I didn't. I need to get
You're
one
gonna
of these.
pass me. Come on. Let's go.
I need to get one of
He'll
them.
get a spare.
Yep. You passed me. Let's go.
No, we tied.
It's a tie.
Good job, Miss
Yeah, we both
Aquarius.
got it.
Good job.
Yay.
You
Good
win, I win.
job.
You win, I win.
I'm
No,
gonna
Yes,
Noah,
you
did you
win, I
download?
win.
Did you download Play-Doh, Noah?
Cerebral palsy, do you have?
Yeah, I did. Later.
Yeah. Okay, so you downloaded it.
Is it
Okay.
breaking any
Do
brain?
you see where it says add a friend?
Yeah, not a friend.
Okay, add me. I'm the rabbi. TheRabbi. Excellent. You are Hoof
We basically
brand.
all have to
Is
finish
that
this
correct?
Yeah, who's friend? Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Okay, I'm gonna send you an invite along with Miss Aquarius and Zoot.
All right.
Miss Aquarius. I've got Zoot. I've got Miss Aquarius. I've got Hoof brand. All right, you all should have invitations. Noah, all you do is just like fire
Zoot,
upward with the
come
ball.
on. You're an absolute killer, and when we come back
All
to
right.
DC,
Zoot, come on,
we
man.
got a spot waiting for you, okay?
What for?
Zoot, then I just won't send you an invitation next round. Nobody is here for your dating app. We're here to play bowling.
Yes,
Yeah, we're ready to play the
absolutely.
game now.
And
Zoot, come on, man.
make sure you
Yes, you gotta spirit, dude.
Rabbi won.
are you really?
Rabbi, you're the
Oh,
best. But
come on, Zoo. Or
There you
whoever
go,
it is.
Mark.
Oh,
Tell
Hoof.
everybody
Come on.
Washington
Yeah,
D.C.
Hoof know how to
episode
play.
of Tequila.
Oh,
No,
look at
he's
you.
not one that good. He leading.
He's got
Let's
the
go,
lead.
let's go. Zoo, let's go. Get a
You got the
strike.
second regular season
Look,
lead.
we got
What's up?
Dude, you're terrible.
Bulls the
You're
Yeah,
terrible.
you're muted. Can you hear us?
I can hear you now.
Oh,
What's
there
up,
he
dog?
is.
come on.
How are you, David?
I'm chilling, man.
Get it.
Rabbi
Come
getting
on,
smacked up.
strike.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
You
That's
got
what I'm
it.
talking. Good job, Booth.
Come on, Zoo.
Oh, all but one.
Okay, you
Get it,
got
Zoot.
it. You in there.
Get it. Oh, Zoot.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Come
Wrong
on,
way.
Rabbi.
Yeah, when you say heck, like how many
I'm
Strike
still
it.
at best.
I say it
I'm
seems
still
like
at
I'm
best
getting
like
into the right now to start
Get this
getting
one.
like
Come
getting
on,
more
Rabbi. You got this. Get this
guy
one.
is laughing at the full start
Got it.
time.
You win, I win. Let's
You win,
go.
I win. That's
You got
right.
Sharpie in there?
yeah, so bad.
has
You
anyone
taking
play
names?
have you seen anyone get a 50 game?
No, Zoot.
No, you can still feel it. You know, you can still feel it. It's still
Curious
it's
about
still
that. I'm
there.
about to do stand up for the first time this weekend in the house.
Do you think I'll ever get a 50 game?
If you played enough times, yeah, and you got your head away from hinge and into bowling, yeah, I think you have a chance.
250 people in a weekend is great.
There you go. That's nine.
Something like that.
I think it's up on
Come
bowling.
on, Zoo.
This weekend with
I gotta sit that in the back.
Josh
What,
O'Malley?
what did you say?
Yeah.
That was okay.
Oh, Rabbi, I think
Again.
I think I'm ahead of strike every time now.
Again.
I think I'm ahead of strike every time now.
I'm in
Okay.
third
Well, then
place.
do it.
Let's go. Let's go. Okay, you leading.
Then do it. Let's see you do it, Zoot.
Come on, Zoo.
Absolutely. I've said that
Oh,
before.
yeah. Strike every time. Good job, man.
Really
Up.
amazing early guy. Michael has an amazing history of
Here we
There
go.
you go.
There
Good
you go.
job.
That's better.
and all that, and you are at a very,
Come on,
And I can get
Rabbi.
that.
Strike it
pure stand up.
so we can
Meaning
win.
getting into
Yay.
what you do
We're
is
getting
something
there.
special. Really singularly purposed, and
Get
the
it.
audience,
Yay.
That's what I'm
Let's
talking
go.
about. 49. That's what I'm
Let's
talking
go.
about. 49.
you don't really expect that.
But don't say I'm smacking Creole next week.
Okay, love it.
Hey, bro, last week you gave like 30 flat
That's
E's.
9. Good job. Get it, Miss
Really?
Aquarius.
Nope.
Those are.
Dealing with hormones?
Hell yeah, ain't never been so bitches a day in my life.
They're pretty fine.
All right, Miss.
Especially when I'm overseas. You're born in the
She
state,
got it.
you're black, you're Latin, you're Spanish,
Nice spare.
you give yourself into a whiter society and shit.
Come on. Oh, I got it again.
It's some weird shit.
Oh, that's good. An extra 8. She takes second place right now. Now it's Noah's
Come
turn.
on, who? I don't care, Rabbi. If you win, I win, okay?
That's right. That's our rule. Oh,
Yeah.
dude, who? That was really really good.
Hoof is coming right after you.
I know he
Come on,
is.
Zoo.
You ever go to Disney,
Zoot,
David?
Yeah.
get it. Nice
Okay.
strike, big
Yeah.
dog.
Let's
Nice strike,
go.
big dog.
All right. Come on.
That's
Another
two.
We
strike.
see you. We see you.
That's good.
Okay.
Zoot,
Uh-oh.
get this.
Okay. Come on, Zoo.
If you
Gotta
get
make that
this,
one.
if you get this,
Oh,
oh,
almost. Come on, Rabbi.
get it. Oh, this is a tough
What?
pickup.
Not far. Far, Rabbi. Far.
Very upset about this.
Yay. Come on, Rabbi. We got this.
We got it.
Yay, Rabbi won. We won.
Woo
Let's
woo.
go.
All right, friends.
They took away the
I'm
land of
sending
the
it out again. We've
Native
got Miss
American
Aquarius.
cultures, something like that. They
We've
took away
got
Aunt Jemima,
Poof.
Uncle
And we've
Ben.
got Zoo.
Uncle
I'm
Ben
gonna
is
bet I
gone.
just have a game in anything in real life.
Every
Excellent.
sweet
Why
guy
don't you
is gone.
get a perfect game? Poof, we sent you an invite. Did you get it?
Oh, the Karens do it.
No, I didn't. Can you send me another one?
Absolutely.
Check again. Check again.
Keep talking about.
Hoof, I'm
Oh, I
set.
got another one, but alright, let's see.
Hey, Zook, you
There was
win.
a
Come on, you first. Come on.
Strike, 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 strike.
That was looking good.
Yeah.
Looks like a strike.
Yes, it did. That's a good shot.
Mediocre after the other two games.
Mm.
Dude, I give your round an 8 out of 10. Good job, Hoof. Hoof's gonna get this one. He's gonna get that spare.
That wasn't Hoof, it's me.
Oh, Mr. Aquarius, apologies. That's gonna be you. I'm always used to you going second or you going first. All right, good job.
Right.
Nice spare, Miss Aquarius. Hoof
Come
was
on, Hoof.
purple last time, which would mess me up. All right, Hoof.
Yeah.
Hoof got six
Well, we
of
got new
five.
people in now, Bye bye. We
I
got new
know,
people
I
in.
know. I gotta stay on my toes. All right, Hoof. There you
Four
go.
of us. Yeah, come on. Come on, Rabbi.
Not what I wanted
Strike
to do.
it.
Not what I wanted to do. But I can get this. Oh, maybe not. That's a tough one. Come on, knock that other pin out.
Alright, you guys are ready for a 10.
Zook, we have never been
Come
more
on,
ready
Zook.
for a 10 in our entire lives.
Zook.
Come on, that was a strike.
Okay,
Fuck.
student. Okay, I see you.
Here we go, Mr. Aquarius.
Playing the worst game out of anyone yet.
Come on, Hoof. You got this. Strike it. What in the world?
How did I not see that come?
Come on, Hoof. You got it. Come on, Hoof.
Let me just see if I can
Strike
just.
it now. Okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it.
Alright, I'm playing the second worst team out of
Get it.
Yay. Come on.
this
Come on,
game.
Zook.
My brother was damn, that's my brother.
Okay, good job.
Right, like, you know this guy's my brother.
Yes, I do.
No. Somebody's passing me. You know what? It's okay.
Where is he needed it?
Oh, that was good.
Somebody gonna get it though. Come on, Hoof. Strike it.
Right?
Knock him down, Hoof. Get it. You got it. Okay. Pretty good. Come on, Brad.
Get it.
Yes, Rabbi.
That's what
Strike.
I'm talking about.
Yes. You got it. You got it. Okay. Come on, Zook.
Fuck. Doesn't matter, I'm gonna get it today. An eight's good. I'll take an eight. Robot,
Yes, sir.
get shot.
That wasn't mine.
Aquarius, good shot.
Thank you.
Sorry about your playing, bro.
Come on, Hoof. Strike. Knock him
Round.
down. Let's go.
Bet.
Okay.
Who's playing better than
Come
me?
on, Rabbi. Strike it.
Injury
Rabbi's
do,
good again, but
injury don't. That's what they say.
Oh no.
Rabbi,
Ari,
Yo,
find that.
pimp.
Bomb Ari.
No, don't have him talking now.
Here's my
Come on, Rabbi. Go. Hit it.
Come on.
That's what
Bam.
I'm talking about.
Yay.
Oh, fuck.
He
Lucky.
showed you. He showed you, Zoo. Now come on. Strike it.
They call it macklin. What do you get from macklin?
This is bad.
Fillet.
This is bad.
The fillet. Have you ever tried the fillet o fish?
I'm gonna work on my King Fry.
That's how that's how they say it. Fillet o fish.
What was the fake burger thing that they have that is exactly like burger meat but it's not burger?
The
There's your face.
what is that called? What's your burger place with the
Hungry
hungry jacks?
Hungry
Yeah.
Jack.
It's so weird.
It looks identical to Burger King.
Yeah,
Even at the walk.
you have to be starving to death to want to eat there. To literally be like you have to walk through a desert to be hungry enough to eat at Hungry Jack's.
Hungry
Wow.
Jack.
Miss
Right?
Aquarius, you're doing so well.
Right. What do you
You're
like to
doing
eat?
so well.
You're a PE teacher. Advise me.
You're doing better than Rabbi.
Send him never
No,
give
don't
any
say
advice
that.
on
Oh,
PE.
Rabbi's good.
big time.
Rabbi's is
Don't be letting my friend
Get
down like
right down
that.
with one of your
There you
students.
go. Miss Aquarius will protect me. Get it.
Come on, Hoop. Yay.
Good job, Poop. Nice
Okay,
spare.
that's enough. Still being silly.
Rabbi, you're a good person.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Rabbi, you better show Zoo. Strike it, Zoo. I mean, Rabbi.
All
Yes.
right, that's
You better
good.
show him.
Oh, I'm gonna get you.
Yeah, get me. Please get me.
I got you, girl.
Because I want you to win. Yay.
Why do you want him to win?
Because
Because if he win, I win.
that's our
That's how we
saying.
do it.
That's our saying. We're nice to each other.
Yay.
There we
We
go.
won. We
Whoop, whoop,
won.
whoop,
One
whoop.
more. I can do one more.
All right, Miss Aquarius. One more for Miss Aquarius. Poop, Miss Aquarius, and Zoop.
I don't think I can.
You all should have
What would I have done
invitations
better
now.
there, Ryan? Do that.
Dinner bell. That's what it's called.
Oh, dinner bell. Yeah. There you go.
What is Zoop doing?
Okay. This guy's
Well,
not
Zoop,
enjoying
come on, man.
himself. So
you've been invited.
because he looks like
He's invited. He's just got his head in his pants.
Yeah, come on,
Yeah, that.
dude.
Zoop, come on, man.
Yeah, I don't win this game.
So what else
You're
is
all pissing me off,
interesting
so I'm
about you?
gonna
You're up
move
there
on.
in Australia all by yourself. You ever play boomerang?
Strike.
Beautiful. Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Whoa!
Thank you.
That's
You're
Let's
welcome.
go,
Star
Hoop.
Trek logo right there.
I
Rabbi,
don't think all got a
do you
strike.
actually play boomerang? Really? You
Alright,
have one?
Hmm?
You have one right now?
you ready for me to get a
Is there
strike?
Yeah,
someone
come
in
on.
your house with you that can maybe hold the
Strike
phone
it.
while you go throw a
Nope.
boomerang and catch it for the first time in
Get this. Get this
3
spare, big
months?
dog.
Perhaps.
You know what?
Come on, knock these down. Knock these three down. Come on.
Zoop, you're good at talking.
Okay, good job. You got a
There
spare.
you
Good
go.
job. Come on, Rabbi. Strike it.
All but two.
The what?
Get it.
Knock them down.
Oh, you can't do it around your neighborhood?
Told you. Let's go.
You have cows?
Go for another strike.
Yeah,
Oh,
get it.
yeah, let's go see a cow.
No,
Will you shake your phone out and show
okay.
us one of your cows?
Do you get more points if you get two strikes in a row?
Yep.
How long is ages in Australia? We don't count. We go off of the metric system.
How many Big Macs is that?
Yeah. How many
There you go.
McDoubles?
500.
26
Come
points.
on, Hoof. I know you got it.
Did you go dance or was
You need a
that?
strike.
Yes.
Oh, that was looking good. That was right down the middle.
I, I actually believe. I actually believed for a second it was going to be a strike.
I did as well.
Come on, Zoop. Zoop. Get it. Okay, you can knock these two down. Come on.
Fair is going to do.
So you can
That's good.
pass
That's
me.
the way
Let's
to do
go.
it. I was the
Good
fancy
job,
Yep,
guy.
Zoop.
you did it. Good job. You're
Zoot's
leading.
now in
Good
the lead.
job. Come on, Rabbi, strike it.
Oh, this is tough. This is like
So for example,
Wait, you
impossible.
get more points if you get two spares in a row as
say
well.
is like how
Yeah.
far of a drive would it
Okay.
be to Melbourne? Or perhaps even actually from Brisbane.
Look who's winning, Robot.
Zoot,
And mind you,
it's
Brisbane is
not over till it's over.
how long would it take you to get to Melbourne? Yeah, okay. So it's not even
Come on, Hoof. Strike it.
massive. Yet they don't have that many people anywhere else. Just
You ever been Melbourne?
in matters of
You ever been to the United States?
That was good.
Oh, United
Nice
States.
job. Nice
Come
job,
to
Zoot.
Australia, where are you going first?
I'm going to your house to teach you how to play these games faster.
we're going to be teaching English to a bunch of Australian people.
Um,
Mommy, man, let's
Good
go.
job, Zoot.
Woo.
Good job, Zoot.
Are you excited about that? Do you have any hints or anything that you're going to be
well,
Come on, Rabbi. Come on.
Get it.
come on, Robot.
Knocking
Get
you
it.
Robot.
down right there. Let's
any
go.
other hobbies or tricks or
Oh no,
anything
he
that
might
you
actually
learned?
come. He might actually come back and beat me.
Oh, I'm gonna come back and beat you, Zoot.
Do
No
you have any
doubt.
like
No
special
doubt.
talents that you could show us? Do you juggle or anything like that?
I won't be able to play this game.
You're a fucking
Oh,
idiot.
okay.
You have a boomerang, you have
You
talent
know what I
three
was?
inches away.
You know what I was doing wrong?
Not hitting down the pins.
I was throwing my ball. I
Let's
was throwing my
go.
ball.
How legit this guy be?
I was throwing
Come
my
on,
ball.
Hoof.
Fucking
You got it.
Australian dude.
I was aiming directly at the middle arrow.
Oh,
It's
okay.
very,
That was the
very
issue.
on grade.
Nice job, Hoop.
Yay!
Nice job.
Strike. Let's
That
go.
was a joke,
Let's go.
everybody.
Oh, Hoof.
Come on,
Oh,
Zoot.
Hoof is making a comeback.
Okay.
Hoof's the one you
You're
gotta
doing
watch.
good. You're doing
Really,
good. Come
Kevin,
on.
it was a joke. I have
Uh
won.
oh, Zoot.
who's can beat me now?
Come on, Rabbi.
Who can beat me?
Oh, you.
Get it.
Strike.
Seriously, how many black people have
Yes.
you seen in your entire life? Just so that our listeners have
Not
some
good.
Yep.
idea
There we
of
go.
like how
Not
hardcore
good.
you are.
Not good is right, Zoot.
Who's gonna get strike though? Who?
Are they really
Beautiful
black
shot.
black? Like are they like
Huh?
the same color as are they more Native American
Who?
color?
Come on, Hoof.
We need a strike.
Everywhere. The Aboriginals that I saw here, they're
Oh,
bright
beautiful.
yellow,
Yay.
Hoof is gonna come in second, maybe.
light skinned
He
He's
might
black.
coming
win.
in first.
He
Well, we
might
don't know
win.
who's coming. Or we might pass him though, Rabbi. We
We'll
don't know.
see. We'll see.
Who's
You need
going?
to get.
Come on, Hoof.
Hoof, you're up.
Come on, Hoof.
Hoof,
Go,
you're up.
go, go, go.
Get it.
I didn't pay attention.
It's alright.
Now you need to get
Yeah.
spare.
Okay.
Come
You're up
on,
again,
Hoof.
Hoof.
Way to
Get it.
take it.
Ooh, Hoof, you had a good round.
Come on, Hoof.
75.
Yeah, Hoof doing good.
Oh, there you go, Zoot.
Not good. Not good.
You?
Not good.
Come on,
Get it.
Rabbi.
That's one.
Okay, good job.
Oh, I'm taking home the gold.
Okay.
That's two.
You
Oh,
need to
no.
get at least 2 pins.
I did. I got what I needed.
Yay.
Get
Come
it.
on, Rabbi.
Got it.
Let's go.
91.
Yeah, we won
We
again.
won again, Miss Aquarius.
All right, y'all. See y'all tomorrow.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius. Sweet dreams.
There he goes. Sam Davis, everybody. A man with a collection
All right.
of
Good night.
Good night. Noah, you want to learn how to play mini golf?
Well, it has come that time of the night.
Sure.
Excellent. Zoot.
By everyone, including
Ready, big dog?
our famous guy. Ladies and
I'm not
gentlemen,
playing.
the great, the
You're
powerful,
not
the
playing?
regular, Michael Laird.
Yeah.
Zoot, play one game of mini golf.
No.
Dude, come on.
Michael Blair, ladies and gentlemen. It
What
is
game do you want to play, Zoot?
None.
Zoot, play. You want to play darts?
No, don't fun.
All right. Well, no, we'll take a break then. You did really well,
Alrighty.
my friend. Thank you for playing. You did very well.
Yeah, you're welcome, man.
Absolutely.
Every time someone does something routine every turning, I get tired. I want to tag along every time I see someone do their thing right. My friends don't mess with me because I'm a hot Greetings.
Welcome. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Excellent. We're watching Kill Tony. Feel free to enjoy.
Thank you.
My goodness, what a wild ending there at the end. I did not see that coming. When
Are
Emmett
you
just
gonna buy more of that Sonic coin, the Harry Potter Obama?
Not right now.
Because it's really
one of
low.
the things that
I
you hear
know
a
it's
lot out on
not doing
social
as well
media
as I'd like.
lately, one of the things that I was talking about Luis J. Gomez silencing you.
You think it'll go back up?
You never know.
I see, I see.
Oh, there it is. disabled. Am I right, people?
Let's say no. Pizza label.
Oh, declan. I'm a big fan of declan. Oh, Karen, no. Oh my goodness gracious, that is incredible. So, wow,
Why does
look
it
at
bring
that.
your underwear out? Like heat?
Yeah,
Right?
that's what it needs. You can just feel the breeze on a windy day. Just open that thing up. Looks like
Alright. Enough of that.
enough of Randall. This is the
I
end of
think
the
I
Declan
drove
if
to
you
like
buy Louis C.K.'s newest album.
Did you say Louis C.K.?
Seems like a great idea,
How
Declan.
great was living that was though?
You think so?
I do.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I once rode with him. It was fantastic.
Hey, Zoo,
And
I think I drove to the craziest time.
no underwear
Really?
and no lines. And he was a fucking race panda. That was so awesome.
Great. Love to hear that.
Hey, can I do two mom jokes?
absolutely. We would love to hear your mom jokes.
Well, this is for my nurse's mom, and she gave me this joke. What do you call two apples?
Holy
Baby steps. Baby steps. You know, like you guys do.
Yeah, no, I can't even do those
Well, I fucking love you, buddy, and we'll see you next week.
seriously, great fucking episode, guys.
Thank you. The great Michael Lair, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Michael Lair. When you get away, it's not fair. Hey, hey. Of the cross-eyed bears that you gave to me, you, I don't know. See, I don't even mind when it's just like saxophone.
No, it
Like
really
it's like
is.
that's the singers seem hours longer when it's just saxophone.
Especially,
All right, Karen, relax.
especially more easy, you know.
Yeah, this is nice, mellow,
Simple,
simply.
spelled P-R-E-S.
Whoa! I know that's what I'm gonna do in the voting booth in November. I don't know. Hey,
Thank
no.
you, sir.
Oh, you're welcome, Mr. President. God, people on social media absolutely hate the fact that I've ever said anything positive about Trump. They're drinking the Kool-Aid too. Yeah, exactly. So it's just a funny, different take than what 100% believes.
I just say people make fun of his tiny penis, but I like it. I love a tiny penis. I'm so attracted to it. I love to
Are you
go
talking about
wail my
Trump?
trunk with tiny little baby dicks.
What
I
are you
fucking
talking
love
about?
it. Yeah, people are always giving him shit for his baby dick. I love a baby dick. I want to get fucked by
Okay, you
little
can't,
tiny baby
Karen.
dicks.
Even though you're a woman, you can't say that you want to get fucked.
Oh, my body, my choice.
You have a special. You have a. Wait, what? It's true. It is not believed to be fake baby dick. There's been enough comedians that have gotten in trouble. Say baby anything.
With Viagra, my little baby freaking equivalent. Look at it.
Okay, alrighty,
No.
okay. We're gonna keep it moving along.
It's a WS. I don't care what it is.
Another Spanish legend on this show. We're gonna close it out strong, ladies and gentlemen. The quarantine legend, ladies and gentlemen. Special treat. It's Manolo, everybody. Surprise! Here we go. Manolo sent in something. Let's see what we got from Manolo this week. Oh, you don't? Okay. You have that video that he sent in? Oh, you don't?
I only recorded him.
What was that? Oh, you don't know his. All right. Well, then Manolo, like we got one time, Manolo will kick off next week's episode. But so that means that's tonight's episode. Let's check out the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt. We're stopping quick here. He doesn't seem excited about it. This is like Jeopardy when there's a champion. Here, come over here. Jump on the stage with us. And great Ryan J. Ebelt's going to come right in front of that camera right there, I do believe. And he's going to type right in. Yeah, it looks like nice drawing. Look at that. I can actually see it perfectly right through it. You got Michael Lair in like a Doc Ock type of setup on top of a. Oh, it's Scooby Doo is what it
Anthony Sanchez spent over 2 decades working as a computer software engineer for major corporations in Silicon Valley with the FBI and elements of the Department of Defense. He became interested in the UFO phenomenon in 1989. He has been researching some of the deeper, darker aspects of UFOs, such as events at the Dulce Archuleta Mesa, a big underground military base there. He is keeping track with modern developments in UFOs, and he's here to talk about some of his latest research and what lies ahead in the UFO field.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Salla, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Salla.
Welcome to Exopolitics Today, Anthony.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it, Dr. Salla.
Now, you have a very interesting background, and I know you go back a long way as far as UFO research is concerned. But first, why don't you talk about your professional background so my audience knows exactly what kind of expertise you had and how you got drawn into this field?
Right. So I've been developing software predominantly for the semiconductor industry. Did a bulk of work for Intel Corporation. I did work for Hewlett Packard, NEC. And way back in the early 90s, I was the first corporate webmaster for 3Com Corporation. Nobody knew what a webmaster was back in those days. And I've been working as a contractor for the state of California. I did that for a number of years. I held a CMAS, a California Multiple Award Schedule, for my own company, which allowed me to bid on projects and get work for the state of California. So I've been developing software for well over 25 years now.
So you mentioned in the pre-interview that you've had contact experiences as a child, and that was actually something that predisposed you for events that happened in 1989 that drew you into the field. So what was it that happened as a youngster?
Right. So that truly was the genesis of my delving into everything ufological. When I was 5 years old, there was an incident where, well, there was a solar eclipse. There was a lunar eclipse, excuse me. And I remember being outside with my mom and our cousin who lived adjacent to us. My parents were very young at the time, so they hadn't yet had their house. They had an apartment complex. So we were at an apartment complex. And that evening, there was a lot of superstition stuff talking about the eclipse. But I remember something drew me out to the field across the street. This was the following evening of the eclipse. Something drew me out there, and I remember seeing a massive cube, like a black cube, that had like a lighting system. It was massive. It had to have been a half a mile wide.
Here we are now, everyone. We are
and I just remember receiving messages to go out into the field and wait. And all I recall is after seeing that was waking up the next morning, and my parents were in a panic because as I walked from the field back towards our home, there was a police car. And my mom was explaining that I had been missing. And I remember there was a gentleman from the San Jose Mercury News. He was a delivery person. His name was John. He's probably no longer with us anymore, but he was fairly friendly with my parents. And he was in a panic because he said that he had searched the whole neighborhood for me and he couldn't find me. So that was the first incident. Then a couple of years later, I remember being at a family member's home, and all of the children were asleep in the living room. We had sleeping bags. It was kind of like we were having a family get-together. And the parents were staying up late at night doing something, God knows what, in the other room, playing cards, chatting, singing music. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I remember waking up. I felt like a vibration, and I heard like a humming sound. And when I opened my eyes, I saw my cousin she was on a couch that was adjacent to the living room windows, and all the lights were off. But there was something happening outside, and she looked at me, and she had signaled to me the hush sign. And I crawled up on the couch with her. And remember, I was barely 7 years old at the time. I looked out, and she had been observing 2 grays. There were 2 grays outside holding some sort of like a tablet or like equipment. And sure enough, we looked towards the high school that they were building at the time. Independence High School, which was supposed to have been a junior college for a 4,000 student campus. It ended up being the largest high school in San Jose. But it was being constructed at the time. And there, in the field, was a ship. It was a small saucer crop. Not like the sport model like Bob Lazar claims it was just a classic saucer. This was more contemporary in its design. It looked like futuristic. It looked like nothing I'd ever seen before. But remarkably, it was the same color as the cube that I had seen. These grays that we were watching were conducting a survey or doing something until they noticed us. And when they saw us watching them, they seemed to like pack up whatever it was they had, and then they left. They went back towards the ship. And that was frightening because as they were leaving, the humming sound grew louder and the vibration started. And I wonder in retrospect if that was the ship that was causing that. But the vibrations were bothering me and my cousin. We both felt it. And the next thing I knew, I woke up. I woke up and knew hours had passed. It's as if I don't recall from the moment that they were leaving and the hum began to increase in volume and vibration. I don't know what happened. So at this point, I remember telling my mom about these incidents. And before I knew it, I was in therapy. And I think that's common with a lot of children that report seeing creatures, non-human entities, or having sightings of UFO craft that they ultimately end up in therapy. I did for years. I was in therapy for years. And I had a couple of more incidents. And by the way, I wrote about all of these for the first time ever. I wrote about these in detail in my book, UFO Nexus. I had a friend of mine, Rick Prestel, who's a MUFON member, who I met back in 2010 at a MUFON meeting, who's an excellent UFO researcher. He's independent, works on his own, but he and I have been friends for over a decade now, and I had him conduct an analysis from an outside perspective of the events that I had witnessed as a child. Probably the most significant event of my life was we were leaving a San Francisco Giants game. This is a baseball game in South San Francisco. And it had been, I think it had been a doubleheader. It was late at night. We were heading back to San Jose. And we were just passing Moffett Field. And there was Hangar 1, which was a massive hangar, a very famous hangar. And I remember the cars in front of us were slowing down. This is on the freeway. And it kind of jarred us to having gone from 70 miles an hour. We were now slowing down to 45, 30 miles an hour. Somewhere in that range. It was just very jarring. So I got up. My little brother was asleep in the back. My uncle and my dad were in the front seat. And I looked over to my left, and I literally pressed my face on the window because there was a massive disc hovering above the ground just outside the doors of Hangar 1. Now, here's what's interesting. It was wider than Hangar 1. The doors to Hangar 1 were open. By the way, Hangar 1 is such an interesting hangar. It literally takes an entire day for these doors to open and to close. So it was open in the evening. It had to have been past midnight. We were leaving South San Francisco. The game was over. And you could see the silhouette of the individuals running around, driving around beneath the disc. And I remember that the disc had like this dark metallic color to it, but the bottom of it, it seemed liquefied almost, like it was rotating, hovering, allowing this craft to hover. And before we knew it, it was gone. And all the other cars that were on the freeway had come to a complete stop. And I remember there were people, this is in the early 80s, late 70s, early 80s. There were people taking flash photography. So somebody has photographs of what happened that night. And I asked my father, I said, Dad, do you think this is going to be in the paper? And he's like, I have no idea. Subsequently, I remember bringing this up in therapy, but we had group therapy, we had family therapy, and I brought it up, and I was shut down. But my dad saw what I saw, my uncle saw what I saw, and my brother unfortunately was asleep. He was tiny at the time, he was little, and that was a huge event for me because I felt like, is there something wrong with me? Why am I continually seeing otherworldly type events, these incidents? First there was the cube, then there were these graves with the ship over at Independence High School, and then there was this massive UFO outside of Hangar 1. The other event that happened to me that was really profound was I had gone to Point Reyes. Are you familiar with Point Reyes? It's north of San Francisco. I'd gone on a hiking, to a camping trip. It was a weekend camping trip. And I remember on one of the evenings that we were there, I had climbed over this hill, and in the water, there was something illuminating the water. It was massive in size. And I was frozen. I remember being frozen. I couldn't move, but I was able to focus on what I was seeing. And before I knew it, a massive illuminated sphere lifted out of the water, hovered, and then it just left. And again, same as all the other incidents, except for the Moffett Field incident. The Moffett Field incident was the only time where I didn't fall asleep and lose time. It's as if I was just witnessing it in real time with my family. But the Point Reyes incident, like the Independence High School incident, and like the Cube incident, which happened the day after the lunar eclipse, I lost time. I woke up hours later on the beach, nowhere near our tent and our sleeping bags. And there was a group of counselors that were from San Jose State that were taking all of his kids out there, and we had a great time. But I was shocked by what I had seen. And for years, I tried not to go outside. I tried to avoid seeing the night sky. I became a little bit apprehensive about going outside at night. I no longer wanted to have these encounters. But by 1989, and for the first time, really hearing other people finally hit the media with their stories, with their narratives about what they were experiencing. And in particular, in 1989, it was about Bob Lazar, John Lear, what they had seen. I forget the other gentleman's name, but what they had seen at the Black Mailbox. And then ultimately, I started following the work of Norman Hayakawa. So I became really interested, and I said, okay, what I saw growing up, other people saw. Other people have seen what I've seen. I'm not alone. And, I was aware of the Betty and Barney Hill incident at that time. So as the years went on, and as in 1997, the Phoenix Light happened, 10 years later, Stevensville, Texas, I became convinced that we are witnessing something that is embarking on revealing itself. We're on the cusp of a major revelation. So that's why I have decided to really thrust myself into writing within the sphere of ufological events, incidents, history. In 2009, I started writing a book about Area 51. It was called UFO Highway. The book was meant to be about about Area 51.
And Anthony, before we talk about UFO photo, I'm just very interested in some of these incidents you had while very young, and that incident where at Mocketfield, Hangar 1, that was seen by your father and your uncle. Now, do you think that was a extraterrestrial craft, or do you think it may have been some kind of reverse engineered craft?
This is funny. I used to think, at the time, that it was a craft of a top secret nature, something that had been developed by the military-industrial complex. But in retrospect, or in hindsight, as I look back at the event that night, the people beneath the craft, the silhouettes of the individuals, they were terrified. And to have been in a terrified state, running around as they were that evening, I now think that it wasn't something that we built. I think it was something of a non-human intelligence, a craft, potentially an extraterrestrial craft, or potentially a terrestrial non-human entity, technological craft.
By that, are we talking like inner Earth craft?
Correct. Previously, you had referenced the 1989 leaked Majestic 12 document that described 4 extraterrestrial types. This was released to the public by Heather Reid in 2017, who was a producer for Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell, the show that he had prior to passing away. But the document had described Earth-like humanoids, small humanoids, which are grays, non-humanoid EVEs, these are the insectoids and the reptilians, and the fourth being the transmorphic entities. In essence, those are the entities, or they're not physical beings or creatures existing in perhaps some other dimension or plane, not in our space or time. That's the description of the transmorphic entities. But I tend to think of them in another. Are you familiar with the writing of Mac Tonnies or John Keel? These are the Mac Tonnies had written the cryptoterrestrials, and John Keel had written the ultra-terrestrials. A little bit different between the way they both describe these entities. For instance, Tony's work stops short of defining the exact nature and the intentions of the cryptoterrestrials, so it kind of leaves it open to what they might actually be. He hints at the possibility that they could be indigenous humanoids. When I think of indigenous humanoids, I think of like Atlanteans. I don't think of progenitors or Anunnaki, because to me, progenitors and Anunnaki are extraterrestrials. They're not indigenous. And there may be other types similar to the Atlanteans. His hypothesis suggests that they're a sister race, a parallel race, developing advanced technology in response to us. I remember him terming it as human numerical dominance, meaning we are now the dominant species on the planet. We are outnumbering all other intelligent species, in particular these indigenous humanoids. So the advanced technology that they may have developed clearly has surpassed human capabilities. So when I think of Moffett Field that night, and I think of that disc hovering outside of Hangar 1, and then when I think of 2004, the Tic Tac UFO witnessed by the USS Princeton, the USS Nimitz, or 1964 with Lonnie Zamora seeing the egg-shaped UFO that had been situated on a tripod, which hovered, the tripod retracted into the ship. There were no visible protrusions of the ship, and it left without a traditional, a conventional propulsion system. There are crowds that exist that our government is no longer denying the existence of. In fact, they're holding congressional hearings for the first time in 50 years. I talk about that UFO Nexus. It was in 1966 when they had the first UFO hearing. In 68, they had the Condon Committee. And then in 69, they had an official UFO committee. I think it was Gerald Ford at the time who was the other president, but he was the minority leader in the House, who was also involved with that whole,
So yeah, I got a little bit
that whole
artistic help from the family on that one.
sphere of congressional hearings.
Throwing crap on me during the shoot. So
I just think that some of the things that I've seen personally can factor into things that other people have seen. And it makes sense that we are now, 50 years later, 40, 30 years later, after people were being humiliated and ridiculed over what they're reporting. For instance, in 2004, on the USS Princeton, Kevin Day, who was a radar specialist, he witnessed exactly what David Fravor saw, and David Fravor's co-pilot, with regards to the Tic Tac UFO. They were part of the USS Nimitz. He was a specialist at the USS Princeton. But in his case, he was ridiculed. His political, his military career was put at risk over the fact that he was talking about what he saw, what they had physically recorded. And David Brush, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, there has been quite a remarkable transition, and you do have to ask, and we will get to this, but I think you do have to ask whether this is part of a deeper program, because we've moved out of what was clearly an effort to ridicule the topic, to get the general public to dismiss it, to now where all of a sudden there's been a 180. Now the agencies, and even with the Congress, the Pentagon, the White House, are doing so much to get the public interested on this topic as a national security threat. And so, if you think about it, how does an entire country or even a planetary civilization go from UFOs are a joke, nonsense, anyone that talks about it, that the tinfoil hats, they should be, they should be in a psychiatric institution, to all of a sudden, like, UFOs are serious national security. It doesn't happen overnight. It has to be a few years of conditioning to overcome that. And I think that's where we are at the moment. But we'll talk about that more.
Absolutely. And I think that you had mentioned conditioning. Obviously, from the 1950s on, little by little, society has been conditioned by Hollywood, by the media, by television, to familiarize themselves and become acquainted with the concept of non-human entities, of flying saucers. A lot of people don't realize it, but the term UAP is not a new term. It's not an acronym that just popped up out of nowhere. Back in 2022, in May of 2022, when they had the first meeting on UAPs, the first in 50 years. The term UAP actually goes all the way back to the 1960s. So, that's interesting to me. But they're adopting the term UAP now because of the stigma associated with the acronym UFO. There's such a negative stigma and attachment to the term UFO or aliens. To do away with that, what we're seeing now is the government is taking an interest in UAPs. You never hear them utter the word aliens. Rather, you hear them utter the term non-human entities, non-human intelligence. And it was in the Wilson memo. If you go back and look at the Wilson memo, which surfaced, I think it was in 2021, there they had mentioned the term aliens, alien craft, or something to that effect. I don't recall it exactly at the moment. But there have been incidents where leaks have occurred, and they've been pretty profound. They have reached the point where those observing, those reviewing, have asked themselves, if the government is now making commentary on what we've already known all along, of what we've known all along. How is it going to affect society? You know, in November, in the weekend of 17th and 18th of November, they had the Soul Conference, the Soul Symposium in Stanford. And one of the documents of the PowerPoint presentation that U.S. Army Colonel Carl Nell was showing essentially outlined the disclosure process, how they were by 2030 going to eventually let the public know to an extent about UAP technology, and perhaps non-human entities. Remember, some of the terminology that was discovered was hierarchy of beings, prime directive, and that's similar to what we hear in typical sci-fi narratives. So, is what was occurring at the Soul Symposium more conditioning? Is it part of a psyop, a psychological operation? I don't know, but we need to continue asking for transparency. We need to continue championing the cause of openness so that we can gain greater access to the information that our military and various facets of academia and the scientific communities are discussing behind doors.
Yes, well, I think that the big risk is that the UFO or the UAP phenomenon as it's now being defined is taken seriously from 2004, and everything that occurred previously is dismissed as tinfoil hat territory. And what they're doing is that they're bringing out a lot of these scientists like Avi Loeb and Eric Davis, Gary Nolan, a lot of these scientists who want to really focus on this is a science phenomenon. This is something where we need hard facts and evidence, and we need instrumentation, we need calibration, and so to really look at the whole phenomenon through the lens of a scientist worldview, it's like, well, I mean, really, that's nonsense. Because from the very beginning, this was not a scientific phenomenon; it was a deep national security phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, I mean, the incidents you described kind of like illustrate that. People, there were extraterrestrials in those craft that you experienced when you were 5, when you were 7. There were beings piloting that craft out of that Hangar 1 at Moffett Field. And I mean, you mentioned the interest you had in the Dulce facility with Norio Hayakawa, and to me, that's one of the topics that fascinated me. That there are these deep underground military bases where you have extraterrestrials and corporate personnel and military personnel working together, and it's like, well, I mean, that is just astounding. And you spent quite a bit of time doing research and wrote a book about it. So what did you find out about the Dulce facility? And tell us about your UFO Highway book.
Right, so one of the most interesting things that I've found about the Dulce facility is the fact that over the years, I have befriended many of the families that live in Dulce. These are the Hickory Apache. And I met with Nancy Collado, Waylon Collado. These are 2 former tribal police officers. Nancy's grandfather was the president of the Hickory Tribal Council. And I believe it was a great uncle who was also president at one time. So I've taken a real interest in meeting with these people, understanding their culture, and trying to gain insight as to why there's this enigma around the entire area. And this history that goes all the way back to 1940 with this Murdoch expedition, which I learned from this Colonel X, who was working at the Dulce facility and who met with Phil Schneider. You know, Darcy Weir, who did the documentary on Phil Schneider, had contacted me for several months trying to get me involved with his documentary, and unfortunately I couldn't because I was bound to a contract that I was somebody had bought the option to the UFO Highway, and I was asked not to participate in this movie, this documentary. But Darcy Weir did an outstanding film, and which was just a collection of research into the entire Phil Schneider aspect of the story. You know, there's a whole nother story. There's the John Lear aspect of the story, which talks about Thomas Costello, of whom he learned about through Ann West, whose real name was Shirley Hinkle. She and I didn't get along at the time, because I was doing my own independent investigation of everything that I had learned of Dulcie based on the information that I had received from Colonel X. So when I looked into the Thomas Costello aspect, my investigation turned up that he didn't exist. The colonel told me that there was no Thomas Costello and that there was no security guard position as described by Ann West and John Lear that he recalls. Being that DSD-3 is what he said was the security division there at Dulce. And there is an underground facility. It's not under the Archuleta Mesa. It's within Mount Archuleta. And it extends out to the Archuleta Mesa. And there are other areas. There's these other areas that extend out into the perimeter of the township, away from the Archuleta Mesa. It's a massive facility. And one of the things that people talk about often when they think about the Dulce story is the Nightmare Hall. Well, there was a Nightmare Hall. It differs a little bit from the story that was put out by John Lear, but it was called the Maximum Containment Center. And it was an area where they were doing a lot of genetic experimentation on super soldiers. There's a whole story that I can delve into with regards to that. But I think the most interesting thing is that the individual that I interviewed back in 2009 to 2010 really put together this semblance of information that when you look at it from the perspective of a civilian like me, I was never in the military. It's something that just is mind-blowing. The fact that there are gray alien beings working alongside facets of the military-industrial complex in an underground facility, it's just amazing to me. And when I think about Los Alamos, when I think about Kirtland Air Force Base, that entire region extending all the way up to northern New Mexico, touching the southern border of Colorado, all the cattle mutilations. And I think back to some of the stories of there was a sergeant, there was an individual who was abducted and mutilated by the Greys, very much like the cattle was. It's a famous story. There's something going on there. There's enough information to confirm the veracity of the events that have emerged from all of New Mexico.
Can you tell us more about this Colonel X? I mean, you say you personally interviewed him, so can you reveal more about what his specialty was and what it was? Is he still alive, for example?
I don't know if he's still alive. It's been a long time since I've spoken to him, but I can tell you this. I was running a blog. I had a blog at Intel Corporation. This was at Intel Corporation. I was in charge of a bunch of servers. I worked in a department called IT at Intel. And on one of the servers that I had created on the intranet, gee, that's a term I haven't used in a long time, the intranet. That's how old I am. But on the intranet, I had a server that was accessible to a large number of friends and employees within the company, coworkers. And they knew that I was writing articles. I was doing a blog before blogs existed, essentially, about Area 51, about human origins, about quite a few things with relation to UFOs and UFO sightings. On one particular day, I got contacted by an individual about that blog, and it turns out this person was working there under an assumed identity, and they themselves were in hiding. They had put me in contact with somebody who had told them about an occupation that they had had within the military working in northern New Mexico. That's how I got in contact with Colonel X. And he had agreed. They knew that I was writing a book. They knew that I was putting a book together for Area 51. And I had been in contact with Nori Hayakawa. And the entire trajectory of the book changed at that point. The moment I sat down and I heard from this colonel what it was that he had been through, he had talked about these Type X events. He talked about how he was part of a specialized unit that responded to any type of emergency incident that involved non-human craft, UFOs essentially. And through him, I gained a wealth of knowledge about the Murdoch expedition, the meeting between Grays and the military. I remember you had spoken about 1954, Edwards Air Force Base. Well, guess what, Dr. Solid? The Murdoch Army Airfield used to be, was the precursor to Edwards Air Force Base. And I wasn't aware of that at the time. It was Nori Hayakawa, when I met with him, who started giving me information about the history of the bases, and I had to put two and two together, and I realized there are some deep connections to the individuals involved with the story about Dulce, the underground base, and the great aliens.
Yes, that Dulce base, I mean, that is something that I remember when I first became interested in this UFO phenomenon. I actually wrote a big, I think it was like a 15,000 word report about the Dulce base, about what was happening there. And so it's kind of like we'll literally hear like trucks or like a train or something traveling beneath the township of Dulce. And that correlates with some of the information that I received from the colonel, which was that there's an underground magnet system which extends from the Achille building out in Los Alamos all the way up to Dulce, and then from Dulce to all these other various locations. So there's a lot of interesting things that people tell about in Dulce. I remember I met with this one individual who was telling me about how she and her daughter had Grays visit them at night and perform medical experiments on them, and they were afflicted with paralysis. They couldn't move, yet they could see each other, and they could watch these beings conducting experimentation on them. One of them ended up getting cancer, and it was as if she received cancer from whatever it was they were giving her, or doing to her. And then years later, they cured her of the cancer. It was like a miracle. Whatever they did, they undid. These are the types of incidents that I have come across with Dulce. I remember there was another family that I hate, township, right there. So there's Taos, New Mexico, and then there's Taos, Pueblo. This is it's an indigenous group. Well, we met with the chief of police, and he told us about, over the course of 20 years, how he had a UFO incident years earlier when he was a police officer in Dulce. I wrote about this in UFO Highway 2.0, the book that I also just released. He described in exact detail what Paul Benowitz described. He didn't even know who Paul Benowitz was, but he described the same UFO that Paul Benowitz had described, which I had learned about through Mal Fabregas of the Veritas radio show, who he had sent me a PDF, and it just blew me away. It was a conversation between Paul Benowitz and a local UFO investigator, and the things that they had discussed were just amazing. Well, just for those that maybe don't know who Paul,
he had shared that information with AFOSI at a Kirtland Air Force Base. And it's funny to me, though, that individuals who were initially reticent about entertaining him ultimately gave him a $75,000 grant. And I think the only reason why they did that was because it was plausible that the electronic interceptions had unveiled something of a genuine national security interest But Dr. Sala, I think it had to do with aliens. I think it had to do with the great aliens that exist there in Dulce, New Mexico, and the ones who work somewhere within the vicinity of Los Alamos National Labs.
Seems like someone put thought into this instead of just showing up.
I agree, and you mentioned that book review I did of Project Theta. That was by Greg Bishop, and I just made the point that my thought was that Benowitz really did intercept some radio communications or some high frequency communications from extraterrestrials, and that the Air Force Office of Special Investigations knew that it was real. They funded him because they wanted to find out what was going on, and so they enabled him to dig up a lot of information. And then they had one of their operatives, Richard Doty, befriend Paul Benowitz, and he kind of started to do some very strange things, throwing in a lot of disinformation. But the point is, and I think you made that same point when we communicated prior to this interview, that the most effective disinformation is disinformation which is based on truth, but is spun in a way to misdirect a person or to get them to go down a dead end. And that's what they wanted to do with Benowitz. They wanted to suck out of him all the useful data that was relevant to AFOSI, but then steer him in towards this dead end. And so you want to take up the story from that.
Right. Well, Doty played a pivotal role in disseminating the disinformation to Benowitz. And what you had said, which I thought was brilliant, was that the questioning of whether or not we should trust those particular individuals that were involved in the disinformation campaign. For instance, today, Richard Doty is a regular at UFO conferences. In the early days, it was William Moore and Doty. People were highly opposed to them being anywhere near a UFO conference because of the nature of the work that they had done with regards to Benowitz, providing him all this false information, not to mention the fact that Richard Doty had his own interaction with Linda Moulton Howe, if you recall. And he had finally provided her with insight to what she had already known, what many UFO researchers had already known, but he gave her access to classified documentation that detailed the true nature and the true existence of what the military had been involved with regards to UFOs and non-human entities, aliens, for several decades, possibly going all the way back to the 40s. But it's still an enigma that's persistent to this day. The story of Paul Benowitz challenged everyone's perceptions, knowing that AFOSI would be willing to feed it.
They're kind of like front and center, putting out a lot of information, and so you do have to kind of question why is that? Why is it this information person like Richard Doty?
Right. And you still have to take whatever they say with a grain of salt, because you just don't know. I mean, to this day, Richard Doty could still be a part of a PSYOP, a psychological operation, continuing to throw genuine UFO researchers off the track of what's truly happening within the military, within the government, and within the private sector, the military-industrial complex. Who knows what's going on? But I think, ultimately it was a tragedy with what happened to Paul Benowitz. I remember Nori Hayakawa took me out, we drove up to the previous, matter of fact, I think at the time the family still lived at the residence of Benowitz's house. We went to Thunder Scientific, we saw the building, we went to Kirtland Air Force Base, we did everything, we did the tour. It was just Nori and myself, but I couldn't help but think throughout that entire trip that Nori and I did about the tragic nature and then determine, are these three individuals telling the truth? One, I think they are telling the truth. But two, we have to remember something very important. David
So
Grush
here we go. Moving
is a
along,
former
ladies and gentlemen, here he
counterintelligence
is, the
officer.
brother in cursive,
And what does
the one, the
counterintelligence
only, the big red
excel
machine,
at doing?
Patsy Cline's craziest
Obfuscating
of the crazy.
the truth.
One of my favorites.
I would imagine they start to study this crap. There are so many open-ended questions as to the genesis of the UFO that purportedly crashed and went into Italy. For instance, was that enough time for the Germans to begin tinkering and reverse engineering and developing their own technology, which far surpassed everybody else on the planet at that time? I mean, had they just had a few more months at the end of World War II, they were about to unleash a whole slew of rockets and jet propulsion engines for the aircraft that would have tipped the balance in their favor. And so I really wanted to do an analysis of what it was they were reporting to us through their testimony on July 26th. And from that, I wanted to give you insight into whether or not it was a site in detail. I go so far as to do an entire analysis of the incident from my own perspective. And then I ask, is the Tic Tac UFO a product of reverse engineering? Is it an element that is from a legacy, this rich legacy of potential reverse engineering that happened since the 1940s here in the United States and with our partners in the Five Eyes Alliance, the Five Eyes. So I don't know. I do my best to advocate for traditional UFO researchers and put together correlations with things that are happening now. For instance, the Las Vegas UFO and alien incident. That was a strange incident that occurred in April of this year, on April 30th, leading into midnight, May 1st, the next day. We have a family that claims that they witnessed work. He did a full interview with Ashley Bancroft from News Nation. The police officers themselves, one of the funny things about that evening was that the minute they walked into the backyard, they turned off the body cams. They turned them off, or at least they obfuscated the view out of concerns of privacy. Let me ask you something. When does the police ever turn those things off because of out of concerns of privacy of the people that reported? Almost never. So that stood out as an oddity. Again, lending credence to the fact that something was being hidden from the public that occurred at that home on that evening.
Oh, William, you are shaped like
that was a very strange incident, and what was interesting was that only a couple of months after that, we had something similar happening in Peru involving these beings abducting or trying to abduct some of the children from these villages there in the Amazonian region. And this was all happening during a time when the US and Peru were conducting joint military exercises. So you do have to ask, was this all part of some conditioning program for...
Well, told me that with the massive geographical sizes of both China and Russia, it is almost guaranteed that over the decades they too have retrieved crashed UFOs and have begun to tinker and reverse engineer with the technology very similar to what the West has been performing with. So, when you think about strategic alliances, they're going to try and ensure that no single nation is left behind and promotes a united human front. Meaning, we're going to see, let's say, for instance, there is a non-human entity that we ultimately encounter. Are you familiar with former CIA agent John Hernandez, who said that in 2027, aliens are going to reveal themselves? A lot of people used to think this was ludicrous. Not so much anymore.
Is that John Ramirez?
John Ramirez. And that's why we're now talking about space policy development, technological readiness. We're seeing lots of public engagement And with the Soul Symposium, what we're seeing a confluence of interdisciplinary research groups. We're seeing the military, we're seeing academia, we're seeing everybody come together in preparation for this eventual disclosure event. And by the way, if you look at the lead document from the Soul Symposium, which was not supposed to be seen by anybody outside of the attendees, it showed a clear path to 2030 because they believe that we are in a secret arms race with the adversaries of the West over UAP technology, and whoever has it will assert technical dominance over everybody else. And there clearly is a national security risk as an implication. Why all this is coming up?
Well, that takes us to a key question, which is that according to David Rush and Bob Lazar's testimony, Eric Davis, that the US has recovered some crashed UFO debris. This does involve non-human intelligence. These are being studied in corporate laboratories. But then you have this idea that, well, these efforts to reverse engineer the craft have been unsuccessful. That the craft is just...
The colonel that I interviewed alluded to a lot of the information that the course was being absolutely truthful. So when I think of the aircraft, the UAP craft that we are now seeing, is it possible that we are witnessing a remnant of the legacy of reverse engineering that has taken place here in the United States and amongst our allies? The answer is yes. If you go back to 2016 over Beaver Valley in Utah, there was a craft that was seen traveling at an enormous rate of speed. Of course, defying all the known laws of physics and not tenable for any human pilot. Meaning, a lot of the UAP craft that we're seeing is perhaps born of the technology that we have reverse engineered, but I will say this. I don't think humans are piloting these craft. I think we are witnessing autonomous systems or logic models. We are literally creating aliens and we don't realize it. We're creating our own non-human entities with intelligence that is far superior. But when I go back to talking about the UAP craft that defy the known laws of physics, it would take an artificial general intelligence or some semblance of an autonomous system, possibly paired with a human remote drone operator to pilot these craft. What we are seeing over our oceans, off the coast of California in 2019, or as witnessed by the USS Princeton and the USS Nimitz in 2004. These are things that human pilots could not manage. They wouldn't survive the rate of speed, the rate of elevation, and immediate deceleration. It's just not tenable for a human body.
Well, I wanted to bring up the testimony of Edgar Fouché, who discusses the TR-3B, and he describes it actually having, utilizing torsion field physics, where there's a highly pressurized plasma circulating in a circular tube or chamber around the craft. It's a triangle-shaped craft, and as it reduces the weight or the weightless, it creates this. It's not quite weightless. It reduces the overall mass of the craft by a factor of, I think it was 87%. So whoever are the occupants, I mean, the laws of inertia would now apply where, okay, rather than them being able to withstand, say.
But I do remember this. If Edgar Fouché was correct in his assumption in how the propulsion was and how the craft attained its level of mass for its occupants, it very well could be something that we're seeing on a regular basis. If you go to the Stephenville incident in was it 2009 Fuel, Texas? That was a massive triangle that they saw. Some people in the 1997 over Phoenix, Arizona, the Phoenix licenses, some people reported seeing that as a massive mile-wide triangle. But we have a lot of incidents. There was one here in Fremont, California. Very famous case in Fremont, California, where a massive triangle craft was seen. Makes me think of the TR-3B. Is that what we're seeing? Different variants of the TR-3B? Only those who were involved with the development of these craft would know how many different variants exist of the craft. What we saw over Texas may not be what we saw over Arizona and California. Incidentally, the Phoenix craft did fly over Nevada and into Arizona. So there is that possibility.
Well, I just wanted to raise one example of someone who has been in one of these flying triangle-shaped craft. He's a military witness. He's currently serving with the US Army. I used the pseudonym JP to refer to him, and he says he's been in some of these TR-3Bs, and he's also been inside of a flying rectangle. So a lot of people have similar stories of being inside of these craft as part of a secret space program. What makes JP unusual is that he's taken photographs. He's actually got photographs. He's sent me dozens of photographs. People always say, where's the evidence for these wild claims? He's got photographs. He said he went on a rectangle-shaped craft and he saw people wearing US Air Force Special Operations patches. So he identified the patch of the people on these flying rectangle crafts. So he's one example, and there are many others that say that yes, indeed, these secret space programs exist. They've been flown by the Navy, by Air Force Special Operations, or the Space Force, and I think that this is part of the rationale for creating Space Force and Space Command now, is to kind of like white world the classified programs. So yeah, do you want to comment about that?
You remember in the mid-2000s, China had announced that they had destroyed one of their aging weather satellites on low Earth orbit and using a terrestrial laser-based system.
Yes, I remember that incident. It was anti-satellite.
Right. Well, I find it odd that one of the directives that has come out of the Chinese military and the Russian military is the ability to destroy satellites from terrestrial-based laser systems. Not too long after that, the United States developed the Boeing X-37B, which spent 287 days on classified mission around the planet. We're seeing levels of technology take these exponential leaps. And as a matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago, China just launched a secret spy satellite. One that many people within the Department of Defense, their craft is recently crashed. But we're going to see struggles between superpowers over resources on the moon and perhaps mining operations in the asteroid belt. All of this, not to mention Elon Musk talking about creating bases on Mars. So there's so much happening right now, and I think that in order for us to truly accomplish this, beyond the conventional propulsion rocketry that we currently possess, it's going to take the implementation of otherworldly propulsion systems that are potentially based off of reverse engineered UFOs, UAVs, and not shock everybody, but when we put the wheels into motion and we start revealing the existence of these craft, perhaps the TR-3B is a precursor to what we're going to see within the next 7 to 10 years. You have John Ramirez saying that aliens are going to reveal themselves in 2027, and you have U.S. retired U.S. Colonel,
Yay,
Army Colonel
Rabolo!
Colonel Now,
What's
saying
up,
that we are
buddy?
in a secret arms race to be the first to announce the UAP disclosure by 2030.
Yeah, there he is,
A lot of
Rabolo.
stuff has happened.
We loved your submission. It was incredible.
Well,
How are
indeed
you, dude?
there is, and I wanted to give you the opportunity to tell us about your upcoming book, The Modern UFO UAP Researcher's Handbook, and I know that it's going to be available sometime in January. So you want to tell us about that and what else you're doing over the next few months?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, the Modern UFO UAP Research Handbook, it's a traditional handbook that has all the information that you're accustomed to seeing, but it goes beyond that. I believe that the glossary that I've assembled, the protocols that I have put into place for researching UFO sightings and UFO crash sites are unlike anything you've ever seen. I talk about the SP-23 close encounter type expansion classification. So CE6 is direct communication. That's communication in cases that are typically nonverbal and may encompass the exchange of complex thoughts or emotions. CE7 is biological effects. These can be immediate or manifest over time effects that may include physical markings, altered health states, or psychological transformations. And then I go on through CE8 all the way to CE12. Interestingly, CE12 is based on temporal distortion. These are the characteristics of the CE12 are time distortion closely correlated with the presence or proximity of a UFO or UAP. So it's a really contemporary way of adding on to these already incredible classification systems from both Heineck and Belay. I just give my own perspective. And this was developed with fellow researcher Richard J. Prestel. And that's why we call it the SP-23. It's the Sanchez-Prestel 23 Close Encounter Type Expansion Classification, SP-23. And it's free for everybody to look. And I think that if they look at that PDF, which is free at UFOcurrents.com, they're going to see that the follow-up actions are important. How to contact a witness, how to interview a witness, what's the importance of witness anonymity, environmental analysis, everything is included. And I think people are really going to like this book.
Well, thank you, Anthony, for sharing a wealth of information going back now spanning 4 decades that you've been doing UFO research. So very happy to have you on Exopolitics today, and I look forward to having you back.
It was an honor to speak with you, Dr. Soloff. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You have been listening to Exopolitics today with Dr. Michael Soloff. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Soloff. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
I was trying to get my brother to reprise his role as the prostitute, but he couldn't tonight. So I thought of doing some Skipper Gilligan thing, and we didn't have much planning because I didn't know if we were going to be on or not. But it's just a fun. I mean, there might be some symbolism there. I don't know. It's like a David
Timothy Alberino is the author of Birthright, The Coming Posthuman Apocalypse, and the Usurpation of Adam's Dominion on Planet Earth. He recently returned from an investigation to Peru where he interviewed villagers associated with an abduction event of females and others in the remote Amazon region of Peru, and he's here to talk about it today with us on Exopolitics.
You are listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Soloff, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. Click the like button and subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Soloff.
It's a fucking weird time. We have no idea if we're going to be able to sit in a patio.
Well, welcome, Timothy. Glad to have you back on Exopolitics Today.
Dr. Soloff, it was a pleasure.
So, you have been very busy, and I know you've gotten back from a number of Central American, South American countries, and one of those was Peru, where you went to investigate. So, for people who maybe don't know what happened in Peru, that like compelled you to go there and investigate, why don't you kind of give people a quick summary of what it was that happened there over the last few months?
Okay, well, back in mid-July, between mid-July and the beginning of August, some very compelling videos began to surface on social media in which we saw villagers from the Peruvian Amazon in a state of chaos at nighttime, running around their village, discharging their firearms into the jungle. Subsequent interviews with the villagers revealed that they were under assault by some sort of a mysterious force, by mysterious assailants, who some of them alleged were extraterrestrials, or at least they believed that they were extraterrestrials because of the incredible capabilities of the assailants. And this all began in a jungle village called San Antonio de Pintuyacu, which is located up the Pintuyacu River, about a 2-day journey from Iquitos, which is the primary city in the department of Loreto. And this occurred in the region of Alto Nanay. And subsequent to that video and that incident, other incidents began to break out in the Peruvian Amazon. Basically the same phenomenon, but with some different details. For example, there was one incident in which a couple of people were allegedly being attacked by a UFO that was deploying some sort of a light at them, a laser beam or light at them that was trying to apparently lift them off the ground. There were some individuals who were attacked by lasers. There was a group of students who, in the same region, while they were out doing something for their college, encountered in the jungle, encountered the strange being walking through the jungle. So there was all a series of incidents that were happening around the same period of time. But it was this particular incident in San Antonio de Pintuyacu that sort of kicked off the media frenzy. Peruvian media took the stories very serious, especially the one from San Antonio de Pintuyacu. And no one had actually traveled to the village to conduct a thorough investigation. Two police officers did respond initially. They had to go and investigate the attempted abduction of a 15-year-old girl named Talia. So they responded to the abduction attempt. They went out there to conduct a very preliminary investigation. They had a Navy escort with them, but the police officers conducted what I would consider to be really a piss-poor investigation and concocted a ridiculous fabrication. They said that the village was being assaulted by miners, river miners, with jetpacks, and that the river miners were attempting to scare the villagers and drive them off the land. I now know, and suspected early on, but I now know for sure that that story is an utter fabrication. It is false. The villagers are offended by the notion that they're being attacked by river miners. And we now know also that the objective of the phenomenon is not to drive anybody off of the land. We can discuss that, why I believe that. But that's how this whole incident began, how this whole phenomenon sort of resurfaced. This phenomenon is associated with what's called the Pelacata phenomenon, the face peeler phenomenon in the Peruvian Amazon. And it's that the face peeler phenomenon is probably goes back to the mid-'80s, maybe early '80s. It's not an ancient thing. It's relatively recent, going back to early to mid-'80s when it first began. The indigenous communities of the Peruvian Amazon, they don't know who the face peelers are. They suspect one of two things: either A, they suspect that they're an international consortium of gringos who are conducting clandestine organ harvesting operations, or B, that they're extraterrestrials, that they're non-human entities. performing some sort of operation for unknown purposes, I would say that there's also a C option, and that both of these things are true. In other words, it's a cooperation between some human faction and extraterrestrial faction or non-human faction. I don't know that for sure, but I would certainly add that in as a possibility. So after all of these incidents erupted on social media, many people in my audience were asking me to go and investigate because I had previously lived in near this region of the jungle. I've been in this region of the jungle, but I lived up the River Masan, which is not far away, and for an extended period of time. That's where I learned to speak Spanish. I learned to speak their particular dialect of Spanish, which is called Charafa, which mixes in a little bit of Quechua with Spanish, and so you know, I've contracted malaria 5 times in this region of the jungle. I'm very familiar with it. I was 19 years old when I was living in this area, so it just seemed sort of appropriate for me to go and conduct this investigation, and so ultimately I decided to mount the expedition. I was fortunate to be accompanied by my colleague Doug Thornton, who is an infantry marine and DHS operator, and so I also had some help. I was able to co-fund the operation, the expedition. I had some friends of mine from Conduit Church in Tennessee who helped me co-fund the expedition, because so that's not unusual. Although most of these guys only have a couple of cartridges, they don't have a whole lot of ammunition. But what is unusual is when I got to San Antonio de Pintuyacu, it took us 2 days to get there, going up the river from Iquitos. I was able to get a riverboat and fill up with all of our supplies and everything, get up the river. And when we arrived at the village, we were met at the shore by a small army of men with shotguns. That was very unusual. These guys were usually the villagers in these communities do not walk around with shotgun in hand loaded. They have shotguns in their houses. They grab them when they go hunting, but they don't walk around day and night holding their shotguns. And that's the situation. That was the situation in San Antonio. So, as I said, when I arrived, I was met by a small army of guys with shotguns, loaded. And they were obviously in a condition, in a heightened condition of vigilance. They were maintaining their arms throughout the day, loaded and ready to fire. So that is unusual.
Yes, that really did strike me looking at those images. I don't know if we can show one of those, but yeah, those villagers that greeted you all with arms, that's kind of like suggesting that they are kind of like very paranoid, or as you said, very vigilant about something. Something's happening there. And you did talk with the female, you mentioned that there was an attempt to abduct her, and so
it was a situation. I'll describe. I'll try and encapsulate what I was able to gather through the testimonies, the interviews that I conducted. I conducted many interviews in the village. Many guys wanted to talk to me and were very willing to tell me their stories, their encounters with this phenomenon. And so basically, the village, when we got there had been a month or two since these things had occurred. It was not actively happening in the village when we got there. We're coming after the incidents. So the village was being assaulted mid-July to early August by these very strange assailants who only operated at night. So as soon as the sun went down, that's when the activity would begin, and this went on for a few weeks consecutively. These individuals, these assailants are dressed from head to foot in black armored bodysuits. They have strange helmets. They're wearing helmets that are elongated in the back. The helmets cover their faces. And they have these almond-shaped eye lenses, yellow tinted. They have hard shell backpacks, which we suspect might be battery packs or small reactors. And they have very strange footwear. Their footwear, they would see these dark figures. They would see these dark figures, these dark silhouettes sort of surfing on top of them. It's important to understand that these hoverboards, these circular hoverboards, are completely silent. They make no sound, except for when they accelerate off the ground, which they seem to make some sort of a compressed air sound. And the mode of operation, some sort of a compressed air sound. And the mode of operation, the way that these assailants would enter the village is they would hover above. The way that these assailants would enter the village is they would hover above the village, and then they would land back in the jungle, in the openings between the trees. They would land these circular hoverboards, and then they would dismount. Usually, they would dismount, come walking through the jungle, or floating through the jungle, because remember, they have these circular discs on the bottom of their footwear, which I suspect rather, magnetically snap into the hoverboard. That's what I suspect. And I suspect that the energy source that powers the hoverboard is being carried on their back, because when they snap into these hoverboards, or when they remount their hoverboards, they press a button on their shoe, on their footwear, that activates, that energizes the technology and allows them to lift off the ground. So it seems to me that they're carrying the technology on their bodies, probably in these backpacks, the energy source, and that there is some function, with just the discs on the bottom of the shoes. I hope I'm explaining this in a comprehensible way. But they were encountered by multiple people in the village, face to face, at nighttime, with flashlights. One individual told me, several guys shot at them. One individual told me that he shot at one of these guys point blank with a 16-gauge shotgun. There's other houses around the village, around hers, and between her house and the other houses, there's this sort of it's sort of like a little gully. It's forested. There's some jungle back there. It's almost like a backyard. There's a little chicken coop, thatch roof chicken coop back there, and you're showing pictures right now of Talia. That's her backyard, and to her left is this little gully and this little chicken coop, and surrounding are these. It's surrounded by these other houses. And that's important because of what happens there. So Talia, just after dark, is in the backyard, knocking fruit down from a tree with this pole, this long stick. One of the fruit falls to the ground. She bends down to pick it up, and there's some dead leaves, as you can see in the picture. There's some dead leaves on the ground. And she suddenly notices that the leaves begin to rustle, and she feels a gentle. Then they took a larger canister out, a tube, almost like a toothpaste tube, and they squeezed some other kind of cream in their hands. This was the gringo who had her from behind, remember, with his hand over mouth. So he's proceeding now to smear this other cream on her face. And as he's doing this, she said she heard the Peruvian assailant say, "Be careful, don't put too much on her face, it's going to ruin the flesh." Or don't apply too much, it's going to ruin the flesh. Now, in a subsequent conversation I had with Talia, she explained to me that what they were saying was that the cream, if too much is applied, it's going to make it difficult to cut the skin off of the flesh, to separate the skin from the tissue beneath. And that's what she said. Now, so they applied this cream to area, which is that. Everyone comes running. Her brother's sitting on the porch. She's got his flashlight. Her neighbors are sitting on their porches. They've got their flashlights. As soon as she screams, they're on the scene in a matter of seconds. And they've got their flashlights. So this is where Talia's, one more detail from Talia's account before she goes unconscious. After she screamed, the Peruvian assailant, again I'm calling him the Peruvian assailant, and they were able to treat her wounds, and also they subsequent to treating days later, when they examined her, they diagnosed her with severe PTSD. And I can attest to the fact that that girl, Talia, has severe PTSD. When I first encountered her in the village, it was during the day. It was in the evening, everybody's playing volleyball and soccer in the plaza. When I encountered her, as soon as she saw, she started trembling. The skin, where the face has been removed, is very cleanly cut. There's this very clean incision that's obviously been made. That is not the work of piranhas. That is not the work of the depredation of any kind of predator. That is a face being cut off. Now, could be with a sharp knife, could be with a laser scalpel. I had assumed that that incident had taken place somewhere in the Peruvian Amazon, in the general region of San Antonio and Bianco, but I wasn't sure. The villagers in San Antonio told me, yes, this did happen. It happened around the same time, and that individual, that young man, was found in basically the same region of the jungle. I have not been able to independently verify that yet, but according to the villagers in San Antonio and Bianco, that incident did indeed happen in basically the same region of the jungle in Alto Nanay. And that is typical of the face peeler phenomenon. So we can only assume that that is what was going to happen to Talia. Had these assailants been able to maintain control of her and finish the job, unfortunately, I think Talia's body would have been discovered in very similar conditions, with her face gone. So it's the face peeler phenomenon is exactly that. These guys are peeling faces. Now, I should say, whether or not this time these particular individuals are the actual face peelers of, the same guys that have been doing this since the 1980s, or whether, or perhaps they may be mimicking the phenomenon to try, because they want the villagers to think that's who they are, to cover up whatever other activity they're doing. I don't know. I can't say. That's certainly within the realm of possibilities. But the phenomenon is very real and human. It's like, we don't know how to explain it. And again, they chase them through the jungle. And by the way, they found their tracks. They leave these tracks in they're very large. All the guys said their tracks are really big. And they're two circles. So they're the discs on the bottom of their shoes. They leave these two circular tracks for each foot. And they're really big. Everybody stressed that to me. They're really big. And the assailants seem to be between 6.5, 7.5, even perhaps up to 8 feet tall. And that may be because of the technology that's in their footwear. Maybe it's giving them 6 inches height, right? Whatever this technology is, it's on the bottom of their shoes. Or it may be that maybe they're not humans, or maybe they're not normal humans. Maybe we're dealing with super soldiers. Maybe, I don't know, and of course I'm just spitballing here. This is rank speculation on my part, but maybe we're dealing with reptilians. Maybe we're dealing with hybrids. Or maybe we're just dealing with gringo face peelers, some sort of an international consortium of very evil men who are out there organ harvesting, I don't know. I suspect they're human, but I can't say for sure. I don't know.
Well, in your investigation, you interviewed one villager who drew a flying saucer craft or some kind of spacecraft. So, how does that relate to this? Is that like the kind of mothership or the original craft that the beings came from?
That's a very important detail, because apart from this hoverboard technology that they have and these discs on the bottom of their shoes, these guys apparently are also flying around in what I can only describe as advanced aerospace vehicles. There you have a picture of it. That individual right there, he's drawing this for me on the acrylic chalkboard, on the acrylic board. He's describing his encounter with this craft. Now you have to understand why you're looking at it. It's an acorn-shaped craft. You're looking straight up at it. So he's describing what he saw. It's directly above him. So that's the perspective of him below the craft. That's the bottom of the craft looking straight up at him. He says that one day at 3 o'clock in the morning he was out checking his nets, pulling his nets up in the river, when suddenly, he said it was suddenly illuminated like daytime. The sun had just come out. So it was like daytime. and he saw this light reflecting in the water, and he realized there's something above him, so he looks up, and that's what he sees. He sees this craft, and the craft has got a light flashing down on him. And he said that it was about 30 feet above his head. He was very close. He got a good long look at it. He's just sitting there in his canoe looking up at it. Transparent. It had sort of a transparent mesh. He kept saying mesh. Maja. Transparent mesh. And that's how he described it. And he said it was shaped sort of like an acorn. You see those little nubs on the side. He said it didn't have wings. It had these little nubs on the side, rounded nubs, that it opened up. They folded open, and that's the position they're in the picture there. They folded, if you read the book by The Hunt for the Skinwalker, by Knapp and I forget the other guy's name, Kelheller, I think was his name. It's very, very, very similar craft that's being described here that I saw that was on Skinwalker Ranch and that these guys are describing here in the jungle, including Amazon. So now we're dealing with advanced aerospace vehicles. This is not conventional. So as soon as I realized that we're dealing with technology, I mean the armor plating, the black armor body suits, okay, that can be conventional, state-of-the-art conventional body armor, body armor. The Russians have it, we have it, I'm sure that the Chinese have it. Okay, that can be conventional. However, these platforms, these hoverboard platforms, circular hoverboard platforms, are not conventional. That's not conventional technology. It's not propellers. By the way, I asked this individual, did you see any propulsion system? Did it have propellers? Did it have engines? He said, no, there were no propellers and no engines, and it was hovering silently above me. He didn't even notice it was there until it turned the lights out, right? And it's quiet at nighttime, besides all the insects chirping at nighttime in the jungle. But, you know, he didn't hear it like the jets or propellers. And it's important to understand that these are the Aikido people. These are from the Aikido community. But this particular village got about 200 inhabitants. It is extremely remote, and it's a very important village because it's the original Aikido community. That's where the original. That's where they were hundreds of years ago. That's where their primary village was. So the provincial government in Loreto, from Aikidos, they built a government communication outpost in this village. And the reason why that's important is because these villagers have satellite uplink internet in the government building. They all go there in the evening, they sit there, and they're on social media, or they're watching movies. And that's important because these guys are all aware of, you know, they all know what helicopters look like. They know they've seen all the same movies. They've watched all the same movies we have. That's why they said that in the initial reporting, they said that the assailants were like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man, because they were familiar with that movie. And the reason why they said that was because of the elongated helmet. If you recall, the Green Goblin from Spider-Man, he has an elongated helmet, and he's got this body armor, and he's floating on top of this thing. That's why they said that, because that's very much like what they encountered, except not green, black, and it wasn't jet propulsion like on the Green Goblin. It was silent, and it was circular, the platforms. So we're not dealing with conventional technology in terms of the technology in the platforms and in the shoes and in these advanced aerospace vehicles. We're dealing with, obviously, some sort of advanced anti-grav or zero-point energy, something like this, electromagnetic, perhaps, some sort of a technology that is not conventional. And no, it has nothing to do with river miners, and it has nothing to do with cartels. Cartels do not have this kind of technology.
Well, one of the other interesting pieces of information we gleaned from that investigation was there were some villagers that you showed an image of an insectoid to, insectoid, and you showed that, and they identified it as involved in these incidents. So yeah, what happened there?
Well, that incident actually took place in a different part of, in a different village, not even a village or city. So I was in San Antonio, Yaku.
David, you want to check on that real quick?
I stayed there for 3 days and 2 nights. Now, I was going to stay there for 5 days, but we cut the trip short. We completed our investigation in San Antonio, Yaku, and so then we decided to take a couple of days that remained to us and go to visit the city of Nauta. Now, Nauta is a large jungle city. It has 35,000 inhabitants. It's the only place you can go by road from Iquitos. And Iquitos is one of the most, if not the most isolated city in the world. You can only get there by air or by water, by river. So you got maybe, possibly, could be being of some kind. And I originally, when I looked at this video, I thought it looked like an insectulum, what Dr. David Jacobs would describe as an insectulum, or maybe a very tall gray alien type creature. It's very fuzzy, it's very blurry, it's low resolution, it's hard to see, but it's very intriguing because in the video, and again, I feature all of this in the video I published on YouTube about the after action report I published on YouTube when I got back my YouTube channel. But in the video, you have this chaotic scene at nighttime. There's dogs barking, there's women and children yelling, and you have this guy with a flashlight who trains his flashlight on this tree, and he yells, "There it is! There it is!" And again, apparently, it looks like it could be some sort of a creature. Now, I wanted to go to this location during the day. And again, this is not in San Antonio, this is in Nauta. So we went back down the river, went to a craft. So they were a little bit confused, and that's when I put it together afterwards. Like, wait a minute, these are 2 instances, 2 different videos that happened in the same spot, most likely. And the people I was interviewing had seen the one incident, but not the other. And she even told me, this woman, that they sometimes see stuff over there, like it's not uncommon. They see craft and stuff in this backyard. And so, in my video, I take still from the original video that's filmed in that location in Nauta, and I analyze it, and I put up a picture of an insectulum, a rendition of an insectulum that compiled by abductees, right? And I think we may be looking at something like that. However, if in fact that is a being up there that they're putting their flashlights on in this video from now, if that's a creature, then it's extremely large. Because of the distance, and you can see again in my video, it's very difficult to explain it, but you can see clearly what I mean in my video on YouTube. The distance, where that being would have had to have been floating in that tree or standing or something in that tree. The size of his head, if indeed it's a head that we're looking at, indicates that that being had to have been 8, 9 foot tall, at least 7.5. So it was very large. That I know. If it is a being, it's very large. There's no question about it. So I was able to confirm with the neighbors that yes, they did experience some sort of a phenomenon unfold at that location. That's what we're seeing. And one of my chief security guy, the Navy guy, he looked at me and he said, you know, he was, by the way, these Navy guys accompanying us all around the village. They heard all the testimonies. They were standing right there with us, you know, standing guard in case. Why are they there? They're there because initially I thought maybe this is cartels and stuff, drug trafficking, human trafficking, you know, and it's, you know, a couple of gringos going out there with cameras. It's a good idea to have some security, so that's why they were there. But he said to me, he said, you know what? This is the first time since we've gotten out here that I'm nervous. He said, that video is making me really nervous. He said, there's something in that video, something very strange is going on, and I'm a little nervous now. In fact, right after he said that, he sent the other Navy guy out to go patrol around the boat with his flashlight. By the way, we brought the villagers of San Antonio, apart from we provisioned them with food and medical supplies, but we also brought them strategic technology. Again, it seems like a very human, but I'm totally open to the idea that we're dealing with reptilians in black armor bodysuits, that we're dealing with some sort of maybe even robots. My God, it could be artificial intelligence based on some of the other things. By the way, it's important to also for me to mention that yesterday I called a guy named Pablo Bardales, who lives in a farmstead called a little village called Jorge Chavez, which is on Lake Fucuna, near the city of Yurimaguas. Yurimaguas is in the Peruvian Amazon. It's not far from Iquitos. It's between Iquitos and Tarapoto. Yurimaguas is in the middle. I'm very familiar with Yurimaguas. Spent a lot of time in the jungle around Yurimaguas. I called him up and on his cell phone, and he was in the village when I called him. This individual, he's one of the individuals that experienced the same phenomenon and was hit with a laser and was knocked unconscious and had some heart problems afterward. His story came out in the news, and I followed up on it thanks to a contact on Twitter. And I talked to him yesterday, and he told me the same story. The same story. Their village it's a very little village. It's like a farmstead village on the lake. Their little community was attacked by the same guys, same kind of technology, flying on these circular hoverboard platforms, dressed in black armored bodysuits, the same kind of helmets. And they were attacked a month later in September. So this is after the assault on San Antonio in a different part of the Peruvian Amazon, in Yurimaguas. And he actually, what happened was he was bathing in the river, and he was coming back from the river back to his hut, and he had a towel around his waist, and he and his father saw these lights, these circular lights flying around in the sky. And then they saw these guys walking or floating. I don't remember if he said they were floating or not, but they were certainly at least walking around his homestead there, and same kind of thing. He grabbed his shotgun. He even said they were already aware of the Pelacata phenomenon that they've been breaking out in the parts of the jungle. So he started yelling, "Pelacata, Pelacata!" He grabbed his shotgun. He discharged one of his cartridges at these guys, and then he had one more. He put it in his shotgun. He started chasing them, and he chased them into like a little clearing, and he describes it in the video that's online, in which he's being interviewed by the Peruvian press. And he says that he shot him again, and he seems to maybe disabled or caused the technology that these guys are using to malfunction, because one of them was attempting to ascend into the sky and was having a hard time. And so what Pablo says is that when he saw that this guy was having a hard time ascending into the sky, he ran up to him, and remember he's in a towel here, a bath towel. He runs up to him and he grabs him by the waist, by the legs, as he's like lifting off the ground. And Pablo's pulling on this guy, trying to tackle him. He's yelling to his father and his friends to come and shoot this guy. And suddenly the guy pulls out what he calls a little flashlight, but he thinks it was a laser, some sort of a laser, and he hits him with the laser. He hits Pablo with the laser, and Pablo's and he had deduced, based on some later conversations he had with some people in the intelligence community, I think, that they were out there running, that these people with this advanced technology were out there running human trafficking operations in the middle of this jungle in the midst of this humanitarian crisis after the hurricane. So that's sort of how I place the Pelacata phenomenon. It's sort of in that same vein. Very sinister human beings with advanced technology, using it to do the absolute worst things imaginable. Harvest organs, cut faces off, human trafficking, which is a nightmare. I mean, that's really a nightmare scenario. It's like Richard Dolan's Breakaway Civilization, and it's like the most sinister villains, like super villains, are running these operations and are in control of this technology. But there also may be a cooperation between this evil faction of humans with a non-human faction. Certainly the technology seems to be derived from alien tech, at least from my perspective.
So where do you think this is heading? I mean, is this just like kind of like isolated series of events in a remote area of Peru that's just going to be like that, a mystery to be honest, that just won't be solved, or do you think it's building to something? Some people think that this could be something that kind of like sets the stage for some kind of false flag alien invasion. What are your views?
Well, the face peeler phenomenon has been going on for decades, but it's never garnered this much attention. We're living in a different age. We're living in an age in which these indigenous communities have cell phones and satellite uplink, internet up 35,000 inhabitants. So I don't know where this is going, but certainly whoever this faction is, human or non-human, or a combination of both, they must know that the cat's out of the bag at this point. Do they want that? Are they trying to draw the attention? Are these the original Pelakadas, face peelers, or is this a group doing something else that wants us to think that they're the face peelers? All of these are questions that are percolating in my mind, and I don't have answers except to say that we are dealing with something very sinister. As I said earlier, somebody has advanced, in my opinion, reverse engineered alien technology and is using it to do the most abominable thing imaginable. By the way, not far from Nauta, in another village up another river, I believe it's called Bagazan. I believe that's what the village is called. I don't remember exactly. There was a young boy who was rushed to the hospital in Nauta not long before we got there. It was some weeks before, and this was all over the news in the jungle near Iquitos, in the Iquitos region. This boy had sustained deep. I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, fascinating questions there, and I think that this kind of insectoid connection is an interesting one, because I know that these are beings that are associated with some kind of ancient underground civilization that have been, others have doing it. If they're doing it in cooperation with a non-human species, that's quite frightening. So what's next for you? What are you working on at the moment?
At the moment, I'm actually getting ready to publish a book of Enoch with commentary and some conceptual artwork and stuff, really cool. That's going to be coming out this month. So anyone who's interested in it, you and I had a discussion about the book of Enoch previously, so people can kind of track with me to see when that comes out. But as soon as I got, one of the reasons why I wasn't able to stay in San Antonio much longer than I did was because I had a father-son adventure planned that I wasn't going to compromise to Guatemala, where I went and investigated the ruin.
I am with JP. It is Monday, November 6th, and he had a visitation involving some Nordic extraterrestrials. So, welcome, JP, to Exopolitics Today.
How you doing, Doc? I really appreciate this moment in time that we're living, and this moment in time that we're talking, and bringing this beautiful information for everybody.
You're listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala, your source for the uncensored truth regarding the human, extraterrestrial, global, and political agenda. And subscribe to this channel. And now, here's Dr. Michael Sala.
When did this visitation happen?
This happened 2 days ago.
We're talking Saturday, November 4th. So, can you describe what happened? Where were you?
I was driving in my car, and I saw a light following the back part of my car. And I was like, what is this? What the heck is this? So I pulled over, and it was already dark. It was night. It was around 9-ish. And then it dimmed down. It really dimmed down to like a navy blue fluorescent color. And it landed. And it was humming. So I was like, do you hear me? I did not hear no answer back. So I kept walking towards the ship, and I walked towards the ship, and I see a Nordic there standing. And he lifts up his hands. He does like this, like he puts his whole palm like that, and he does it to me. and I hear his voice, and he tells me, I'm peaceful.
Yeah, you saw me last night. I was wrestling.
You can come forward.
It's true.
So when you look into his eyes, it's like your whole body feels numb, and you're like not hypnotized, but you're like your eyes fixates with his eyes. And he says, "Come forward." So I kept walking forward towards him, and then a platform came down from the ship. The ship was the size of a half a school bus, but the height of a school bus.
I love it, man.
So it was a size of like a half school bus, but the height of a school bus.
Just in terms of feet, we're talking so 20 feet in diameter and about 14 feet high. Is that about right?
Yeah, so we made.
Again,
Oh my goodness.
he's
Red
like,
Band.
the possibility is slim, but we're taking over all the arcs.
You know, the problem is that it's hard for them to see the
We're taking over all the arcs,
Oh my goodness.
and
What?
now they're in charge of the Pacific arc. So little by little, they're taking over the arcs,
Oh my god.
the Nordics,
You know,
and
they banned the
they're moving more to the center of the Pacific, more center to the Atlantic.
Oh,
And these arcs are
that's one of my
vibrating.
favorite races.
The arcs are vibrating. He was telling me that the arcs are vibrating. I don't know what that means.
That's NASCAR.
And then he said to me
Alright, well, man,
that
so
he
much
needs
fun.
me,
I'm so glad you did this.
and that he was going to get in touch with somebody else.
I fucking love you.
With
You're an awesome
another
guy
mission.
on stage and off.
And I said,
I think that
how did you find me?
home watching are,
And
you know,
how did you know I was around the area?
Blow up, you know,
He's like, we feel,
I mean,
we
look,
know
they
your
like
vibration.
fucking William Montgomery.
We
I'm
know,
like William Montgomery, just not
we
retarded.
know
Right,
where you're at
exactly.
Come
in
on.
all times.
Who do you want your hero
So
to be?
some people have a certain vibration
Exactly. You
that ETs, they can pick up,
That's my whole.
and that's why
Every time.
sometimes they get
rid of
followed
that guy.
all their life
serious
with these particular extraterrestrials, because they monitor their vibration is different from other people in how they think and how they do things. So I'm sitting there,
Okay.
I'm
All
like,
right. Thanks.
I'm feeling happy, I'm feeling the ship.
Fuck yeah, man.
Once you sit into these ships, you feel like the ship is part of you. So you feel happy, you feel healthy, you feel the ship pineapple and like lemon pineapple, and it left a taste, not a bad taste, but like a perfume, you know, and you're spraying perfume in your mouth, that bad sensation that you get in the back. It doesn't hurt nothing, it's just it doesn't taste. Yeah, an aftertaste that was not as pleasant, but he said it was normal to have that taste. It goes away in a couple hours. But I had that taste, like that dark chocolate taste. The after dark chocolate taste. And I felt good. I felt enlightened. I felt like I was getting more information. And I felt the urge, I think I told you, like 2 weeks ago or a week ago, that I felt like building a type of technology that I was building before. It's a type of healing technology. And I think after the interview, I'm going to ask your opinion about it. I can't talk about it right now, but it's a type of healing technology. It's like a better version, using crystals and other things that I think we can use, that we can find on Earth. So it's going to be quite interesting. So, yeah, he gave me that drink, and he got up, and he went like this to me. He put his hand down, and he got me on the platform, and I went to the platform, and then he looked at me, and he started crying. And I looked at him, and in my mind, I said, why are you crying? He's like, because of what humanity has become. Things can change dramatically in this timeline. And he said that to me. So there's something happening with it. temporal, something with timelines that is happening now. That is really, really, right now, I think everybody should be now in this time with a positive and more lovely heart in this moment of time. Because when there's a lot of hatred, when there's a lot of things happening around the world, that's when timelines are getting messed up. And certain things can come back. And certain things can develop that can damage some of the things that have been happening. And I said, so I asked him, what do you mean about the timeline? What do you mean? He's like, soon you're going to get picked up again, and we're going to take you to a place that we're going to show you about the timeline that we have showed to certain militaries around the world. So he went like this again with his hand. He pointed to the platform. And I looked at him and I started tearing up because I felt what he was feeling. So I went down, he stayed up, and he looked down at me, and he just waved at me. And I walked out, and I saw the ship. It closed up, and went all the way up. It shined. Hey, man, I don't know, but stay safe. I'm like, okay. Cool. So the cop left. I forgot to ask his badge number. That would have been good if I had his badge number. I got in the car, and I started heading back home. And it was a beautiful experience with the Nordic. I haven't had an experience like that since Orlando.
The craft in Orlando that you took a photo of, and did he explain to you why they needed you?
Why he needed me?
Yeah, why they needed you. If they're taking control of all the arts, why they needed you. Did he explain that?
No, he did not explain why he needed me. It did not cross my mind to ask him. But when I was visiting the arts, I remember activating certain things in the art that a lot of people were not able to activate. And because of my vibration, because of my, I guess, way of thinking, I think they know that my past is from somewhere else. And I know some things that will be important for them to.
Okay, but as far as those ETs that were inside the Ark, you know, when you went into the Atlantic Space Ark to get the jewel,
those are the Nordics that stayed behind.
No, that was the fifth mission. In the fourth mission, you said that you guys were in there for 2 days, but couldn't remember being in there that long. And then later you had flashbacks of, you know, some ETs in there. Did you, and I just wanted to know if you remember anything more about who those ETs were.
No, I don't remember who those ETs were. I know certain sections of the arcs are run from different DNA and different. He was the only one that I saw. I'm sure there was probably one more somewhere. He did not come out. I really sense 2 beings inside the car.
So the craft was like 30 foot in diameter, roughly the size of a school bus, 12, 14 feet high. But when you're inside, did it look any bigger than how it looked from the outside?
It's weird, but yeah, it looks bigger. It does look bigger. And time does run different there. Time is different in these ships. And they're separated, like not walls, but they're like ramped up.
Right, well, that's...
I guess connect me more with them. In communication, more... I think it's a way to... For me, I have a feeling that it's a way to connect with me, them being in the farther distance.
Okay. Well, it'd be good to know if in your next mission with those ETs, with that Nordic, if he's the same one that's picking you up, find out more about what planet he comes from. Picking you up is find out more about what planet he comes from, if he's part of an organization.
Mm-hmm.
Would be interesting questions to ask.
Oh yeah, I agree. I think. Oh yeah, I agree. I think a lot of people are going through these types of experiences.
You have French fry energy.
Going through these types of experiences.
You have French fry energy.
Well, anything finally you want to say to the audience? Maybe to our Portuguese or Spanish friends?
Talking
Spanish friends?
talking Português. Para todos que estavam no Brasil, e neste momento vocês estavam escutando tudo que eu estou falando, tá? Mas escutando tudo que eu estou falando, tá? Mas eu tenho um pressentimento. As pessoas que moram em Goiânia, que moram em Brasília, perto de fazendas, vocês vão ser visitados, né? Se vocês veem, bring love, a lot of love, share a lot of love, do kind things to others. Don't do bad things to people or to yourself or to your body. Be nice. Bring positivity to the world and share the love. Only with a simple hug, with a simple smile, you can change somebody's life. You know, I think humanity needs that right now. One of the things that we're going through.
I'm into that. Thank you, Jeff.
You have been listening to Exopolitics Today with Dr. Michael Sala. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Sala. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
So it was a learning experience for me, and now that they're probably going to remove it, I'll never be able to do that to my daughter.
I was saying this before. They should just make, maybe in Washington, D.C. or something, like a huge museum. Take all the
AUKUS Alliance plan to monitor deep space is a cover program for secret space program activity. Reptilian Vatican connection is a secret hidden in plain sight. Investigating alien abduction attempts in Peru, an interview with Timothy Alvarino. The BBC is making a feature film on Gary McKinnon's hacking into NASA Pentagon computers. Now, as far as classified programs are concerned, there's always a cover program for the more highly classified secret space program activities. So in this case, this plan that's been announced for a high-powered radar to monitor deep space using radar installations that are going to be triangulated from the United Kingdom, Australia, and the USA, that is a cover program for a monitoring, intercept, and attack space system that would be used to attack spacecraft, either belonging to other secret space program activities or extraterrestrial motherships that park themselves in Earth orbit. And this is something that is very significant in terms of defending the strategic high ground. Space is the strategic high ground now, and the cislunar region, that's all the area between the Earth and the Moon, including the Moon. If you imagine a big sphere around the Earth, where the outermost edge of that sphere is the Moon, that is the cislunar region, and this high-powered radar system, I believe, is a cover program for developing some kind of planetary defense system using installations that are going to be situated in Pine Gap, Australia, the United Kingdom, and the US, which can be triangulated to shoot at things using directed energy weapons and other weapon systems anywhere in that region, and being signed with one of the winged Sakar. Was it the Pindar that was rumored to be hiding below the Vatican? Well, the connection between the reptilians and the Vatican is a long one. It goes back a long time. And so this artwork typifies that. As far as the Pindar is concerned, the Pindar is typically the appointed representative for the reptilian or the Dracos. Up until I think it was the early 1820s, the Pindar was the Pope. Because the Pope represented a figure that had powerful influence over the nation states of Europe and the Americas. But in the early 1800s, I think it was around 1850, the Pope, the Vatican became dependent on the Rothschild family, and the Rothschilds made a huge loan to the Vatican. Representatives that came out strongly against passage of the UAP Act as it is currently worded. And so the representatives, Mike Turner from the Intelligence Community, the Intelligence Committee, that's the House of Representatives Intelligence Committee, and Mike Rogers, who heads the House of Representatives Armed Services Committee, both of them are beholden to the major corporations. And so here is something that's very interesting, that these are the corporations that make these large contributions to the re-election campaigns of congressmen. And Mike Rogers and Mike Turner, they have received a lot of money from these corporations. And Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and now Radiance Technologies, that they have in their possession some of these crashed UFO material, and they did not want the UAP Act to be passed as it was currently worded, and so they arranged for the gutting of that. And so this article in the Liberation Time exposes 5 powerful Republicans blocking the UFO Disclosure Act, and so now we know who they are. I've mentioned a few of them. I recommend this article to kind of get the full story on who these people are. Now we go to the next story, which was an interview I did with Timothy Alberino, who came back in. He did an investigation in late October, beginning of November, of the alien abduction attempts in Peru. So this is my interview with him, and Timothy, he is someone who does field work, which is kind of rare in the UFO field. I mean, it is actually difficult to do field work when it comes to UFOs. The best you can do is to travel to the homes of whistleblowers or contactees and interview them. So this was something that Timothy Alberino did. He traveled to Peru's Amazon region. It's an area he knows well. He spent at least a decade there as a missionary, working there with his parents and doing his own work there. And he knows the local legends and the language, the local diet interview, just so you get a good idea that is part of some kind of psychological operation involving personnel that are part of a secret space program using highly classified technologies that are not publicly available to terrify the population and to create the foundation for something. And in the past, and in the interview, we talked about a possible false flag event. So this could easily morph into something like that.
But I was like, I shouldn't be here. And I remember.
So that's my.
But I was like, I shouldn't be here. And I remember.
So that's my story with our interview with Timothy Alberino. So the audio book version of U.S. Army Insider Missions 2 is now available. I'm very happy to announce that. So you get to hear JP and I mean, I did have a company produce the audio book, and so you have a company produce the audio book, and so you have an actor doing the voice, the narratives for both JP, doing the voice, the narratives for both JP and myself. The simplest reason was that I didn't think I would do a good job trying to imitate JP, and so it was by the US and the extradition attempt took well over a decade. It made world news, and and so it is a really compelling story, and so it is a really compelling story, and because the Pentagon went after him with a vengeance, or the Department of Justice went after him with a vengeance, saying that he compromised security, that is security, that is definitely a very important kind of thing to keep in mind. And why, of all people, was Chuck Schumer behind the UAP Disclosure Act? Now, he is as deep state as they come, so why would he be supporting UFO disclosure? I think it's probably because he didn't really want UFO disclosure, and he probably proposed this knowing that it would be shot down. I mean, Schumer's been around for decades, so he knows the way Congress operates, and he put out this UFO Disclosure Act, which when you look at it, it was very impressive in terms of having in there the creation of this 9-man agency that would have the power of subpoena, that could use eminent domain to get control over spacecraft that were being studied secretly in various corporations or anywhere. And Schumer, I think he probably knew that there was no way that this would pass, but he proposed it, and he played the white knight. He played the role of the white knight, as did others. And you know, Schumer, he is associated with John Podesta and Hillary Clinton, and yeah, they have long advocated UFO disclosure in the past. And in the past, I was one of those that thought that Hillary Clinton and John Podesta, that they were good actors, because they were in support of UFO disclosure. And then, of course, in 2016, the whole thing with Seth Rich and Pizzagate happened, and as the truth came out, we learned more about what these people were really doing. And I think that UFO disclosure is really just a tool that these deep state actors use to manipulate the public or to distract the public. So I think that was sponsored by the US Army. Okay, so this is where we get into some very interesting differences in terms of what George Knapp and Jerry Corbell are putting out there. So they totally supported what Corso had to say about seeding some of these technologies into the civilian world, into corporations. So you had things like Kevlar fabrics being developed. You had microchips. You had night vision goggles and other advanced technologies that were derived earlier. Okay, so another thing that I thought was very interesting is that Philip Corso, in an interview he did with Michael Lindemann, said that he gave briefings to Robert Kennedy, who was the Attorney General in the Kennedy administration. And so Kennedy, as Attorney General, was then briefing his brother, the President, on what Corso had been revealing. So everything that Corso said in this testimony to Knapp and to Knapp in the interview, all of that and more was being revealed to Robert Kennedy and through Kennedy to President Kennedy. So Kennedy knew that the Army was sitting on some crashed UFO debris, that they were seeding corporations with these technologies, and that there were extraterrestrials that had been landing on Earth, and that personnel were meeting with them. So they knew. So Kennedy knew all this. So this gives us a more of an understanding, or a better context on why it was that President Kennedy pushed so hard to have the CIA disclose classified UFO files in his possession. And I discussed that in my book, Kennedy's Last Stand. So you get all the information there. So yes, I think Philip Corso, very important testimony. So I'm glad Matt and Corbell put it out on their Weaponized podcast. So Elena Danone has started doing a weekly Star Nation News update, and I think it's really necessary viewing for anyone wanting to understand the big picture. I know Elena Danone is a contactee, and some people say, well, where's the evidence, where's the film footage, and so forth. How do we know for certain? Using corroborating evidence from other insiders, circumstantial evidence, the testimony of legitimate insiders corroborating key aspects of what Elena Danone said. I believe her Star Nation News is being watched by people within the classified world. So if they're watching it, you should be watching it. Even if you still feel that, okay, there's not enough evidence for this, you should watch it and digest it, get an understanding of the big picture. Because you're not going to get that from a lot of UFO researchers, because they don't look at contactees. And as I've always said, you want to get the big picture of what's going on, you've got to go beyond just witness testimonies and whistleblowers, you've got to look at the contactees. So here she relayed a message from Enki or Ea about conventional religions limiting human potential versus connecting directly with source energy. So this is something that Ea or Enki talked about in a message that he gave to Elena Danone, and she relayed it in her Star Nation News. And so you get to a sense that Ea is someone that is very much in support of people being able to connect with source energy themselves, and believes that conventional religions are really a means of kind of limiting people's innate potentials. In other words, conventional religions are all about dogma, whereas seeking one's source energy is all about going within. And this is something that all the mystics have always talked about. I mean, there's a difference between exoteric religion and esoteric religion. So if we're talking about the mystics, whether it's from Sufism, whether it's from Indian Vedic philosophies, Buddhism, Christian spirituality, they always talk about going within and connecting with the light within, which is then part of this oneness that makes up the universal whole. So, I mean, of course, it's much more nuanced than that, and there's variations depending on the traditions, but all these spiritual traditions talk about going within, which is exactly what Ea says he did, he taught. So it's like, well, Ea is communicating that he's like the mystic, the alchemist, saying, go within, transform the lead of human desire into the gold of connection with divine source. Whereas exoteric religion is all about dogma. It's all about believing these dogmas and going to war against others because their dogma is different to your dogmas, or your religious beliefs systems are different to theirs. So I think it's a very important point, and it's going to become more and more relevant because I think as we move into a post-disclosure world, as the extraterrestrials start revealing themselves, we're going to realize that conventional religions are just full of dogma that really do not help people connect with their innate abilities and power within. Because if you want to connect with of what was being reported back then, because in some ways in the 1950s and 60s, there was greater openness on the UFO issues, so you can definitely get a lot of information about what was going on there. So that's a handy research tool. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, so here's the. Okay, so news began to come out during the week that the fate of the UAP Disclosure Act was not good. So here was a analysis of one of the claims by Daniel Sheehan. And Daniel Sheehan, I mean, he's been around the UFO field for several decades now. He was the attorney for the Disclosure Project under Stephen Greer. And in the, I believe it was during the Carter White House that he went and had access to the Library of Congress to some of their UFO files because he was tasked to do so as part of some kind of disclosure initiative associated with the Jesuits and the Carter White House. So he has made the claim that the Biden White House was supporting the passage of the UAP Disclosure Act, that according to Sheehan, that Chuck Schumer thought that the passage of the act was, quote, the solution to the UFO issue. So this was, I think this was kind of like setting up the profile of UFOs. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I really don't believe now that Chuck Schumer proposed the UAP Disclosure Act intending for it to be passed. I think he just dangled it, threw it out there as a carrot, and really did nothing to support its passage. And that is substantiated by the analysis of Dean Johnson. He really is a very solid investigator of congressional and White House activities. And so he examined Danny Sheehan's claims about the White House supporting this and that there was a real fight in Congress to support the passage of the UAP Act. And what he found instead, that there was a lack of interest, that the Democrats in particular, key Democrats, who you would have thought would support their leader in passing this UAP Act, did nothing. And so, this supports the idea that the UAP Act was just put out there by Chuck Schumer, knowing that it would fail. And so, why is that? And so, I proposed that while it was setting the stage for possibly a bicameral that comprised the ranking members of the Defense Armed Services committees from the Senate and the House of Representatives, that this reconciliation committee that was headed by these four individuals, the ranking members of the armed services committees from both, along with others that came in and addressed this conference committee, that they decided to scuttle or dilute the UAP Disclosure Act that had been passed by the US Senate. And so the diluted version doesn't create a review board, so that's gone. There's no subpoena power to access, records, whether they are in any kind of corporation or whether they're in any agency that doesn't exist, and the domain is removed. And so the big takeaway from this, I think, is that newer companies like SpaceX can forget about getting their hands on the UFO debris that older companies like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and so forth have in their possession, and that they've been reverse engineering these for decades. And under the original UAP Disclosure Act, they would have been compelled to hand those over. So this is the tweet that Curious Explorer put out that analysed the so this is something that JP has said, that the space ark, the Atlantic space ark, is being relocated into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and made inaccessible to surface humanity. That was increasingly worshipping these technologies. In other words, the different governments of the world that were collaborating in some way. I mean, they had problems in how they interacted with these technologies. And the Nordics thought that the humans were worshipping these technologies too much. And also there was some level of competition. So JP said that he was taken on this spacecraft, and he was told about what was happening with the space arks being taken under control of the Nordics, and he was given a drink. And this blue drink that JP had, the actual name of the Nordic, it's incorrect here. It's not Yusuf. It's actually phonetically, it's pronounced Jasif, Jasif, and so that is the name of the Nordic, and so JP is saying that this Nordic is very concerned about the way in which the space arcs are being treated, and also very concerned, especially about the timelines, the possible timelines that humans may be heading into if the right decision. Put simply, we haven't got our shit together. That there's a lot of fighting. I mean, you just look at the world right now. There's a lot of infighting, and it's getting worse. And so we got to really cooperate, and the Nordics are wanting us to cooperate before we get our hands on these advanced technologies.
And that's tonight's episode, the return of the
So
comedy store. I hope the
Nordics are taking control. So very interesting. So you can look forward to that coming out next Thursday if all goes well. Okay, so here's something that I thought was very interesting. This is that Italy, Japan, and Norway have just joined the combined Space Operations Initiatives, which is this cooperation between the space commands or the equivalent military commands in different nations that they all cooperate, and US Space Command is at the center of that. So US Space Command is basically coordinating its equivalent space commands from other nations to form a multinational space alliance, a multinational military alliance. So this combined space operations initiative currently consists of 10 nations. So the other 6 nations are Australia, Canada, France, Germany, New Zealand, and the United Kingdom. So these countries all coordinate their military operations in space and that of ancient technologies to make sure that there's not a space race or wars or conflict over the discovery and utilization of these space arts and technologies, ancient technologies. It's to try to coordinate all the Earth nations to work together and to use these to benefit all the members of this alliance. So it's very important. This combined space operations initiative is going to evolve into a future Starfleet, whatever it's called, whether it's Starfleet, whether it's called Earth Alliance, it'll be the functional equivalent of Starfleet with records and artifacts and any knowledge that would then be relayed to the National Archives and to the records collection. So, in other words, without this review board, this UAP review board, there's no way that this records collection is going to amount to very much at all. Essentially, it's just going to be just more of what we're seeing under the Freedom of Information Act. The Freedom of Information Act, agencies are always being asked through FOIA requests to release these things. The Black Vault with John Greenewald, he's done really excellent work in using FOIA to extract records, but without the passage, without the creation of a review board with subpoena power, the power of eminent domain, the power to go to the president directly to disclose this rather than being subordinate to the Pentagon bureaucracy. Without that, then you're not going to have much released at all. And so, and as people who have experience with the FOIA Act, and I've had a little bit of experience with that, have found when you make these requests with FOIA, it's time consuming and you often get very, very little. Okay, so here's a reaction by Ross Coulthart and Bryce Zabel to the gutting of the UAP Disclosure Act, and that the remnants of it that was incorporated into the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. So they spell out what's wrong with this, and I've already gone over it, so I don't want to repeat what I've already said. But what I thought was worth pointing out that Ross Coulthard, he made an interesting statement. He said that he was very much in agreement that the UAP Disclosure Act was gutted for reasons I just explained. He made similar arguments. But then he said something that was kind of like debated, and I wanted to kind of take issue with it as well, because he said that he had sympathy for the aerospace corporations' resistance or antipathy over the eminent domain elements of the proposed UAP Disclosure Act, because he thought that the corporations had spent vast amounts of money finding these crashed UFOs and bringing them into the laboratories and studying them. Well, I think Ross Coulthard hasn't been around long enough to maybe know that there have been crash retrieval operations set up that are run by the Air Force, by the CIA, by the NRO, and that they have had specialists to let go of these technologies. And without that eminent domain, they can't release it. So this is where we get to, okay, so the UAP Disclosure Act has been gutted. It's presently being voted upon in the US Senate. Then it's going to go to the House, and then it'll be passed in its incorporation in the National Defense Authorization Act. So that'll be passed before the end of the year, and it'll be signed into law. So that is playing out. So this UAP records collection is all that's essentially remaining. So what's going to happen? Well, people have been pointing out, well, without a controlled disclosure initiative, what you're going to have is very fluid. JP has been subjected to a number of attacks. He's been hospitalized several times, very recently as well. And so it's taking a toll on him. So he is definitely wanting that to end. So if we'll see what happens with JP in the future. But for the moment, JP is someone who has first-hand experience. There are many others that are willing to come forward, and this, I think, is going to be very interesting over the next year. A second possibility of a false flag alien event. I personally, I think that this is something that probably is a very real possibility now that the UAP issue has been raised to such prominence. As I mentioned earlier, Chuck Schumer, Deep State, I think he knew the UAP Disclosure Act was going to be shot down, but he proposed it anyway because he knew that the attention that it would generate would prepare the public for a false flag alien event of some kind. It doesn't have to be a full-blown alien invasion. It could be something much more mysterious, something along the lines of what we're seeing in Peru right now. So Peru, what we're seeing there, could be the template to some kind of false flag alien event, where it's like you don't know who's really doing all these dastardly things, but something like what we're witnessing in Peru could be magnified at a high level. And the third possibility is that extraterrestrial motherships from the Cedars, from the 24 civilizations, could show themselves. The space arcs could start showing up as well. So these are three possibilities that I think we might witness next year. So let's see. I think it's going to be a fascinating year. I think the stage has been set, ladies and gentlemen, for some really monumental events, and I will do my best to cover the stories as they unfold on my X feed or Twitter feed, and share with you breaking news on a weekly basis, and of course through the interviews on my Exopolitics Today podcast. So don't forget to subscribe on Exopolitics Today. I have a mail list on exopolitics.org or exopoliticstoday.com, so you can subscribe to the email list, and that way you'll be notified of everything that comes forward. So thank you for listening, and aloha.
You have been listening to Exopolitics today with Dr. Michael Saul. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Join or start a conversation in the comments. Take the time to explore the vast library of best-selling books, webinars, and podcasts by Dr. Saul. Visit exopoliticstoday.com.
I love you guys. Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, Michael fully hallucinating that there's an audience in the room right now.
David Adair was building while still at high school. We're going to be looking at what it was that happened to him, how he got to become someone that was building rockets at a very early age, was being sponsored by various figures associated with NASCAR racing. Then later on he began winning prizes at high school to meet with Professor Stephen Hawking, and finally the connection with Curtis LeMay becomes important.
Actually, they turned out to be algorithms. Back then, most people hadn't even heard of algorithms. This was, let's see, this would be about 1968 when it started, the dreams. And what was different about these dreams is that I didn't remember them that well. I'd wake up and try to write a few things down, but I wasn't organized or ready for it. Well, my mother stepped in, and I was telling her about the dreams, and she said, well, we can make it easier for you to remember. So she brought a big artist pad in, and a pen, and then I said, well, I need to see. So normally the dreams would overlap each other, whatever. No, this thing was like a continuing book. You leave off an expression, and when you go back to sleep, you pick right back up on that expression and keep on going. And I thought, dang, that's kind of odd. And then I'd wake up in the middle of the night, write stuff down, wake up the next morning, don't remember it, look at it, remember everything, write it all back down again. And that kept going for 93 pages consecutive. And when I got done, I had a notebook full of this stuff. And I would look at it and go, what is all that? And then,
So what were you when you were getting these dreams?
12. And then I was trying to remember to make sense of it. And then I remembered all these books I read. Because now we're going to back up a few years earlier when I'm about, okay, that's it, word for word. You did it. She goes, can you do that to any book? I said, pick a book. Pick another book. Go to the page, tell me what the page number is, and tell her what it says. She closed the book back. She goes, how many of these books have you read in this session? All of them. All 600 sections? I said, yeah.
You're 7 years old.
I'm 7 years old now. She said, have you told anybody about this? And I said, no, not a person I told. She said, good, don't tell anybody. Don't tell your mother, don't tell anybody. Because if you do, it's going to be problems for you. They're going to be scared of you. I said, aren't you scared of her? She goes, no, I'll find you a hoot. That's Mrs. Hunt. She said, are there other books you'd like to read? That's not, you would do so.
Yeah, so you're having these dreams.
Yeah, and they're coming in all the time, and I'm just recording them.
Right, and you're reading these books.
Yeah, right, and then, well, I read these books about 6 years ago, but my memory started focusing on what I read 6 years ago, and coupled with what I was seeing right now, it was like getting the owner's manual of how this thing works, because you put it together. It tells you how this thing put together. And
So where do you think the dreams are coming from?
I had no idea. I just go to bed and they come in. But then the dreams took a strange turn, literally. The dreams didn't stay flat, two-dimensional. They started curving like this. And here you got three-dimensional drawings of the stuff.
I went from two-dimensional to three-dimensional drawing. And then I could roll it. And I think about it, I could roll it like what you call CAD-CAM, computer-aided design. This is all in my dreams. This is 1966, 67, 68. I'd shoot them up 1,500, 2,000 feet. And when they come back down, they had streamers behind them. And I could use a stopwatch and get upper wind drifts. And I could calculate wind and speed drifts before I launched bigger ones. So I didn't have the heart to tell Vern Estes his big powerful rockets were just streamers for me. So I gave calculations on my bigger ones. So I wrote him a letter and told him, make a nice little rocket, but if you did this and this to it, it'd be better. Well, I got a letter back from him saying, how many of these rockets of mine have you flown? I said, just 3 or 4 of them now. He said, if I sent you the whole catalog full, and the motors to boot, God, that's a lot of money. I said, yeah, I could fly them and tell you what I think of them. So I got this big box from Estes Rockets, and it was the whole catalog. So I put this thing together. Now I got rockets all over the place. And then I could build my bigger ones. But the big ones, all that he had was solid propellant. I needed something much bigger, much powerful. So I had to move up to another grade called liquid propellant, and more specifically known as cryogenic fluids. These are fluids that are fuel, but they start at 325 degrees below zero. Cryogenic. Liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, liquid nitrogen. And the reason they're so cold is because we can compress so much fuel into the liquid form that when the engine run, the expansion rate on it is unbelievable. Like expansion rate on a hydrogen cube would be 150,000 BTUs. That's a lot. That's BTU? Well, a British thermal unit. To put it in something you can easily understand, that's a big fireball. Big as a living room. So I thought, yeah, I could get some thrust out of that. So I started building into the cryogenic fluid. Then I needed more sophisticated equipment because now you're going to need all kinds of materials. Aluminum, 10, 15, 18 cars a day. And they stayed fixed. So people kept coming back. And Dad suddenly had a major business. And then the one set of customers that came in, they wouldn't bring their cars in until 3 or 4 in the morning. And I remember my parents putting blankets up over the windows and nailing them in place. I thought, what the hell? They didn't want anybody to see where the lights are on in the garage. Because these cars would pull into the garage. They'd have 200-gallon tanks in the trunk. And it wasn't gasoline. They were moon runners. And a gallon of moonshine weighed 9 pounds. So a 200-gallon tank, you got 1,800 dead pounds in your trunk. So these cars had to be powerful to outrun the revenues carrying that kind of weight. So my dad would start modifying their engine carburetor. Those things were huge. They had water jackets around them. Looked like a commode unless you were going to be stiff on it. Very complicated carburetor change. Takes about a day. My dad looked at it and he told the guy, he said, I'll change it within an hour. And the guy said, are you serious? I said, I'll watch that. I said, sure. So they were out in front of the garage. Dad's changing the carburetor out. And the man asked my dad, do you always work this fast? And he goes, well, when I can see what I'm doing, he didn't get the joke. Because if 4 o'clock in the afternoon where Dad would be working at 4 in the morning, he can't see nothing. So the man watched him change it in 45 minutes. My dad was done. By himself on his contractor. That guy said, incredible. He said, I'm going down there to race. I'd like to hire you as my mechanic. Dad said, yeah, what I do? He said,
just what you're doing up here, but down there at the beach. So I said, yeah, I can do that. And, the man sticks his hand out and goes, hi, my name is Lee Petty. And he will soon have a son named Richard, the greatest NASCAR driver in all of history. So the Petty family and our family hooked up at that moment. My dad packed me and my brothers up, and we were all babies, and we left West Virginia and went to Daytona Beach, Florida. And I grew up in a NASCAR world, whether I wanted to or not. And I had a thing for mechanics as well. So my dad put me on tearing down engines. These are big engines. These are NASCAR, you know, Detroit locomotives.
How old were you when you moved down to Daytona?
Let's see, I was 2 years old.
So the incident with the school teacher?
That was back up in West Virginia when we went back up the second time. But went down there, and Dad, you know, they knew something was up with me. My mother did, because I was only 2 years old, and my model had a model rocket plane with it. It fell down behind the refrigerator. I'm only 2. Actually, I'm 92. I'm 20 months old. And my mother's watching me, and she goes, "What's that thing? You can't get that rocket. Watch it." So I grab a mop, and it's just like it's sitting in a car, but it's on a stand. And you can run that engine to death.
When you say you built these engines, are these engines that are based on conventional engines, or was this based on dreams?
No, these are conventional engines. I'm just working for my dad. He's working for NASCAR and Petty. Working for Petty. And actually the sponsor was Chrysler, Plymouth Dodge, and Chrysler. So they were providing all the financial support. And that's where a couple interesting things happened in the garage. 2 things I remember really clear. Then he takes a floor jack and bends it in the opposite direction, kind of like the way you do a backward S-curve pose. And what happens is, when the car would come around the south turn, and the car wants to roll over to the centrifugal force, these bars would flex back, right the car back up, and they could do what the Japanese call drifting today. They could drift around the south end and outrun everybody, and you don't drown. So the sponsor came in, Chrysler. They looked at that and they said, "You want to give us a drawing on the blackboard, Fred?" So my dad draws these bars out, and he said, "What is the force moving through that?" So what's the torque? Centrifugal force. So, when you know, Chrysler comes out with a patent that neither GM or Ford can have, a 100-year patent, and it's called torsion bars. And Chrysler's the only one that had them. Chrysler, Dodge, and Plymouth did not mush in a turn. They leveled out. And that's where the torsion bars came from. $1 billion patent. Just went right through it. Well, that's the first thing I noticed. That's kind of interesting about NASCAR. So, I've done, and what you had was that, you know what, let the answer machine take it. So, what I didn't know, or my dad didn't know, when we put that spark plug in the top of the head, the birth of the Hemi engine was there. That's what Hemis look like. Their spark plugs aren't on the side of the head. They're up on top going down to the valve cover. So here come the same Chrysler people that took Dad. You know, we can't give David any credit for these things, because that man over there named Bill France will hang us off from the tree outside. because he's chairman of NASCAR and they got a child work law. They was only 12. He told me winning Grand Nationals with them. He said that Bill France will hang us all.
We should talk about that because, like,
so I said, got a problem with Davis? Nah, I don't care.
And he goes, and we're all in the room scattered around at the part of the show
in
where we're
here. Suddenly evolved into this, you know, wonderland of machines and tools, and I know how to use them all. And so I started building my rockets. And my first cryogenic pumper, first big rocket I built, stood about 10 feet tall, and it had cryogenic pumps. And I'm able to get all the parts I need through the same part systems that the car parts are in. Just different names. And what I couldn't find, I asked for help, and somebody, lo and behold, come up with a part. Like I need a bell chamber, which is for a combustion chamber. And they find one, and I got it. So I went to launch my first big rocket out in my backyard. Not a good idea.
So you were 13 or something?
Well, what happened was, I didn't like mowing grass. So I didn't think about it, but I thought, I'm going to end the grass problem real quick. Because when this thing took off, it's full of liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen. And it blew up a flame the size of a football field. Just the one pair outside.
So how did you know what kind of fuel, what kind of combination to come up with without the thing exploding?
It wasn't hard. There was a lot of books you could reference to. NASA was in the military, were forthcoming with propulsion systems and their quantities of fuel, their fuel ratios. It wasn't a big secret like it is today. They like sharing information, I guess. Not like it used to be, but it wasn't hard to figure out. And all I had to do was just get some of the data runs on some of the stuff that went out white sands and just copy it, basically. But I remember seeing those rockets that changed the fuel combinations and the temperature range till there was very little fumes. They were almost transparent. So you can't see it, but you can still hear it. You can stand there on a cloudless day and rolling thunder be going by. And people 12 miles away over in Mount Vernon be going, what the hell is that noise, you know? So I thought, damn, I better fix that. And then I got another problem called FSS, Flight Service Stations. Those are the places where you log in your private plane and where you're flying to and from. Well, I didn't realize it, but car engines winning races can't tell anybody about. And now I'm building rockets that I'm flying 10, 12 miles up, and I got where you can't see the plume and you can't see it on radar. Can't tell anybody about that now. So it's like, dang, what is it that's going on here? So I figured something's going to give somewhere, and it does. My mother, I started in with her. My dad got injured in a bad accident, so he couldn't work. My mother had to go back to school at age 40. And she started off as a candy striper, person that helps nurses' aides. Then she became nurse aide, and then she went to college, and she became an LPN, a licensed practical nurse. They don't even give that degree anymore. Not the RN or not. That knocked her out, and she came back to the nurse's station. She had this big old welt on the side of her face. My mother asked her what happened, and that old man hit her. My mother takes off down to the room. She grabs his cane, breaks it across the end of the bed, takes the shot apart and sticks it in his neck. But you hit another nurse of mine, I will come back here and murder you, kill you dead, and say you had a heart attack. Well, guess what? Irving became my mother's next best friend. And they got to know each other, and then Irving had a son.
named Curtis LeMay. That is no other than four-star General Curtis LeMay of the United States Air Force, founder of Strategic Air Command, our defense-capable systems, designer of the B-52 Stratofortress. He is the man next to John Kennedy in the Cuban Missile Crisis, and his finger of the button. A little bit of a powerful person at the time, to say the least. He also had a paparazzi problem. So he wanted to see his dad, but he could only come in at 3 or 4 in the morning.
So by the paparazzi problem, you're saying he's a 4-star general serving
real popular.
And he can't go anywhere.
No, he can't. There's a parade following him all the time. So he wants to see his dad, but he can't because he'd be such a damn mess. So he has to go through my mother. He's got no choice. And old Stan Freeman said my mother was a caregiver. Well, technically she was, but not like some private caregiver. She's a nurse running the damn only ICC unit in the United States at the time. And her patient one of them happens to be Curtis LeMay, or Irving LeMay, father of Curtis. So Curtis has to go through my mother to see his dad. So he gets to know my mother on purpose. And then he finally asked her after several visits, he said, "You got any children?" She goes, "Yeah, I got 3 boys. 2 of them are okay. The third one's kind of watching him. He's strange." He goes, "How's he strange?" "No, he's blowing up stuff." And what did he blow up? Rockets. And that catches his attention. He's doing what? He's blowing them up. He's launching them? Yeah, he launches them out in cow fields. And they go 3 hours. I have to go 10 miles up. They go, "What?" He said, "What's he doing it for?" And my mother said, "I have no clue why he's doing this." And then when I said, "Does he have a big book? He writes things down in?" "Yeah, had a big notebook." "Could you bring that notebook up here one night?" If he go to bed, he goes to bed at 11 o'clock. So he goes to school the next day. "Yeah, I can bring the book up here and let you see it and get it back for it." He goes to school. And she did just that. Well, LeMay's looking at my book. And he turns to my mother and says, "You got a copier?" "Well, he copies. Thank God he only copied about a third of it." And so he takes a handful of copies and he goes to his, right next to his alma mater, Ohio State University. And he goes to this big group called Battelle Memorial Institute. Battelle is a giant think tank. It's a competitor simultaneously. And the black hole comes in, sucks it up, and it's gone. So he is on to something. And we said, "You're kidding, really?" He said, "We'd like to send these papers on to another place. We'd like to send it to a young guy who just graduated at Cambridge, England. He's sitting in Newton's chair. And he would love to look at this because it's in the similar work of his." So they said, "Sure, send it." So they mail my, now my stuff is being mailed across the ocean, snail mail. The guy looks at it, he calls back and says, "Where is this person?" He's in a local cow field launching rockets. Anyway, make an arrangement for me to meet him. I would come there anyhow for Ohio State, and I got to work at Battelle. So I'll be at Ohio State University having a meeting there. So all this stuff's going on, and now my high school professor comes to me and he says, "I got somebody that wants to read it." When I got up to here, I went, "Oh, you're looking for unified theory." I said, "Good luck with that." God almighty, I can't imagine somebody tackling a thing where they want to explain everything all at once with everything. And that's what unified theory is. You know, Einstein went probably crazy trying to figure it out and killed over. And this guy obviously is on the same track, and I'm going, so I ran around the room. When I got back down to where he was, I went, "And that down there is not going to work." He goes, "How do you know?" "I've tried it." So I went down there.
I erased it. And he said, wait a minute. I said, hold on a minute. Try this. We're going to get time to talk. And after we met then, we talked for years and years after.
And he was having similar experiences to you, having these dreams.
Yeah, he was being bugged like I was, like something's trying to tell him something, but like me, I don't get it. We both looked at each other and thought, we're probably two of the dumbest, smartest people we ever met. I said, yeah, I sure feel that way. Because I don't get it what I'm supposed to. And he's pointing on the board and said, well, I'm not getting much further. But I really liked this guy. He just was a nice man. Smart. I don't know.
The only way for a white girl to have a fat ass was by eating a lot, but now they've realized there's one exercise called squatting that in which you can actually grow an ass.
They can get it done.
Yeah, implants so cheap. Mexico, like 2 cheeks for like $500.
Dr. Rabbit. It's like 2 for $500. Wow, is that true, Red Band? Have you looked into? Did you get some? Is that where you got yours from?
But I had this idea to make a pillow out of implants, like a boob pillow, and I was going to buy the implants, and I found that you could buy them from Mexico pretty cheap.
Yeah, but how many McDoubles is that?
That is literally like fucking 1,000 McDoubles.
Yeah, it's 1,000.
My goodness. What do you like to, what's some of your favorite American cuisine? You're from Somalia. They are usually very hungry over there. So you must have, quite the appetite. What do you like here in America? What do you like to eat other than thick white girls' asses?
Chicken. Fried chicken.
Oh, wow.
I like waffles.
Shocking.
Steak.
Chicken, waffles, steak?
Everything except for pork.
Oh.
Only for me.
No pork.
I don't like pork.
Why no pork?
I'm Muslim.
Oh, you are. Race of people. What would your race be? Which ones would you pick? America is an option.
Just the shitty racist Donald Trump motherfucker.
Wow, look at that. That's very interesting. You would just pick one human and you chose the President of the United States of America.
All the racist people.
All the racist people. Okay. That's cool. Have you met a racist since being here in America?
I think I met a lot of them. They just don't have the balls to say something to my face.
They don't have the balls to say something to your face?
Yeah, it's weird, man.
Yeah, that is.
Here's your moment, Tony.
What? What?
I said, here's your moment. You've never met a racist face to face. I said, here's your moment, Tony.
No, he knows what's going on. This guy's built like a fucking microphone over here. It's built like Bob Barker's microphone, just thin, very thin and very black.
Microphone head?
Yeah, for sure. So no one's ever been racist to you in America, but the people that you would pick first to kill are the racists. You've never had anyone be racist to you face to face? 12 years here in America.
It's pretty good odds.
Yeah. I mean, living in a big city might have a diverse LA.
Living in a big city helps, but that also means that you're around more people that could be racist. It almost seems like a lot of the racist people live away from the big city where they wouldn't have to be around other races.
I guess I'm lucky.
No. Yeah, maybe you're lucky, or maybe racism is an overexposed storyline in the modern media. Who knows? Oh, you're welcome, Mr. President. It's always a pleasure. Anyway, Moshe, you have any special skills or talents? We had a guy earlier do a magic trick. We had a guy earlier do some dance moves. Is there anything any talents you have that would surprise us?
I'm a basketball player. I play basketball.
Can we get this guy a basketball? Does anybody have a basketball in their car?
It's literally one of the top, most dangerous sports right now.
It's Mohawk.
Mohawk. Okay. Mohawk. Okay. So basketball, what else? Anything else? What else can you do? You know any poetry or anything?
No. I was an athlete. I'm a big sports fan.
Okay.
One of my favorite movies is one of your favorite movies, Goodfellas.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, so you like Goodfellas?
Yeah, I like Goodfellas. I like Badfellas. As long as they have a penis and a ball sack, I'm into it because I'm a gay man. I am a gay man. forever. I am a gay dude, good fellas, and all types of fellas. Okay, what's your favorite scene from Goodfellas? Let's reenact it together, because I know every line of that movie, so we can do it.
Am I funny to you?
That's the scene, the worst fucking scene in the whole movie. All right.
I like that scene.
No one actually likes that scene. That's a scene that people that haven't actually seen the movie.
My favorite scene when he's freaking out driving at the end with the helicopters. He's like looking up while he's driving.
Okay. Moha, fun times. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on the show. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
Second time ever performing stand-up comedy here on Kill Tony. That's Moha. What?
Where did you find that guy?
I met him here. Met him out back at the Comedy Store. He said he wants to be able to do Kill Tony when he can, and I could pre-select a few healthy people that would test properly through the rigorous testing system they have set up here, where they take your temperature one time and cross their fingers afterwards, or crush their fingers, as Michael Lair would say. I could pull it out of the bucket just to make it fancy, but I know who's left because he's the only other submission. This was a very funny man, recommended by Michael Lair himself. Ladies and gentlemen, Elliot Mack, everybody, here we go. Here he is, Elliot Mack.
So I have gay dads. Yeah, which you applaud in 2020, thank you. Fuck, the rest of you make it sound like they just kidnapped me from a nuclear family when I was 8 and showed me Ellen 10 hours a day till I turned out like this. Which is exactly what happened, but it doesn't mean I don't deserve applause for it. No, it was cool growing up with gay dads. Like, every morning they just put me on the gay agenda. It was just brunch, mimosas, brunch again, tap dancing lessons, eat a salad, go to bed, listen to Wicked. That shit was bomb. The best part was definitely whenever it was family game night and I got to choose, like, the vote on what to do. And it was my 2 straight brothers, my 2 gay dads, and me. So I would just be like, alright, should we get Cubs tickets or should we see Wicked for the 5th time? Cubs tickets, Wicked, Wicked, Wicked! Oh my god! I know about popular. But then I'd get hit with a belt for singing off key, so it evened out to a regular childhood. Hell yeah. I love it. So good to finally have someone a little bit less gay than me on this show. Very exciting stuff. Nice to meet you, Elliot. This is your first time on the show, correct? First time, glad to
How
be
long
here.
have you been doing comedy for?
I've been doing comedy 11 years now.
Awesome. All of it here in Los Angeles?
No, I grew up in Chicago, actually, and I started taking comedy classes at Second City when I was 12 after seeing Michael perform with 80 Bryant. He did this one hilarious blackout. They were wearing sombreros. It was incredible, and I was like, that's what I want to do.
Wow, that is so cool. So you actually saw Michael Lair when you were 12 years old. How old are you now?
I'm 23.
23. That is fucking awesome. You saw Michael Lair when you were 12 and you said, I want to do comedy, and now you've been doing it.
He was fucking hilarious, yes.
Oh,
it's been an amazing ride.
Oh, he's something else. He's unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I think we finally found out who's putting the Gold Bond powder on Michael Lair's balls right here. No doubt indeed. I love it. That is so awesome. So how long have you lived in Los Angeles for?
I was here for about 6 months, and then I went home to be with family for quarantine. And then I did, like the Min open mic? Do you remember that?
No.
This happened for a bit. It was this really cool open mic where you would open the door and like weed smoke would billow into your face. And I did an online like Zoom mic, and I got to see like all the other LA comics. And I'd been thinking about not coming back to LA, and I was like, I need to be with this. Like, this is it. So I came back. I've been moving for the last month. It shouldn't have taken me so long to move, but I also had to decorate, so like that.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Dragged it out, yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. So you're a gay man. You live in West Hollywood?
I did, but I hated all of the other people there.
Yeah, it is a little bit wild, right? I'm going to share something with you guys. I saw 2 gay guys holding hands today.
Ew!
And I I literally thought to myself, that is like the gayest thing that two gay guys can do.
Oh,
right. Like nowadays, like 10, 20 years ago, you'd be like, if you saw two guys making out, you'd be like, whoa, that's gay, right? And then like, since then, there's like butt fucking, I think is the most gay thing two guys can do. But then it hit me today, in 90-degree heat, in the middle of the day in Los Angeles, you don't see any men and women holding hands. Like, to hold hands, you have to literally be like, I don't mind making a puddle of sweat with our hands.
We had to fight for that. We're going to do it, goddammit.
It is. It's a hot day. That is incredible. And would you agree that that's an extremely gay thing?
Oh, 100%. I was with this guy the other day, actually, and there's like, I guess there's like a connection between us or something because we can't hold hands or he'll get a boner.
He'll get a boner?
Well, it's kind of like if he gets a boner, it's like a yawn. You know how that like spreads around?
Right.
Totally. Exactly. Hey, Gavin.
So if you hold hands, he gets a boner, and then if he gets a boner, you get a boner.
Exactly.
And then if some other gay guy sees you two guys with boners,
it's like, oh no. You can tell it's up to like a mile away. The gaydar has a very long radius.
Absolutely, you're telling me. I'm like a Doppler gaydar over here. I see it all. I have a tri-county gaydar.
Boners spread like coronavirus in the gay community.
That's right. We call it the coronavirus.
Yeah.
The old fucking.
That would be so weird if straight friends could hold hands. Like if we like went to go get some food together, we were all holding hands.
But the decay. Yeah.
Man.
Can you just imagine holding Jeremiah's hand?
I don't like holding anybody's hand. I've never been a hand holder.
Let's just try it out, see what it feels like.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, let's start now. Full time.
Absolutely not, Red Band. I didn't like touching you pre-coronavirus. Not to mention right now. Look at that fucking.
Look at this sausage hand.
Oh,
look at that big, strong hand.
Look at that, just shaking from fucking caffeine and nicotine, just vibrating with high blood pressure vibrations.
Tell him to wipe off.
Right, how you said holding hands.
Red Band loves holding hands. Wow. Look at that. Okay. So, Elliot, how long have you been with this boyfriend of yours?
It's kind of been like one of those things where just like whenever we're in the same city, it goes down. So like 3 times over the last 3 years, but now he's in Orange County and I'm in LA, so it's like a little bit easier. Yeah, I would love to tell you that like he's my Ellen or something and we're gonna have 2 kids and 2 dogs, but
probably not.
Yeah.
Okay. How'd you meet him?
Originally Tinder, and then he and this other guy, like, we went to a bow and they like fought over me, and I was like, no, stop, I hate this.
And then are they like tops or bottoms? How does that work? Is that a thing? Is that a weird question?
I'm not saying another word without my lawyer present.
Uh-oh. I love that.
I love it.
So, is that how Tinder works? Like, did they have it separated, like, in tops and bottoms or anything like that?
You know.
Oh, that's right. No, I just have to
that guy
pretend.
is playing dumb.
I'm deep in the closet, so I have to pretend like I don't know these things.
I messaged you and you never replied. What happened?
Yeah.
Booty.
No, I haven't checked my, do they call it an inbox or a butthole? Nothing. Okay. All right. Man, this is my episode tonight. I'm just what they would call on fire. Somebody get the Gringo Bandito hot sauce because it's a spicy one tonight. We'll kill Tony. Come on now. All right. Elliot, any special skills or talents or anything like that other than being a comedy veteran? Started at, 13 years old? That is fucking awesome, man. That is so cool. That's Chappelle, Eddie Murphy, all those guys.
Thank you, yeah. I was going to learn to play the ukulele for this, but I was like, eh.
Oh, wow. How about anything else? We had a guy earlier that could dance. We had a guy earlier do an unbelievable magic trick. He laughed a piece of plastic out of his hand. Really impressive.
I can do pottery, but like...
You know what? Can we get a pottery wheel in here?
A couple kilns.
Yeah.
Kiln Tony. Welcome to another episode of Kiln. Oh, that got a laugh. There you go. Looks like
It was punny.
that's
what I'll think. That's the moment I'll think of before I fall asleep tonight. Was kiln Tony, the big laugh. Right. Just as I'm crying and sweating myself to sleep.
I love it.
Elliot, let me ask you this before I let you go. Have you ever been with a woman or anything like that? Like,
only while I was sucking her boyfriend's dick.
Is that true?
100%.
So you guys had like a threesome?
Yeah, it was when I was in high school, and he was our quarterback, and we had all been like drunk bowling that night, and we were like going off, and then they were like, "Oh, Elliot, like you have a hot tub, right?" And I was like, "Yeah," and we went back to my hot tub, and like he looked at his girlfriend, and his girlfriend looked at me, and then they both started changing like glances, and I was like, "No, no," and then she was like, "So Elliot, what happens in the turn tub stays in the turn tub, right?"
Wow. And then you bent over and he put his hands under your butt and went, hut, hut.
So close, actually. He put his hands in like the 2-finger of my elastic.
Gay quarterback jokes.
Exactly, and he pulled me into his lap and kissed me, and then immediately, like clockwork, I just like grabbed her face and was like, "Out of my way, this is my moment."
Oh shit.
Yeah. Sucked his dick.
Everything that you do, the fire in your eyes.
And I have a big secret.
Oh yeah?
It was Gavin.
Oh, there it is. Will you marry me? Ring around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? I want to marry you. We just work. Put my finger in your butt. You are my lovely slut. Elliot, well, awesome, man. I'm so glad that you came down. Come back anytime you want. And by come back, I mean after you go to Orange County and visit your boyfriend. You know what I mean? Come
Wonderful.
back. All right.
Thank you so much.
Elliot Mack, everybody. There he goes. Elliot Mack, ladies and gentlemen. William,
get away, man.
All right, there's only one person left to perform tonight. We're so excited about it. His stock is crashing through the floor. I mean, this guy was once beloved on this show. He, at one point, was the only regular on the show. And then once he started to fade out a bit, I brought in David Lucas so that he would get his shit together. And write harder and work harder. And then a few months after that, he started to crash again. We brought in Michael Lair, who absolutely started stealing episode after episode after episode. He upped his game yet again. And now he's crashing yet again, disappointing people from the management to the band to the host of the show to the other regulars. And now he's here to perform for you right now. Closing out tonight's show, William the Big Red Machine Montgomery. He's fighting off his back here tonight. A lot of people disappointed in him.
How do I fucking stand and talking to this? I'm kidding. That was my joke. I've been working on no, but seriously, Elliot and I had sex last week. We're expecting. No, I'm kidding. Y'all are in for a treat. This probably Jeremiah might be my best sin. If we're in Syria, we ain't talking about Jesus. We talking about Brandon. Y'all ever watch The Sixth Sense? Because that's been happening to me this past week. Every time I turn on The Sixth Sense, I'm like, hold up, is that Brandon? If you're in the parking lot of the Comedy Store, please leave any excess syringes in the tip jar. Darius Rucker from Hootie and the Blowfish is now single. That's way better news than if I told you Darius Rucker released a new single. If they defunded the Ghostbusters, who are you gonna call? So it's probably my best. Can I say the next one?
Yeah, you want one to work? Maybe that one will work. Go ahead.
One to work on. One of my favorite bands is Traffic. One of my least favorite bands is Child Traffic.
Oh boy. All right, William Montgomery. That was his set this week. He had a lot riding on this, people. A lot riding on this.
You can say that, Tony. I have this mask on now because I got something called diabetes.
Oh boy. Coming off a wild week this week.
Coming off a $3,000 loss from one of those games you put the little marble one. Roulette. Lost $3,000 fucking dollars. Y'all get a good look at these eyes right now. I'm heading back to Memphis.
Yep.
I lost all my fucking money. I'm gone.
And you're also in the process of losing your job, is that correct?
It is correct. I'm worried about this thing they call COVID. Hold on. What's that guy's name, Brandon? Jeremiah, he told me to say that joke.
I don't think he did. There's something weird going on with your mask. It's very anteatery.
Anteatery?
Yeah, it's anteatery.
That's what I did in Vegas.
Anteatery?
Ate a bunch of Butterfingers.
Yeah.
In this fucking mask.
Yeah.
Around all these people. And Michael, I love you. I don't want to call you out, but I was eating Butterfingers around a bunch of crippled folks.
Uh-huh.
And it gave me the creeps.
William lost $30,000 at the buffet in Vegas.
Can you say that a little bit slower, bitch?
Wow. William, not very nice. Where'd you get that mask from? Did you get that in Las Vegas?
From Ron John Surf Shop in Jacksonville, Florida.
Oh, you went to Jacksonville this week.
Ron John.
I seriously thought you were going to say Ron John Silver's.
Listen to all the laughs in the room that didn't happen during your set.
Jeremiah, I swear to God, man, I listened to your new song. It made me cry to some extent. Now you're making fun of me saying Ron John Surf Shop. What am I going to do? I've lost my job. I'm heading back to Memphis.
We just work. That's one of my favorite lyrics in the whole
Can I
thing.
read y'all one of my favorite quotes?
Okay, go ahead. Is this the comedy part?
And they were telling me, now it doesn't matter now. It really doesn't matter what happens next. I left Atlanta this...
Okay, well...
Let me start from the bottom.
No, it's okay. So, you went to Vegas, you lost a bunch of money. How's your girlfriend?
She is not with us no more.
She passed away.
She is passed to the other side. That guy holding the fucking camera was there touching my testicles. It was so sweet of him. He saw what happened. Literally, I drowned her.
You drowned your girlfriend?
Literally, I drowned her.
In the Bellagio fountain in Las
Vegas?
In the
Bellagio fountain.
What?
I killed her. She's 42.
Why'd you kill your 42-year-old girlfriend?
Because I'm 32.
Oh. Yeah, showed her who's boss.
Just kidding, I'm 33. She's 42. I killed her fucking ass. She had it coming to her.
Did you at least rough her up a little bit, or just a straight
Did I at least eat a Butterfinger? Yeah, I did.
Wow. You ate a Butterfinger while doing it, or beforehand?
I ate a Butterfinger just pre-game. Eating a Butterfinger. Looking in her eyes. I have goggles on. She has goggles on. She's in the bathtub. She's drowning. I don't care no more.
So you drowned her a little bit in the bathtub, and then you took her to
Hey, Redman, that was perfect, you motherfucker.
I'll
Put
say,
that tooth on.
did you just say the word drowning?
Did I say the word drowning? Good one.
Did you?
What's wrong with that? How do you say that?
Drowning.
Drown.
No E at the end.
If Redman's correcting your English grammar, you're in big trouble.
I'm in deep shit. Professor, what?
Everyone in the railroad knows how to say drowning.
Everyone in the railroad. I was in the motherfucking railroad 15 fucking years.
That's what you did on the railroad?
I was putting pennies on the track, seeing what happened when the locomotive hit them. That's what I was doing. Jeremiah, get my back on that.
I got your back, and my name's Caleb.
I liked William better when he called in on the video.
Thanks so much, bitch. You got me sick. Why do you think I have to wear this now?
Where's the marshal on this plane?
William,
Where are my lungs now, bitch?
William, you've been saying that you've had coronavirus now for 4 months. Have you had any symptoms at all?
Yeah, I started losing in Chinese checkers.
You're gonna have to check that attitude of yours, okay?
I've started losing in fucking Chinese checkers, Tony, and I don't know what the fuck to do.
Well,
I've been listening to Skinner. I've been playing Chinese checkers.
What did you bet on in roulette? Black or red on roulette?
Black 22-inch Tahoe lifted.
Alright.
That's what I bet on. That's what I was trying.
Okay.
Driving in Memphis, Tennessee, it was...
A little fun fact, a little inside information. William actually caused quite the scene last week around the Comedy Store. He was pacing around. He was talking very close to people.
And you told me that. The pussies running this place really called me out.
No, that wouldn't be the way.
Red Man, is that what you're gonna do, motherfucker? You told me to walk around. You piece of shit. I never told you to walk around. You told me to walk around. And now, Tony, you're calling me out for walking around. Red Man, you told me that, dude. I get it. You're from Ohio. You eat Wendy's. You're 28 years old. I trusted you.
Excuse me, your emotional carry-on is a little bit...
It's sort of the top part of that hotel, just me and you being the guy killing everyone. And just me putting on your salt. And you being like,
without you. And everything that you do.
And just reckless abandon, shooting that AK-47, and you stopping shooting, and me pointing to...
While you all sat around doing nothing, he drew this. Look at that. You can get a little bit closer there. Yeah.
Great.
That's all of us on an airplane. In honor of the flight attendants and, of course, your pilot, Captain Hinchcliffe, with my first officer, Brian Redband. Okay. We're going to be taking off for another, we'll see you next week. Shout out to those of you in the parking lot that were awesome enough to join us here at the Comedy Store, making history in this 100-year-old building. You know, we're making it happen, fitting things into the proper slot here. Hoping things get better sometime soon. We have William Montgomery in charge of making the new vaccine for COVID-19, so I'm expecting a cure now any second. Here, go that way, all the way back, all the way there. There you go, and then stand there once you get there. All the way. A lot of fun stuff happening. We'll be back next Monday with yet another show, which is exciting stuff. Shout out to Vito's Pizza, RyanJBell.com, CavemanCoffeeCo.com, and Lucy.co. Get off your cigarettes and your vape pens. Go to Lucy.co. Use the code KILLTONY, and they will literally let you try their product for the minimum amount of money by law.
Yeah, and if you've tried the nicotine gum before, you know it's expensive usually, and it's not that good. This tastes really good. So try it out.
Gum is $1, lozenges at $2. Get your lungs stronger than ever during the coronavirus by not catching coronavirus and trying that out. Here's the part where we check in with Jeremiah Watkins, who has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders out.
With Dr. Phil and Shanks, actually.
That's very exciting.
Very exciting.
Kill Tony fans are going to love that. Adam Ray plays Dr. Phil, and of course Jeremiah plays Shanks. He's got his Venmo piece of paper there.
At Jeremiah-Watkins to cover all parking fees tonight.
Those of you that...
And then I'll be in Arizona at the end of the month, July 30th and 31st. Denver is canceled, but Arizona is still going strong.
Wow.
And
definitely not
Gifford
gonna be
is
in
way
it.
better shape in Arizona.
It's weird that you want to do that gig, but.
And then I have a Luis J. Gomez shirt up on.
Is that a real
Instagram.
shirt?
That's a real shirt.
That's real.
There you go.
That's such a weird shirt.
That's good though. Jeremiah's been taking some creative chances lately. He's got new songs out. He's going to be dropping more of those, according to what I've read in Billboard magazine. There's a whole bunch more coming, so we're excited to see some of those romantic songs.
I will have a number one song from them.
You know what? I agree. You put those energies out there, and people that believe in hope will clap at that. How about a hand for Jetski Johnson, everybody? She was here tonight. That was her. She's back from the coronavirus. She's Jetski Johnson. What else, Jetski?
Everybody who messaged me when I was gone and checked in, everybody here and at home listening, thank you so much. That was so nice. And if you are alone, hang in there. It sucks, but yeah.
She saw what you wrote her. She heard your thoughts. She did not smell a single thing.
Didn't smell anything.
Chroma Chris was here tonight, everybody. Unbelievably funny. Incredibly great on the bass. So glad to have you back filling in the sounds of the band. You make it so much more powerful. What am I missing, Chroma?
Thanks, Tony. You can just check me out. Check out the Baby Boys on Spotify.
Oh yeah,
The new album's great.
That. Thank you. Patty Reagan and the Baby Boys. Is that right? Pat Reagan and the Baby Boys?
Yeah. We're actually just the Baby Boys, but Pat Reagan is in it. It's me, Pat,
and it's the Baby Boys for those who
the
don't
Baby
know.
Boys on Spotify.
There you go. And last but not least, the backbone of the band, Joel Jimenez, everyone. He's mostly sorry on social media. His new podcast, Mostly Sorry, is out. What else, Joel?
Yeah, we're gonna drop it on Wednesday this time since we'll be working tomorrow. So we'll see you Wednesday at 5. Me and David Deary.
I love it.
Big thanks to David Deary also.
Yes, big thanks to David Deary. He's got a tough gig, and he really helps us out tremendously on this show. And sometimes, there he is. He's right there.
Oh, I didn't even recognize.
And we love him very much. It's such an important role, and we care about him deeply. He's at MF David Deary on all things social media. Catch him working with the great Donnell Rawling. And
he's really good on Joe's podcast, too.
Yeah, great on Joel's podcast. Works with all the funniest people. And we absolutely love David Deary. He's a great comedian, a worldly traveler, and just an overall great guy. He keeps us safe. He's strict about the coronavirus. I remember when we were driving to the Ice House that first week, and I was saying all this shit's bullshit and everything, and you're like, no, Tony, this is a really big deal. People are getting really sick. I have friends in Italy, and I'm like, this fucking nerd is scared of this disease, and it turns out you were completely correct. And I was an asshole. Yeah.
No.
I've been an asshole a few times.
Hey guys, check out my show, Virtual Red Band, if you like virtual reality. I play a bunch of virtual reality, and it's all fun.
Same with me. My new side project, Roastmaster Class, is booming over there. I just had an episode with Sarah Tiana drop where we went over, for the first time ever, anywhere, the unheard Ann Coulter script that was controversial and talked about on many platforms, but never heard before. We went over it, and fun episodes out. Ben Giaflalo, David Lucas. This week I'm interviewing Jesse Joyce, the former writer for the late, great Geraldo. So everything roasting is happening over there. That's at patreon.com/hinchclip for that exclusive content. Thank you, Gino, again, Speedweed, and Better Box Studios for keeping us holed up during the majority of the pandemic. RyanJebelt.com for prints, and Michael Lair Comedy for all the coolest merch.
And thank you, audience, in the Comedy Store.
And the Comedy Store. Thank you, everybody.
been coming to you live from the world-famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah, what's up? Hey. We are live. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. And here we are for another fun episode of Kill Tony, brought to you by our amazing sponsors this week. And here's a little bit more about them. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet, and when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history, your internet service provider can still see every single website you've ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through their secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time, I don't even realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button, and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/killtony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. expressvpn.com/killtony, that's expressvpn.com/killtony, expressvpn.com/killtony to learn more. Hiring can be difficult, but if you're a company that's currently trying to hire, you face new difficulties. From safely reopening your doors to finding the right person for a specialized role, HousingWire could relate. They needed to hire an ambitious reporter to cover news stories on the U.S. mortgage and housing markets. So they turned to ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter's smart matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And that's how HousingWire found Alexander Roja. Alexander never imagined she could get a reporter job in the midst of COVID-19. Hiring was frozen, and the idea of looking for a job was discouraging. So she created a profile on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter matched Alexander to HousingWire's reporter job because her degree and writing skills were a great fit for the role. HousingWire received her application only 4 hours after they posted the job. And a few weeks later, Alexandra started her dream career.
ZipRecruiter helped Alexandra find the right job, and they helped HousingWire find the right person for their role fast. See how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/killtony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/killtony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Glad to be here. Very exciting stuff. A very fun show lined up for you here tonight. And let's just jump right into it. Of course, there's no guest on this episode. However, everybody, there is a band.
And there's also Ryan J. Ebelt sitting right there in the audience.
That's true. Ryan J. Ebelt draws every episode. We're going to check in with his drawing later. All of those are available at RyanJEbelt.com. We're all filled up on delicious Vito's Pizza. Special baked ziti night tonight. What a fiesta. We have the great David Deary here with us, the great Gino from Speedweed, who let us coop up at Betterbox Studios for the majority of the quarantine.
And delicious caveman coffee. You can't get enough of those.
Yeah, you can't get enough of those guys. Damon is here up in the bird's nest, keeping an eye on us, making adjustments smoothly to the light. And we're going to have some fun tonight. So let's bring out the band, shall we? Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out what they are this week together as I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joelberg Joel Jimenez, Jetski Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go.
Let's all go to the bar.
And how about you, little lady? You came out with great energy. Seem like you're not burnt out or anything. What's your name?
My name is Jen. I'm 16 years old and I'm an aspiring actress.
Jen, I can't believe you're 60.
16.
Oh, 16.
But I can play 60.
I misheard that. My goodness. 16. And what's this young magician's name back here?
Hello, my name is Brent, and people say I'm the spitting image of Johnny Depp.
Yes, they do. Definitely a spitting image of Johnny Depp. Maybe after he found poop in his bed from his ex-wife. And clearly back here we have what appears to be fucking Adolf Hitler's attention deficit nephew.
I keep getting this Adolf guy. I don't know who this is, but my name is Stork. I just moved here from Eastern Europe, and I am 62. I get only job I can at movie theater.
Snork.
Snorg. I love the Snorgs. S-N-O-R-G.
Snorg. What part of Eastern Europe are you from?
The east part.
What country?
East. It's been so long since I've gone.
Doesn't seem like you've been gone long with that thick accent.
I don't talk much. I work in a movie theater.
What do? You tear tickets?
I do it all.
That's what I do.
Oh, okay. So we got Spencer, Jen, Brent, and Snorg movie theater employees, fully in uniform. Theaters got closed this week, even though they've been closed. Really, California didn't close really anything, just nail salons, massage parlors, and card rooms, for those of you that were going to card rooms a lot.
Hallmark, right? We've been hooking up N64s privately inside AMC and then just playing Mario Kart. This is pretty cool.
Wow, just not even playing a new system, like a 15-year-old system.
That's a cool movie screen.
Well, let's just jump right into the show, shall we, everybody? Going first, yet again, a murder on this show. One of my favorite comedians on the planet. I love his style. I love everything about this man. One of my favorite people just in life and in the history of this show. I present to you to get things jolted right from the start before we go to the bucket with 4 pre-selected names in there. Make some noise for Michael Lair, everybody. Here's Michael Lair.
I'm not mad at China for creating Cronin alive. China taught me how delicious duck is. If you look in the window of a Chinese restaurant, no hours, no name, just 45 ducks. No one takes more pride in their work than the Chinese duck maker. They spend so much time coming to
decided to wipe off his microphone during a podcast.
And what? Speaking of speaking, what the fuck are you doing?
Wow,
Yeah.
snort.
What kind of 6-year-old European man has never heard of Hitler?
I know, it's very bizarre. Snorg is, I believe he might be in the Easter Seals Film Challenge.
Eastern Seals.
Eastern Seals. Oh, I like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, finally I please you.
But you've been pleasing a lot of people. I heard you have a big audition coming up.
Yeah, well, we all know that comedy institutions are in a revolution, and Saturday Night Live is one of them. And by 2025, they have said that all their cast members will be in wheelchairs. So I'm working on a new audition, and I don't want to take advantage, but may I practice one of...
I'd love to see this audition.
Alright. Now, Jeremiah's not here, but he's a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But me and him are, like, there's some thespian Highlander shit going on. Cause I messaged him, and I said, can I borrow a wig?
Oh.
And he said, fucking...
Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me? This fucking
You ever
guy?
seen his, like, wig holder, and he keeps them, like, all labeled?
Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is brought to you by the Star Quest Production Network and is made possible by our many generous patrons. If you'd like to support the podcast, please visit sqpn.com/give. Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part through the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation at aaronv.com, AARONV.com, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida. And by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-twine mounted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. Previously on Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. In the late 1980s, an American man named Paul Benowitz became deeply alarmed. He lived in New Mexico, and he was a scientist, an inventor, a businessman, and an American patriot who deeply loved his country and the people of planet Earth. But he began finding evidence of an alien presence on Earth. He reported his discoveries to the Air Force, and they assigned agents to his case who took what he was learning very seriously and sought to help with his investigations. In time, he learned that the aliens had made a secret agreement with human officials, but the deal had gone bad. Now the aliens were implanting people with devices that could turn them into spies, control their actions, and wipe their memories. In the end, Paul concluded that our only choice was to attack the aliens without mercy. He used more than $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon to penetrate their defense screens, and he outlined an extensive attack plan known as Project Beta, which he eventually shared with President Ronald Reagan. Who was Paul Benowitz? What did he learn, and what did Project Beta involve?
As a result, Paul began to take precautions to protect himself, his family, and Mrs. Hanson.
On June 3rd, 1980, Leo Sprinkle rang the doorbell, and after a long pause, Benowitz appeared, toting a pistol on his hip and a rifle in his right hand. He told me that the aliens could come swarming over the walls at any minute.
Next episode, we'll tell you the end of the Paul Benowitz story and go into analysis mode to figure out what really happened. Were they able to stop the alien invasion that he feared? Has it been covered up all this time? Why did the Air Force call in the Army's Delta Force? And what was the huge price that Paul Benowitz personally paid?
I got the first one killed. I got one
You're listening to episode 144 of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World, where we look at mysteries from the twin perspectives of faith and reason. In this episode, we're talking about Paul Benowitz, his friend Richard Doty, and Doty's shocking UFO revelations. I'm Dom Bettinelli, and joining me today is Jimmy Akin. Hey, Jimmy.
Howdy, Dom.
Folks, be sure to stick around to the end of the episode. We have your feedback on our recent episode on the Mark of the Beast. But first, in the 1980s, New Mexico scientist and businessman Paul Benowitz became extremely alarmed. He began to discover evidence not just of an alien presence on Earth, but that the aliens were staging a slow-motion takeover of the planet. They were abducting people and implanting them with devices that could turn them into walking cameras and microphones, control their behavior, and wipe their memories. At any moment, the implanted people could have their switch pulled and be totally controlled by the aliens. Already, this had been done to hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S., and the military had been compromised. Paul reported his findings to the Air Force, which took them seriously and encouraged him to keep investigating. In time, Paul developed a daring plan known as Project Beta to rid the Earth of aliens. He even invested $200,000 of his own money to develop a prototype weapon that could penetrate their defense screens. What happened with Project Beta? Has it been covered up all these years? What role did Delta Force play? And what was the terrible price that Paul Benowitz paid? That's what we'll be talking about on this episode of Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World. Jimmy, where did we leave off at the end of our last episode?
Paul had recommended his attack plan, Project Beta, to President Ronald Reagan. He recognized that some humans would die as a result of the coming battle, but he saw this as our only choice. And we needed to strike now, while the aliens were still weak, and we could exploit their vulnerabilities, which he had documented extensively through his radio and TV communications with them.
So what did President Reagan do?
It's not clear that President Reagan received the document that Paul had sent to him. All Paul got back was a boilerplate letter explaining that the government no longer investigated UFOs since the closing of Project Blue Book in 1970. Only that clashed with information Paul had received in the form of the Aquarius document, which indicated that the government was still investigating UFOs on a covert basis, with information being funneled up to our space agency, NASA.
Why might President Reagan not have seen Paul's battle plan?
Well, one possibility is that it was typical Washington and Defense Department bureaucracy. The Aquarius document indicated that the government's covert UFO investigation was classified top secret, and that the information it generated was distributed on a highly limited basis. The president gets all kinds of people writing to him every day, and it's extremely possible that the person answering the correspondence simply wasn't on the Project Aquarius distribution list and didn't have a need to know about it. As a result, he would give the standard boilerplate reply and never show Reagan the document.
Could the document have been deliberately kept away from Reagan by people who had been implanted by the aliens?
That's another possibility that may have occurred to Paul. After all, he estimated conservatively, he thought, that the aliens had implanted 300,000 people in the United States alone. And if you're conducting a covert invasion, a nation's command and control is what you want to take over first. So Paul may well have suspected that people high up in the Defense Department and the government had already been co-opted by the aliens and were deliberately frustrating his plans.
Wouldn't he make himself a target if he announced himself like this with the Project Beta document?
He'd already established a communications link with the aliens, including a video link, by decoding their transmissions near Kirtland Air Force Base. That's a big part of how he learned so much about them, their capabilities and their weaknesses, especially their psychology. But if people who had been compromised by the aliens intercepted his Project Beta attack plan, that would tell the aliens he was a direct threat to them, and they might well take action. In fact, Paul reported that they did, and he took special precautions to protect himself. His colleague, ufologist Bill Moore, reports on the state he was in by the time of their last meeting in 1986 or 1987.
He had guns and knives all over the house. He had installed extra locks on his doors, and he swore that they, meaning the aliens, were coming through his walls at night and injecting him with hideous chemicals which would knock him out for long periods of time. Moore was shocked at his friend's appearance. He looked like a concentration camp survivor. He'd lost a lot of weight. His hands were shaking. He smoked incessantly. Moore once counted 28 cigarettes in 45 minutes during a lunch date where Benowitz touched not a bite of his food. Benowitz told Moore that after the aliens injected him, they would make him drive his car out into the desert in the middle of the night, but he couldn't remember what he did after he got there. Both Moore and Richard Doty independently recalled noticing injection marks running down Benowitz's arm. So perhaps the aliens had come to realize that Paul Benowitz was a threat to them and were taking actions to increasingly render him unstable so as to neutralize him. Paul also discovered, to his horror, that his wife Cindy had been implanted with one of the alien devices. Presumably, he found the telltale scar that he had seen on other implant victims that revealed its location.
Paul and his family seemed to be under grave threat at this point. What could he do in response?
Probably one of the best things he could do to protect himself would be to simply walk away, to use his communications link to tell the aliens that he was canceling his investigations and give it all up so that he was no longer a threat. That would mean letting their plot against Earth go forward, but at least he might save himself and his family. And, in fact, people were counseling him to stop. His family members were telling him that he needed to stop, and his friend, Air Force Special Agent Richard Doty, recalls,
I actually sat down with Paul and told Paul, listen, Paul, I think you have to stop doing this. I think you've gone as far as you can go, and this is a friend. This is Richard Doty, a friend. It wasn't Richard Doty, a special agent of OSI, talking to him. I said, this is a friend talking to you, Paul, because I became a friend with him. He was a very wonderful person, and I didn't want to see him harmed. And I said, Paul, stop it. Listen to your son, listen to your wife, end it. Get rid of the equipment, lock the stuff away, go on with your life, go back to your work at your business, and stop this. Paul listened to me, and I thought maybe he was going to take my advice, but he didn't. He continued and continued and continued, and at that point we ended the investigation. We ended every involvement with Paul Benowitz.
So the Air Force was concerned enough that they ended their involvement with Paul. But he was determined to go on. After all, the fate of the Earth was at stake. But the strain was too much. In his book, Project Beta, Greg Bishop reports,
by August of 1988, after 8 very long years of unrelenting stress and fear, the 61-year-old Paul Benowitz could no longer function normally. He had turned over much of the day-to-day operations of his business, Thunder Scientific Labs, to associates and his 2 adult sons. Former acquaintance Gary Massey says that Benowitz had finally barricaded himself in the house and had piled sandbags all around the windows. His family, finally convinced that his sanity and health were in immediate danger, took him to the Anna Caseman Mental Health Facility in Albuquerque, just a couple of miles up the road from Thunder Scientific headquarters, and checked him in for nervous exhaustion.
And you can understand why Paul would have nervous exhaustion after all the shocking things he'd been through. After he got out of the hospital, Paul finally did back off and cease his UFO studies, though he still believed in the aliens and all the things he discovered up until the end of his life. He passed in 2003 at the age of 75. And there are just a few remaining questions we need to look at. Like, how much of all this was the Air Force and his friend Richard Doty lying to Paul about?
We'll have more on that shocking revelation after we take a moment to thank our patrons who make this show possible, including Teresa S., Jess K., Megan F., Patrick W., and Paul B. Their generous donations at sqpn.com/give make it possible for us to continue Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World and all the shows at StarQuest. And now's a great time to become a StarQuest patron, thanks to a generous gift from a StarQuest supporter. When you start a new Patreon monthly pledge at sqpn.com/give, the first 3 months will be matched by an equal amount from our donor. So if you become a new patron at $10 a month, after 3 months, our donor will give $30 to StarQuest to support all our shows, including this one, making your gift go even further. So if you've been thinking of becoming a StarQuest patron, now's the time. Visit sqpn.com/give today. Jimmy Akin's Mysterious World is also brought to you in part with the generous support of Aaron Ferguson Electric and Automation at aaronv.com, AARONV.com, making connections for life for your automation and smart home needs in North and Central Florida. And by rosaryarmy.com. Have more peace. Visit rosaryarmy.com and get a free all-twine knotted rosary, downloadable audio rosaries, and more. Make them, pray them, give them away at rosaryarmy.com. So, Jay, let's talk about the theories concerning this whole subject. What theories are there about Paul Benowitz and Project Beta?
Well, I've already mentioned the big one. How much was Paul being lied to? And to the extent he was being lied to, how did the disinformation campaign unfold? Also, why did they lie to him? What was the Air Force trying to do? And since every good disinformation campaign has elements of truth in it, how much of what he was told about the UFOs happened to be true? And then finally, we'll need to review our findings from the faith perspective.
All right, what can we say about what happened to Paul Benowitz from the reason perspective? Let's start by talking about his friend, Special Agent Richard Doty. What do we know about him?
He was born in 1950, and he has a pedigree connected with UFOs, as his uncle, Major Edward Doty, headed Project Twinkle, which investigated the green fireballs over New Mexico in 1948 that people thought were connected with UFOs. As we indicated, Special Agent Doty was an Air Force officer assigned to the Office of Special Investigations. They provide criminal investigative services, protective services, and counterintelligence services. And it's the latter capacity that Doty was involved with Paul in here. In his dealings with Paul Benowitz, Agent Doty was functioning as a counterintelligence officer. That is, an officer whose job is to thwart intelligence efforts directed against the United States.
How does Doty describe the beginning of his relationship with Paul?
At the point they met, Paul had been getting film footage of strange lights over Kirtland Air Force Base, as well as picking up unusual radio transmissions from the base. Paul contacted base security, wanting to alert them to a potential security threat, and Agent Doty initially thought it might be coming from the Soviets. After all, this was during the Cold War. And that shaped their initial meeting. In the documentary we've mentioned, which is called Mirage Man, Doty says this.
Paul didn't know initially what he got. He didn't analyze it. When he had gotten the first series of transmissions, he recorded them, and then he contacted the security officer for Kirtland. I began a dialogue with Paul, trying to find out everything he had. And as I did, then I learned that a lot of the information he had wasn't anything to do with a Soviet threat or some kind of hostile threat against Kirtland. It was information that he had gathered because of the fact he was a scientist and because he had sensitive and sophisticated equipment. He was collecting emissions coming from the base.
The problem was what Paul had discovered as he filmed the unusual phenomena over the base and Manzano Mountains inside it.
He had two films of an object flying. One picture depicted an object that looked like it was flying out of the mountain, and it looked like some kind of saucer-shaped object. He immediately then thought that there were UFOs coming out of Manzano. The second film was of an object that was something experimental that the government was doing. When he filmed that, then again, the flag went up, that he just filmed a classified project.
So Paul had a film of something that looked like a UFO and another project that was classified. And now the Air Force had a decision to make.
And we had to decide what we were going to do then. Were we going to allow this to happen, or we were trying to convince him otherwise?
They let Paul come to the base and have a meeting with many important people, as we mentioned in the last episode.
Paul made a presentation to the Air Force officials on what he had been doing and about what he had been collecting. He showed some of his film. He showed some of his pictures. He had an audio recorder that was playing the sounds that he had collected from the base. The highest ranking person in the room, which was a brigadier general, said, "You have some very convincing information, Paul." And that kind of set everything in motion with Paul to let him think that, yeah, he does. We briefed everybody in the room. So they knew what we were doing, basically. And so after the meeting, there was a number of questions asked of him. What do you want the Air Force to do? And Paul says, I'd like a grant to investigate UFOs on the base and a grant to continue this contact that he claimed he had with some of these aliens.
And, as we discussed last episode, he received a $75,000 grant to continue his studies from one of the agencies involved. But the overall decision was the Air Force would lie to Paul Benowitz in order to convince him that everything he was detecting was due to aliens.
The more he had contact with me and others within the intelligence community, the more he started analyzing the information. So we kind of planted the seed in Paul that what he was seeing and what he was hearing and what he was collecting was, in fact, probably maybe UFOs.
And they exploited the fact that Paul was a patriotic American against him.
It was very easy to convince Paul. Paul was a World War II veteran. He's very patriotic. He always flew his flag. Those type of people you can convince that, listen, just tell him, Paul, you can't tell anybody else about this because it's, they could get in the wrong hands. So immediately Paul became a cooperating source, and he held everything that he had gotten in secrecy.
So they didn't have to do very much, at least in the beginning.
It wasn't a whole lot that we did. It was just a simple, really simple nod and statement to Paul that what he was seeing was probably UFOs.
But Paul was off and running, and over time, the lies became more elaborate.
How did that happen?
The liars apparently started to involve more than just the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Richard Doty reports,
at one point, another agency was conducting an investigation, and they set up a surveillance across the street from him. And Paul's son contacted me and said, leave my father alone. You guys are across the street, and you're bothering my father. He's getting to the point that he's being paranoid. Well, I knew it wasn't us.
In fact, it was the National Security Agency, or NSA, that had set up an outpost in the house across the street from Paul. Rick Bishop reports,
he said he saw people coming in and out of the house and looking out from the curtains and things like that. And as it turns out, the NSA had some people in this house that were watching him and actually beaming messages straight across the street into his antenna setup.
He started picking up these signals, and the NSA was scared that anybody could figure that out. They decided to just take complete control of what he was seeing and give him exactly what he thought he should be getting. They replaced his computer with their own computer. The computer had software that would decode the messages he was getting in the way they wanted him to see them. And if you look at the transcript of it, it seems like almost gibberish, but because people want to pull out content from a random order, it starts to make some kind of sense. They said that they were from a planet with no water, and they were trying to find a new place to live, and they wanted to take over the Earth, and they can only trust Paul. They were going to have some kind of agreement with him, but he said you can't trust anything they say, these aliens are evil, and served to make him look silly, which is exactly what they're trying to do. So after Paul started picking up transmissions from Kirtland AFB that were connected with a classified project, the NSA moved in. This is the organization that, as we have since learned, conducts massive global surveillance, including of telephone calls. The NSA took control of the equipment that Paul had set up in his house. They started beaming radio and television signals directly into what he'd set up. They replaced his computer with one of their own, and they were responsible for the alleged translations of alien signals he got, as well as the visual images of aliens he saw on his monitors. And Paul and his family noticed the strange people who were set up in the neighboring house, yet Paul never walked across the short distance to confront them and ask them what they were doing. Maybe he thought they were people who had been co-opted by the aliens and were being controlled by them.
One of the people we mentioned last episode was Paul's friend and fellow UFO researcher, Bill Moore. How does he fit into all this?
He had been co-opted by the intelligence community. Sometime previously, he had been contacted by a man from the Defense Intelligence Agency, or DIA, whose identity he's never revealed. Instead, he referred to this man by the nickname Falcon. Falcon said that he represented a group of people inside the system who wanted to reveal what the government really knows about aliens and UFOs. And they wanted to reveal it to the public slowly through a trustworthy, reputable ufologist like Bill. And that's reasonable. You don't want the public to freak out all at once. You want to introduce them to this stuff slowly. But there was a catch.
There's always a catch with this kind of deal. So what was the catch here?
Basically, Falcon and his associates wanted information about what was going on in the UFO community, what it was aware of, the ideas that were circulating in it, that kind of thing. If Bill would keep tabs on what the UFO people were thinking, Falcon would give him information about what the government really knows. As an earnest of his good faith, he gave Bill a document about a UFO landing in New Mexico in 1969. The document referred to a government project by the name of Silver Sky, and Bill checked it out. He went around New Mexico looking for the witnesses to the UFO landing, and he didn't find any. The next time he met Falcon, he confronted him with the fact that the document was a fake and none of the people that mentioned in it existed. Falcon said, "Congratulations, you passed the test." They'd given him the document to see if he was really a competent investigator who could be trusted with sensitive information. If he hadn't been the type of researcher they were looking for, he would have gone straight to the public without checking it out to see if Project Silver Sky even existed. But he didn't. He showed them that he was the kind of quality person they were looking for, and now they were ready to start giving him the real stuff. So they started doing business.
And how did he become involved with Paul Benowitz?
Falcon introduced Bill to our other friend, Richard Doty, and in February 1981, Falcon and Doty asked him to give Paul a copy of the Aquarius document that we mentioned last episode. Just as a refresher, the Aquarius document said that despite the closure of Project Blue Book, the government was still secretly investigating UFOs, that NASA was receiving the information it was developing, and that something known as Project Aquarius was involved. So was a group nobody had heard of named MJ-12. And most relevant to our story today, NASA was following the information that Paul Benowitz was developing. But there was a problem. Bill Moore had seen an earlier version of the Aquarius document, and the one they gave him now was different. It had been edited. Greg Bishop reports,
"The document in its pristine condition was only seen by Bill Moore in the offices of AFOSI, and once again in February of 1981, when he was handed a heavily edited and rewritten version of the message and told that he was to give this copy to Paul Benowitz. When he asked why the new version was riddled with changes, Falcon replied that it had to be sanitized to protect sensitive projects. It was the first time that he'd been asked to lie to a fellow researcher. This sort of commitment to the deception bothered Moore, and he sat on the document for a few months until he was gently warned that all operations were off unless he followed through. Moore explained, "My understanding, although I never knew for sure, was that Benowitz was expected to wave it to the press and others as proof of what he was saying about an alien invasion, at which point the document would be denounced as counterfeit and Benowitz would be further discredited."
So Bill suspected that the edited document was meant as a setup for Paul to discredit him. And he didn't want that.
Oh, is that true?
I do everything on my own.
Tickle the fuck out of you.
No way. But Jeremiah, you don't have what you sent me.
Jeremiah screenshotted the DM. And
What does it say?
Do you want me to read it, Michael?
Oh, shit. Oh. Ooh, this is quite the standoff here. There's a part of me that thinks, I mean, this is a tough one because I have a feeling that Jeremiah may have wanted to help you on this one, but now you're getting called on your bluff. But at the same time, I could also see Jeremiah not want to share wigs with you. He's very...
About your characters.
Because Jeremiah has been quoted as saying only Black Lives Matter, so...
Right. I'll paraphrase.
Black lives matter.
There you go, you just said it again.
Jeremiah, I'll paraphrase.
You're not allowed to paraphrase.
Then you read it.
Okay.
From my paraphrase.
This is my favorite part of the last 15 episodes of the show, by the way.
Do you want me to read word for word?
No, yeah.
Go ahead, just the part we want to know.
Okay. Michael DM Jeremiah and said, "You the wig/beard master if I ever need to borrow? ? Jeremiah said, "I usually don't lend stuff out because I have them organized for specific characters, but if you're in need of something specific, I can probably help."
That is heartless and cold. That's basically like, you can go fuck yourself, be a professional, and get your own wig.
I feel you, bro. Especially in the age of Corona. Respect. I'm straight.
now you're calling me out like a bitch on the show? Let's go, Lair, right now, right here.
Second donut stage, bitch.
Wow, you guys should have a fist fight. I got my money on Michael Lair.
Oh, look out. Here's the problem. Look how fast I can punch. For real.
Let's see it. For those of you just listening to the show, it was very slow, and he almost fell out of his chair.
It blew my hair back on the other side of the stage.
We all agree I was right.
Absolutely.
Fuck you.
Michael Lair wins this one.
You just started something that you shouldn't have started, Lair.
Oh, shit. Look at that. He's going to give you a wig with fucking, smallpox on it next week. All right. The only thing I love more than Michael Lair on this show is Michael Lair twice on this show. So there he was again, the great Michael Lair, giving us more very compelling, interesting times. Shout out to Jeremiah Watkins for sending in the screenshot of the DMs, giving us some of the inside baseball behind the characters in Kill Tony. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This young lady became famous on the show in Ventura, California, being pulled out of the bucket on both episodes of that show. Fun fact, those were the last two shows in front of a live audience, and she's back. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Blue Ball is here. Blue Ball. Hey, no. Here's Blue Ball, everyone.
I'm so happy to be out of my house. But I have to say, being quarantined at home wasn't that bad for me. I kind of made the most of it. I mean, I had struggles for sure. Like, I struggled between, like, what Netflix show I was going to binge or what are the 27 podcasts that I'm going to watch while I rub one out. And it actually, that's pretty much where everything turned into is I broke my own personal record many times and felt like, wow, I didn't think the pandemic was going to go on for that long, and I burnt myself out big time. That I hit my masturbation threshold. Anyone else? No. Okay. Well, yeah, I thought it was. I thought I broke myself, but then I watched the Comedy Stores benefits for the employees, and when I saw Bobby Lee's butthole.
Yeah, what happened when you saw Bobby Lee's butthole? I gotta know the end of this.
I definitely started to get kind of warm, but I lost my shit when I saw Joey Diaz unfold his fucking.
All right, here goes Blue Ball. Play some music, guys. Let's end this. She saw Bobby Lee's Peking duck.
You know, this is what your fourth or fifth time on the show, and I think every single time you talk about your butthole.
Not every time.
Not every time. I mean, I don't know. It might be every time. But you're very sexual on stage.
I am who I am.
Yeah, you're a sexual woman. Now, is that true that you
I can only get laid, though.
Is it true that you masturbated a lot during the quarantine?
Yeah.
Is there really? I know you were making jokes there, but is there something that you watch or like I know I don't think women perhaps maybe it's just a stereotype that I'm not correct about, but
no, I'm pretty good at doing it. I started young. But,
do you use your imagination or do you watch stuff?
Now showing Avatar.
Sometimes it's watching something, but there's like a lot of crazy shit on Netflix and wherever now that is straight up porn.
Like what?
The show is called, a movie called Love, but it's not the love thing, it's the movie.
Gasternoi.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, snort, you know?
Yes.
Gasternoi.
The opening scene is full porn, and then the whole movie is full porn.
And that's the type of stuff that you like to rub it out to?
No, actually, I was kind of shocked to see the whole thing that I actually watched the movie. But no, I don't really need visual. I just kind of just need to look at.
And what do? Do you like use something in particular? You seem like the kind of lady that would have like one of those like big giant vibrators or something like that.
Hitachi.
No,
Jackhammer. mace from a castle?
No, anything. Like,
You fit horse.
sometimes just a tight pair of pants works.
A tight pair of pants? The noise, that's the noise of a tight pair of pants right there.
I just say it's not one thing, it's just lots of things.
Right.
But it's mental.
How long does it usually go ahead?
You ever seen the movie Flubber with Robin Williams?
Flubber?
Yeah.
No.
That's a great movie.
I'll put that on my watch list, but thanks.
Oh, okay. So that's fun. Have you hooked up with anybody during the quarantine?
No, not at all. Are you kidding?
So you say that like that was like a very like over the top answer. Are you being sarcastic?
No. I've been very very isolated. But even before the pandemic, no, I've had a very quiet.
What's wild is that you seem a little bit less crazy than you did before being isolated for 4 months. Isn't that weird? Like the crazy people are getting normal and the normal people are going crazy.
Oh no, I'm still pretty nice. But
like what's one of the craziest things about you? Since I've gotten you to admit that you're nuts. Go ahead.
That as sexual as I may sound, I am I haven't had sex in a very, very long time.
How long are we talking?
Years.
How many years?
5.
5 years.
Is there a reason? Is there something that you're ashamed of? Like,
No, I just I get to know people and they laugh at my jokes and the other things coming out of my mouth and they're like, I could never put my dick in that thing. Did you hear the things that come out of her mouth?
You don't talk to many comedians, do you?
Yeah.
Well, I just started to, but still, like, yeah, I'm not getting approached and whatever.
No, you're
my eHarmony account went dry because there was no one like compatible within so many miles and like I'm just saying.
Have you heard of something called Tinder?
No, yes, I have, and no, I'm not on that. Thank you.
You have Wi-Fi?
Some advice from
I
a
do have Wi-Fi.
Okay.
But no, I just yeah.
5 years. Have you been on dates? Like when's the last date you went on? Did guy take you to dinner at all?
Well, I got with friends. But we're friends. I friend zone people because you know, like I walk into a room like I smell sausage. It's like that's what like.
Have you ever seen the movie Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage?
It's a good movie.
I have.
Great film.
Okay.
Yeah, all right.
That works.
Thanks.
That'll work sparingly. That type of like reference.
What do you mean? Nicolas Cage movies?
Yeah.
Okay. 8mm?
Yeah.
Great film.
Face Off.
American Treasure. Never mind.
Snore.
Look, that's Forrest Gump, okay?
Snore. Not only did you say the wrong movie, but you had no accent whatsoever.
I've been learning English.
Do they call it American Treasure where you're from?
Yes, it's called. You have to say it like that. American Treasure. It's like when you hear the impression about you sound. American Treasure.
Snark is the guy that's on the operations box.
Okay. So.
Right?
Jesus, blue ball, you're out of control.
That's pretty good.
Coming from a box that has been operated on.
Okay.
Anyway.
American Treasure.
So what do you like to do? You've been isolated. How do you fill the time when you're not?
I actually have been working on all my videos to submit one for you. Like my whole passion has been writing, and I'm really just I feel like I'm coming into my own. Like I'm not wearing a diaper tonight.
Oh, that's right. You were wearing a diaper pre-quarantine.
Right?
How could I forget that?
And then I said I had a fans only account selling my diapers, and you're like only fans and whatever.
When did she wear a diaper again? I can't remember.
Because that's like the big question. Are you ashamed of it?
It's a nervous thing where like I have stage fright, and I think I don't have. I don't know if I don't have it, but right now with no one really in here, I'm okay with myself, which is really weird.
Have you had a kid? You have a kid?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Blue Ball, you are as Snorg would say, an American treasure. I am glad that you signed up tonight. It's always a pleasure to have you on. You're very different. You're a wild, wild spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the comedy stylist of Blue Ball. Blue Ball, forget about me. Blue, blue, blue ball. This young man, great joke writer, unbelievable roaster. I love him. He's my brother from another mother. The thriller in my Manila, the rumble in the jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only David Lucas.
Yeah, what's up, y'all? Oh, damn, the mic's only working. White women are pissing me off. Y'all ain't fooling me marching for Black Lives Matter. Y'all hoes just want some shit to complain about. White women are saying that calling them Karen is the same thing as calling them a nigga. Like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Did somebody spray you with a fire hose while yelling Karen? Did a nigga chase you down the street with a German Shepherd while yelling Karen? I protested the one protest during the Black Lives Matter. I didn't protest like in the hoods and shit. Like, I protested in the suburbs with some niggas that had shit to lose. Like, I protested with some doctors and lawyers. I was like, oh yeah, y'all got jobs. I can protest with y'all. But I saw a white girl so thick during the Black Lives Matter protest that I started chanting all lives matter. And this bitch fine as fuck.
Hell yeah, David Lucas, I love it. David Lucas.
Yeah. Play that funky music, white boys.
You really just did. I love it. White women, Black Lives Matter, white women, Karen, and
yeah.
Those are my notes from that set.
Yeah. I'm about to fucking make that shit like 5-6 minutes.
Hell yeah. Stretch it out just like you would a white woman.
Hey, you already know, Tony. Because you a white woman.
That's right, that's me. That's me. I'm actually the white woman that,
after 12 o'clock, Tony loses his facial hair. Y'all niggas just don't know.
That's true. That's absolutely true. A lot of people don't know this, but David Lucas actually looted my home during the
I stole a dildo in a case.
I seriously want that case back when you get it.
Tony's car smelled like rubber bands.
Why would my car smell like rubber bands?
Because it's latex, nigga.
Oh, yeah. No, that's true.
Yeah, you gay Arctic fox looking motherfucker.
That's me. I'm a gay Arctic fox, and you are a straight, giant black man.
Yeah, Tony. You look like a mechanic that only work on Priuses.
That's actually... That's actually one of the things that I've been doing to supplement my income.
An electric car specialist.
Yeah, I also work on electric motorcycles. I had to give Red Band a little tune-up.
Oh. No, bro, that shit, nigga, when I see Red, because I saw Red Band post that he rode like 15 miles, and then today when I saw that shit was electric, nigga, I was laughing so hard.
Oh, I know, trust me.
I don't know why you guys think I'm like trying to pull a fast one on.
It's so
From
funny.
day one, I've said I'm getting an e-bike.
It's fucking cool. I saw that too, Brian, if it makes you feel better. I haven't joked about it, but I did screenshot it when you posted your trail of electric bicycling, like you're actually exercising.
You guys just need to come over and fucking get on it.
That's like
it's
me.
just about having fun. I don't know why you guys.
That's like me tracking where I went in my Corvette, being like, went for a 20-mile jog today in my Corvette.
Red Man bicycle cut off when he go to Beals.
Wow, Tony ran 130 miles an hour down the 10 freeway at one point.
Red Man, you should get a dirt bike, bro. That's more manly.
It's not more manly. My shit's faster than that.
Every bike with Red Band on it's a dirt bike.
It has instant torque. You know, it doesn't have like the gears. Like, it's like a Tesla.
You just want to have a reason to plug some shit up so we go get some food.
He has instant torque to get his instant pork.
That's hilarious.
You ever ride an electric bicycle?
No, nigga, I'm straight.
No, come on. That's not a gay. You make everything gay.
Everything I do is gas until they run out of fossil fuels, nigga. I lied. I did used to have a hybrid i3 BMW.
Oh, okay.
But the motherfucker only went like 110 miles, so it was a great car, a lot of room.
That's the one that has like the weird wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing sucks.
Do cars go slower because you're in them? Like they can't hit the max speed because you have the weight of like a small family.
Oh, okay.
A small, like Mexican family.
You make dogs start urinating.
I make dogs urinate.
Yeah, when you walk in the house.
This is what it's. This is why you don't see another show where the same two people roast each other for 74 episodes in a row. You make dogs urinate. This would literally be the final episode of Roast Battle if this was that show. They'd be like, well, that's it. An exec would be like, oh, they've run out. David Lucas said, Tony makes dogs urinate.
That's funny though, bro.
No, it's actually true. I actually go to the dog park sometimes. I'm like the dog. You've heard of the dog whisperer? I'm the dog pisser.
You're the dog tickler.
Yeah, I go up and I start tickling the dogs.
You do like you communicate with squirrels though.
I do. We both love putting nuts in our mouths. So
for the winter time.
Yeah, and we both love climbing trees and staring at guys from above. See, I can make gay jokes about me too.
Man, that motherfucker's defense is 100.
That's it. I'm
How
like,
you go joking when he give you the joke?
That's it. I'm like the Tennessee Titans on Madden, except the only Titan on me is my butthole. It's Titan.
Ain't tight.
That motherfucker's loosey goosey.
That's right. So David, what else has been happening? What do you got going on in your life?
Ain't shit happened since last week, dog. Same old slow motion. I went to the beach today to fucking write, dog. That shit was.
Oh, okay, you washed up on shore?
If you don't get your starfish booty hole looking at us out of here, bro. Fucking
so you went to the beach to go write. So what'd you do? Did you walk on the sand?
Yeah.
Was it quicksand? Did you start sinking like the horse in the Never-Ending Story, Falcor?
Oh, that's really
Toby.
Krillin said nothing's quick with him.
Oh.
Hey man, if you don't get your deceased Chris Cornell looking ass up out of here, bro.
Hey, people often tell me I look like deceased Chris Cornell. Anyway, but you know a lot about Black Hole Suns.
That's actually one of my favorite songs, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to the beach. What happened at the beach?
I just chill, sunbathe, get a tan. Trying to get darker. It wrote, man. That shit
work?
The black people?
Yeah.
I don't sunburn, so I just get dark.
I didn't think you could get darker. I thought it would just.
If you eat suntan, that shit gonna smell like turkey bacon. Get your ass up out of here, bro. Fucking veggie patty smelling ass nigga.
That'd be the only sunbathing is the only kind of bathing that Red Band does.
That motherfucker called his dick the Impossible Burger.
Oh my god. What's that even mean?
Because it's not real beef, but it tastes like real beef.
Oh, how do you know how my dick tastes like?
Well, okay, Red.
Chicks be telling me.
Like the girl over there?
They be like, you taste better than Red Band.
Oh shit, an Asian girl.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, man. This is wild. There's a lot of drama. I like that tonight's episode of Kill Tony. It's a lot of inside information.
Yeah, bro.
I love your Asian impression, by the way. Can I hear that one more time?
You taste better than Red Band.
Oh my god. Wow.
Red Band have spring rolls.
Black guys are allowed to do any kind of impression they want, by the way. If I do that, it's racist.
Yeah.
If I go, oh, your dick tastes better than Red Band, I'm like canceled, but they can't cancel a podcast.
They can't cancel a nigga.
Right. That's what I was going to say. If I was allowed to say whatever I wanted, that's what I would have said.
You can say it, I'll just say it.
No, I can't say it. But I will say this, is that you're always fun. We always have a blast.
My nigga.
Always fun conversations and great jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas.
Yes, sir.
There he goes. On to the next one we go. Hey. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I pulled yet another name out of the bucket. This is this young lady's first time on the show. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the comedy stylings of Cece. Here we go. It's time for Cece.
Alright, hi guys, I'm from, I guess I'll just go. So I think as a nation, I'm appalled at how we've been treating, sex offenders without knowing the whole story behind it. For instance, I was arrested about a year ago for masturbating, and it wasn't my fault at all. I have this thing where, I masturbate in my sleep, so it's like sleepwalking, you can't tell that you're actually doing it. Or like, so like for instance, like if I'm like having this dream, like I don't know, like I'm kidnapped by ISIS, and like they're like, oh, you either need to like, like either way, we're getting head, you know. Of course, I'm gonna finger myself, like I'm only human. So like, anyway, like it wasn't my fault I masturbate in my sleep. It also isn't my fault that I like fell asleep in church with my eyes open. But like, it kind of looked worse than it was, you know. So it's like I didn't like have to do jail time, but I had to do like community service. So like, you know that Big Brother Little Brother program, like the Big Sister Little Sister thing. That was. Oh,
there you go. Absolutely. See. That was Cece's time. Hi, Cece.
Hi.
How are you?
A little drunk, to be honest.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's so early too.
Got to sit down. You can't stand up for a couple minutes.
Well, they got to sit down.
Wow, following in the footsteps of Michael Lair and Tyler Bentley over there. Maybe we can get you a. Okay. So Cece, this is your first time on the show. How long you been doing comedy?
I haven't at all.
This is your first time ever performing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow, look at that. That's interesting. Is this something you've always wanted to do?
I mean, no, not really. I just like I love hearing people laugh. That's why I laugh.
Were you just running past the comedy store and thought you'd stop in?
Yeah, I was running.
You do have some workout gear on.
Well, because I came straight from jiu-jitsu.
Oh, that's cool. You do jiu-jitsu. How long you been doing that for?
About a year.
Okay. What level are you at?
Well, so I feel like, I don't know, I've only been doing it a year, right? But I feel like if you can beat a black belt, you should automatically be a black belt.
Have you beaten a black belt?
I have.
Really? In jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
Or something else? Like
in jiu-jitsu.
Like go fish? How did you beat a black belt?
Was he just wearing a black belt?
Well, I ride a motorcycle.
It's just a businessman outside of the gym.
I ride a motorcycle, so like my legs are super strong.
Really?
Yeah.
She thinks black belts are black people with white belts.
I don't know. Can we maybe, I don't know if you know this, but Snort here has been doing jujitsu. Would you let her wrap her legs around you and
You think I'm going to touch another human during a worldwide
Oh,
pandemic?
that's right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Maybe they can wrestle 6 feet apart.
Yeah. Can you guys do? All right.
Wait,
What was the move that beat the black belt here?
That's what I want to
It
know.
was a go-go plata.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not even an easy move to do.
It's not, but I'm really flexible.
That is incredible. And was everybody really impressed at the gym when you did that?
Kinda. They all went, whoa.
Wow.
I mean, it is kind of crazy.
And you made the person tap? My goodness gracious, that is very impressive. What else do you do? What else are you into?
I ride motorcycles.
Okay.
They're called electric bikes.
I mean, mine's an actual motorcycle.
Right. Yeah. How long you been riding motorcycles for?
Also about a year.
Do you ever take the area that you traveled and post it online like you exercise?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Again, I did not post it like, hey, I exercised today. I said I went on a fun bike ride today.
I know, but that's what people do on their bicycles. Like you have to say, I went on a fun electric bike ride.
I did. I even posted the link to the motorcycle or the e-bike. Jesus.
It's just funny, man.
It really isn't. I mean, what's funny is if I was going, hey, I went on, worked out hard today. Look at where I worked out today.
I just picture Red Man sitting at home with his VR set on a chair.
This is how funny it is when I get mad on the show.
Yeah. You're finally seeing it after hundreds of episodes.
No, I know. That's why I continue to do it.
What is the name of the jiu-jitsu school that you go to?
10th Planet.
No shit.
Wow.
Wait, did you beat Eddie Bravo and did he have a boner?
No, but honestly, like that is kind of like what gives me an advantage. Like when, never mind.
Go ahead.
When they get a boner, like yeah, they start to be like all like nervous and they start to make mistakes and I'm like and then I just.
Wow. Can you feel them get boners sometimes? Damn, that's wild. So like you use that to your advantage.
Well, yeah, because
Wow, that is impressive.
when there's blood going to.
Which see, that's what happens to me when I do jujitsu with other men. I get boners, and they're all like, "Dude, what the fuck?" And then I choke them out. which location do you train?
The one on La Cienega.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah. Where is that? La Cienega and what?
Scott Epstein.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
I roll with like Andy Letterman a lot.
I go to Andrew Epstein's gyms.
Andrew Epstein.
Or I meant Jeff Epstein. I fucked that up. I read a Prince Andrew article today and got him crossed up there. Jeff Epstein is the famous pedophile. Okay. So that's at La Cienega near what cross street?
Whitworth or something, I think.
Okay, so pretty far south.
Yeah. Yeah, like a little past Beverly Hills.
That's fun. What else have you been doing during this quarantine?
I've finished writing like a bunch of scripts that I've been working on, but like it sucks because like I started writing them all like pre-quarantine and whatever, and so like I feel like now I can't do any of them.
Right.
Like.
Yeah, that is a predicament that everybody's in.
Has Eddie Bravo ever trained one of your classes?
No.
So you don't know any of the conspiracy theories that he usually does?
No. What conspiracy theories does he have?
There's a lot of them.
I guess he does this thing where he like before class he'll have like talk with everybody, but it's just him saying his like the most recent conspiracy theory. So all these guys like, I'm just here for jiu-jitsu. Flat Earth.
Yeah. Alright. Well, that's fun. You have a boyfriend, Cece?
I have a few.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, one in the jitsu, two in the shitsu. You know what I'm saying? Got Mitch on that one. How about you, Jen? You ever do any jujitsu?
I mean, I could if I trained as an actress, but I haven't yet.
What characters do you like to play in acting?
Whatever part I'm given, I can play them all.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Can maybe we can get you to do a little scene, maybe with Spencer here? Can you guys do? You guys know your movies. Can you do like a scene out of American Treasure or something like that, or
American Treasure?
maybe Forrest Gump or something. Like you could tell him that you're dying or something like that. Do you have AIDS?
So I'll be Jenny, not far off.
And you'll be a retard, not far off.
Forrest, what are you doing here?
I came to see you, Jenny.
You know this isn't gonna work, Forrest.
What do you mean?
I'm sick.
What do you mean by sick, Jenny?
I'm sick. I have AIDS.
Okay, all right.
Wait, let this go.
Okay, you guys want to keep going? No, go.
I'm really in this right now.
Forrest?
What is AIDS, Jenny?
Oh, Forrest, you're so dumb. You'll never understand.
Well, could you try to break it down for me? I'm not smart like those other guys.
Listen, just go run, Forrest. Get out of here. Run.
You want me to run?
Run.
Run?
Run, Forrest. Run.
You don't actually have to run. You could just ride on an electric scooter and coast like you're. Okay. Oh God, funny to me. All right, Cece, this was fun. Thank you. You led us into a scene out of one of the great movies, 1994's Pulp Fiction. Forrest Gump. There you go. There goes Cece, everybody. 1994 Best Film at the Academy Awards.
Beating Pulp Fiction.
That's why I said that. Confused myself with the 94 thing.
I do kind of think that if you beat a black belt at least maybe 3 times, you should automatically be a black belt.
I think so too. I mean, every other competitive
or in fact, black belt goes backwards.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that seems fair. I mean, if you're boxing or in pro wrestling and you go against someone,
a real step mom, because that's what mom's thing was.
And I never wanted to fuck her because she was mean. But that's not what's important. Here's the thing: there's fucking your stepsister, there's fucking your stepmom. You know what's not on there? Fucking your stepsister while the family pet watches you. That's not on there. All right. Hey, can I just say something real quick?
Absolutely, Mitch.
Jenny, when you're playing Jenny, and you go, Forrest, what are you doing here? Bitch, you invited him to tell him that he's got a son. Did you ever watch the fucking movie?
It was a character choice, Mitch.
I'm glad you didn't die, by the way.
I found out later that she didn't even. I heard a rumor that she didn't even have AIDS, that she had something else.
It's hepatitis.
Is that true?
Yeah, because this is the 70s. They didn't get AIDS in the 70s.
I thought it was
Also, she wasn't a gay man, so like it wasn't like at that time. That's
but she was a heroin addict.
Yeah, and they were just trying to scare everyone.
Dirty needles.
It didn't get over there at that point yet. This is still very early in the AIDS. It was hepatitis.
Where I am from, we still haven't gotten AIDS.
Is that true?
Yes, as far as I know.
Frogtown? That's just crazy, dog.
Never a case of AIDS in Frogtown. You been to Frogtown before, Snort?
Once or twice. I would say that it is an American treasure.
Frogtown, baby.
Oh yeah. You go to Frogtown a lot?
Oh yeah, dude. I love fucking drugs and shit.
That's right. When you're not in Hogtown, you go to Frogtown.
Mexican skateboarders. That's what they got in Frogtown. I know one of them.
Yeah. People in Frogtown are very proud to be from Frogtown. It's one of those places with a lot of pride.
It's like the South. You know, they shouldn't be, but they are.
Right. There are people from Young.
Do you guys have a Confederate flag in Frogtown?
Do you, Snort? You've been there once or twice or 3 times. You seem
I
very.
don't know if this is the right time to say that.
You seem mad about it.
I have AIDS.
Hell yeah.
Actually, it's just hepatitis.
Mitch, is that true that you had sex with a girl and her dog was in the room? What kind of dog?
What part of that don't you believe, Tony?
No, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah.
But I also believe the kind of girls you have sex with, they probably only have one room. I feel like this was probably a studio apartment, and she's like, what room would you like the dog to go into?
It was a shared apartment. She had a roommate, and I was like, put it in the roommate's room or something. It was like a little retarded dog.
Oh. What kind of, like,
well, I mean, it was blind. I don't really know if that's retarded.
It was blind?
But,
yeah. What does that word mean?
It's the forest over here.
Just, you know, not right. Special. But when you see that dog, you go, oh, bless its heart. You know, it's like one of them kind of dogs.
You should.
Oh, that dog's special.
Right there. Should bless its eyes. This blind, ugly, fucking dumbass dog. I hate it.
Mama said that if the dog was blind, why get it out of the room?
Yeah. Yeah, what are you afraid it's going to see?
Because its sense of smell is way stronger.
Mitch is afraid that blind dog's going to find his fucking little duty hole, huh?
You know, you swooped Jenny up at the right time. She and I were about to start a real big podcast together.
Oh, she was going to go from Forrest Gump to Forrest Plump.
How long were you sitting on that name? That was pretty good.
You really believe that life is like a box of chocolates. You want to eat it up.
Everything that it has to offer.
Except for the running part. You have nothing in common with Forrest on that.
I ran today.
Yeah?
Yeah, I raced an 11-year-old.
Really?
And I won the first half, but he got me on the way back.
Wow. Was he blind too?
No, he just wasn't fat, and it really worked in his favor.
Damn. An 11-year-old. Well, how'd you race an 11-year-old? How does that even begin?
Another door guy, used to be a door guy here, Feng Chao.
Yeah.
His son is visiting.
Okay.
And I was hanging out with him at the beach today, completely unrelated to David Lucas.
Wow, all the door guys were at the beach today. They didn't even know it.
I like to go on Tuesdays because the Meteorological Society's out there checking the tide, so I just run out there and I fuck it up for them.
Wow. Yeah, when you hear that the meteorologist is out there, you think that's the guy that specializes in meat.
See, I tried to beat you to a fat joke, and you just jumped on.
Yeah, he has tons of them. Yeah, just like you do. Just like you.
So yeah, well, I challenged him to a race.
That's great.
It was just too far.
And just like just like your alcohol problem, he caught up with you.
I don't have I don't have an alcohol problem. What are you talking about?
I love it, Mitch. So that's great. You're hanging out with Feng Chao. He's a legend. He's been on the show numerous times.
Good guy.
Chinese warrior. I did a weekend with him in La Jolla as everything closed down. Got to make fun of him.
He taught me how to say I miss you in Chinese.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
How does that? What is that? Oh shit.
I think Brian just reversed the tape. That's real.
I believe that. Damn. Oh my goodness. Every time you do that, there's a gong.
Oh. You guys remember that movie, the one with what's a happening hot stuff? 16 Candles. That does not hold up very well. I just watched it the other day, and there's a part where you're like, who's that creepy person at her house? We need to wash the sheets after he sleeps.
Long duck known.
Yeah, you're just talking about a Chinese guy.
Oh.
You know what's fucked up? I lived in Japan for 3 years, can speak some Japanese, and can do a great Japanese impression, and not allowed to do it. It's very accurate, but I'm not allowed to.
Why aren't you allowed to do it?
Because you can't do Asian accents. Arigato. It's arigato. Arigato. Arigato gozaimasu. But like, so the thing with like the Japanese, they use a lot of sounds when they're talking. You know, they're very expressive. So like, sugoi means great, right? Or mukatsu.
Mukatsu.
That means I'm angry. It's overheating. Alright guys, bye.
Come on.
I mean, I can't. What are you talking about? Come on, that was too good.
That was a Jeep shock. Overheating.
So I need like a thermostat or a water pump.
Thermostat.
I need a thermostat, preferably with gravy in it.
There's got to be a part on the Jeep that I can name that.
What was the other thing? A thermostat or a what?
A water pump.
A water pump?
Or a fucking starter. I don't know. I just name parts of the engine.
Starters, appetizers.
Hey, I'll do it. Joe Burt. Joe Burt.
I love it.
That was a good one.
Yeah. You fixed your car. Did you think about using the defibrillators that you have on the back seat?
That's not how you jump it off.
Clear.
No, but I'm probably gonna work on it tomorrow.
That's not how you jump it either. All right.
People can subscribe to my YouTube channel to see me work on a Jeep.
Okay. What's your YouTube channel?
It's just Mitch Burrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
MITCHBUROW.
Yep, that's it.
And on social media, you are?
Everything, Mitch Burrow.
Everything's all one word, Mitch Burrow.
TikTok, I'll give you a personalized horoscope reading. So, follow me on there. I'm the redneck astrologist.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Go on his TikTok. That's a successful thing you have going on, the redneck astrologist.
It's pretty good, yeah. It's doing all right.
Absolutely. All right, man. Well, fun times, Mitch. Always a pleasure.
I'm sorry, I'm just very distracted. I
know.
I feel like, were you just sitting on something?
What?
Did you have another way to call me fat? I feel like there was another.
Yeah, but let's just move on.
No,
You're an American treasure.
Come on, Snort. Do it. I want to hear it.
Honestly, I had nothing.
Goes the great Mitch Burrow. Everybody. There goes Mitch Burrow. That was Mitch Burrow. There goes Mitch Burrow. 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 All right. We've come to that part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This young man, very controversial figure on this show. People either love him or hate him. So he's been winning a lot of people over lately, and he's also lost some people lately. He is a polarizing figure, and with no further ado, I get to the Big Red Machine, William Lights Out Montgomery. Here we go. Here he is.
What's up? They call me William Lights Out Montgomery. That's because I have hepatitis C. I think Victoria's Secret was that its founder gave $1 billion to Jeffrey Epstein for no obvious reason. I don't know if y'all have ever seen Michel Jordan play. He's that French basketball player. Wait, is this fucking Pizza Hut or Domino's? That's what I like to say when I call it Papa John's. I only watch porn for the nostalgia. Man, really hard to repeat my set from last night. I killed it last night. I feel like last night was probably my best set I've had. It sort of bothered me. Y'all were shitting on me all night. I've had all day to really. He claims it's an extra large. It happens to be just a large.
What?
Same amount of pepperonis, same amount of cheese. $1 goes to some bullshit charity for black kids. I'm not buying it. But I am calling up Papa John's, asking, hey, what is this, Pizza Hut? Or Domino's? Have y'all had the cheese bread from Domino's? That is to die for. Jeremiah, it looks like you have. What's up with your hair tonight, dude? Spencer, what's up? What's up with your hair?
I've just been growing it out.
Love it. It looks pretty.
Thanks.
Red Band, what's up with the hood over your head? What's going on? Because you fucked up last night on the AV? Last week on the AV? Why isn't it on YouTube? That was my best set.
It is on YouTube now.
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, last week's episode is now on YouTube.
Cool. Perfect.
Another fun fact about last week's episode is that afterwards on that Monday night,
thank you. Spencer, that was, you told me, you were like, hey, tell everybody your eyes are yellow.
These guys all work at movie theaters, William. You ever do anything weird when you go to movie theaters? You ever sneak any food in there yourself?
I made out with a black chick in one.
Oh yeah? What movie did you do that at?
Anaconda.
Whoa. Alright.
You know, I actually talked to him last week after the show at 2 a.m.
Oh, really? He called you?
No, I was playing virtual reality, and somehow he entered my...
Yeah, if y'all haven't watched Red Band's virtual reality, start watching it. It's to die for. It is. It's a wonderful thing to watch. Red Band, what are you doing on there, dude? Virtual reality? What do you talk about on that thing? Get off of it. Get off of it. People are tired of it. I, for one, am tired of it. Get off of VR. Are you fucking with me?
That is the weirdest fact.
I know,
it's like a whole
mouth.
It really moves. When you move your mouth, it moves too.
Yeah, thanks. It costs $100.
Where'd you buy it from?
Kmart.
Why?
What do you mean? There's one left. I support small businesses.
Why have you been so angry lately? Like the last couple of months, your whole set, everything has been just.
You're really gonna call me out on that? I told you what happened.
Yeah. What happened?
My dog died 2 weeks ago.
How did it die?
His name was Scooby-Doo. I accidentally fed him poison.
What kind of poison did you feed him?
I injected a T-bone steak with a bunch of Clorox bleach.
Why'd you do that?
I was looking up YouTube videos and I did it and I left it on the floor.
Well, what kind of YouTube video suggested that you put Clorox bleach into a T-bone and feed it to your dog? What was the video?
It was a video. Spencer, get my back on.
You want Spencer to get your back?
Get my back on this one.
Spencer? Yeah. Do you know William?
Yeah, he sometimes goes in my Blockbuster.
Oh.
I love it in your Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Do you remember when we pissed 2 weeks ago?
Do you remember that, Spencer?
I mean, off the security camera and off the record, yeah.
Off the record?
Yeah.
If you guys kiss, that's fucked up, because Spencer's 15.
Whoa, William, another fucking comedian.
stop Red Band. Do I have your attention?
Okay, all right, everybody. Everybody relax. William.
Mr. Big Soundboard Man.
Chill out. Okay, guys, settle down over here.
Yo, stop.
Alright.
She's a fucking around slowly.
Keep going, William.
Off the nowhere. She's thinking about drowning slowly. 6 on the clock, day after Christmas.
American Dream.
Yeah, that's a sad deal. It's about an abortion.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Really?
Yeah, it's a sad deal.
Yeah.
So, are you gonna get how was your test?
Am I gonna get a test?
You had test last week. How was your test that you took last Wednesday? How did that go? I have strep right now.
What do you think's in there?
Probably some cotton.
Cotton? What is that, a black reference?
Whoa.
Come on, bitch.
Why don't we see? Maybe. Oh, God. That's weird, William. Oh, shit. Represent. Oh, shit.
What's up, y'all?
You do that when you're out on the streets?
Yeah, I do it at the swimming pools.
What swimming pools?
YMCA.
Oh my God. Do you at least make sure there's no children around when you do it?
Yeah, sometimes. I'm usually swimming laps, and that's what I say. Really? God.
Okay, sometimes it's fun when, sometimes it's good when an episode just sort of like cruises down, nice and slow, and we get to really appreciate all the comedy that happened earlier on in the show, you know what I mean?
Perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, one of the longest tenured regulars in the history of the show, the great William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes. There he goes. This was another episode of the show. We did it again. Fun stuff happening all around the world. Let's check out the drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt. Let's see what happened here tonight with the movie theater crew that sometimes works at a Blockbuster. There we go. Get on up in there, Ryan. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's another movie theater type homage thing. Am I right? Yep, there's the concession stand. I see me.
Okay, so check that out.
Oh yeah, I have a whole new merch store as well attached to my website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. Brand new shirts drawn up by the McVader. Those are mostly Roastmaster class days. There's also a cute little Hinchcliffe Red Band 2020 shirt there. I like it. Jeremiah Watkins has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders. I'm sure of that. Tell me about it.
It has Dr. Phil and the Starbucks assistant manager, Aubrey, on that episode. I thought that was last week's episode. What was this week's? Shanks and Dr. Phil's last week.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What else, Jeremiah? Anything else?
At Jeremiah-Watkins on Minma. Thanks for the support, guys. And if you're in the Tempe, Arizona area at the end of the month, I'll be doing some shows there the last weekend of the month on Thursday.
There you go. Tempe, Arizona.
Yeah, and if you're on YouTube right now, head over to youtube.com/JeremiahWatkins and hit that subscribe button.
There you go. Also hit subscribe for this show if you haven't yet. Jen is actually Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Quadruple J's tonight. You are Jet Ski Johnson on all platforms. What else, Jet Ski?
That's it, at Jet Ski Johnson. Thanks, guys.
Chroma Chris. It's Chroma Chris. I missed anything tonight, Chroma?
No. Just check me out, the Baby Boys on Spotify.
That's right, the Baby Boys on Spotify. TheBabyBoys. And then, of course, the great Joel Jimenez was here. Believe it or not, that was snored the entire time. I know, it's shocking. But go ahead, Joel Berg. You have a new episode of Mostly Sorry, which is also your name on all social media platforms.
Right. Yeah, me and David Deary, we are American Treasures.
That's right. I absolutely love it. Are we missing anything? That's pretty much it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good night, everybody. Oh, thank you to everybody out on the patio that came tonight to the Comedy Store. We are streaming the show out there.
Thank Charlie from Vito's for the ziti.
We'll be back next Monday with another episode of Kill Tony. Live. Hey, this is Redman coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony. Yeah, give it up. Yeah, that's what we want. Hi, Brian. Hey, Tony. How are you? Great. How are you? Good. I've been doing a lot of golfing, man. I've been seeing a lot of photos of you. Seeing a lot. Where are you seeing photos? Just on Instagram. I've been doing. What are you doing for? Yes, I've been golfing a lot. I love it. It's a lot of fun. Sunlight, riding around the golf cart, smoking pot, hitting balls. You go to the Trump course? I've been everywhere. What's your favorite one here in East Virginia? I've been to a lot of places. I mean, I did play Trump. Was it the nicest course that I played on? Yeah, it was the $280 million course that I got a good deal on, probably. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great places. Yeah, not really. What's your best score? Good. Good is just the best score. 72. Brian J. Eagles is here. He draws every single episode. Some amazing drawings lately. See these believable posters. Every episode on for sale. It's all out there. RyanJEagles.com. You can get them. Why not? Vito's Pizza. Delicious Vito's Pizza. I've been indulging a lot this week in a lot of Vito's baked ziti. Yet again, meatballs this week. I ate cheese, sausage, and meatballs. Golf suit. Good for people that ride electric bicycles too. Really? It's the electric bicycle diet, baked ziti, and pizza. All Tony exclusive online visit. Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to tackle, but now there's Roman. Need an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to Roman.com/Tony today. If approved, you'll get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. Wow, $15 off. Get a boner. That's GetRoman.com/Tony. GetRoman.com/Tony. And boy, oh boy, are we excited to announce the return of one of our favorite sponsors. You guys know that, fans of the show. If you're having a rough time getting through lockdown and social distancing, well, then I want to tell you about some of the products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? The CBD is the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of Fuzzy's, everything about them, we're having fun on this beautiful Monday, live on YouTube. I see gamers are amongst us. They're watching, right? Everybody out there? Okay, let's start tonight's episode then. We have a fun one, I do believe, lined up. You know, you never know that. Sometimes I lie. I say tonight's going to be a fun show, but I don't know. I don't know what's going to do the band's in. I don't know who's going to get pulled out of the bucket. I don't know if the regulars might be prepared or whatever. I never know. It's completely improvised show. Other podcasts, they know what they're going to talk about. They have a big whiteboard right behind the camera that you never see, in which they talk about the things that they're going to talk about, that they plan to talk about all week. Anyway, we do have a band on this show. They come in being different characters every episode. We never know what they're going to be. Let's find out what they are tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Wilbur Silverman, and Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Let's see what happens tonight, shall we? Here they come, I'm sure, any moment now. Oh, we know this crew. Oh, wow. Wait, okay, I thought it was newscasters, but now I'm a bit confused. Could be 80s comedians.
Striking them in.
What? Is it newscast? Okay.
That is correct.
All right, why do you have headphones on?
I have to listen to the people giving me the stats in the booth.
Okay, and how about you?
Hey, Tony, it is Grand Slam Sam here, coming from you from the sideline.
Thank you, Grand.
We're not any sports right now, so what do you guys think that's doing? Actually, baseball is back in season, actually.
And this just in, NFL canceled their preseason.
Did that really just come in? Oh, yeah, no, I did know that. Preseason, yep. Okay, we got a bunch of sports guys with us here. I know you guys asked for it, for them to come back, and you got what you wanted, sports.
This has been 4 years in the making. The story of a comeback, the underdog, the Rocky story.
You know, you look a lot like, maybe I'm wrong because I get them all mixed together. There's a lot of characters, but you look like the 80s comedian that we've had on the show.
That is actually my brother Zippy.
Zippy, and you guys have the same outfit, hair,
Actually,
mustache.
Nope, different mustache. Zippy doesn't have a mustache. When you do thousands of characters, they all start to look a little bit alike.
All right. They all look alike to me. Well, welcome, guys. We're going to have fun. We have 4 sign-ups in the bucket. They are, actually, we have 5. Somebody's currently left out. That gives us a little bit of risk. 5 sign-ups, 4 bourbon slots. We're going to see what happens.
Get the Sally Jesse Raphael. Remember her? There's a
There you go. Red Band showing his age. Sally Jesse Raphael reference.
From Defoam, Hollywood.
Salad dressing Raphael. David Lucas is in the audience. Roasting already. Salad dressing Raphael. So dumb. Let's get the show started. You know, we started the last few episodes with Michael Lair, but you know what? Every single time that guy goes up, it proves to be a fucking poser. We're going to flip it around again. Ladies and gentlemen, kicking off tonight's show, a beloved figure to many, hated by so many more. It's incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, here's William Montgomery.
What's up? First and foremost, I want to give it up for salad dressing Raphael. He is a good friend of my uncle's. I wrote the set after a couple ice houses, let's just call it that, a couple nights ago. You know the difference between cancer and a child? My dad's got it. Who needs Jesus when you've got a metal detector? This is me working at Disney World. Check out the castle over there. I'm coming out with a movie.
Ted Masterfield.
Barbara Carpenter, but you know, I think he's coming up with a fisherman because of the 5 loaves of and the 2 fish story and the parable in the Bible.
5 loaves and 2 fish. Are we talking about Red Band's Midnight Snack? What's going on? Posting some wacky.
A meal of biblical proportions. Hallelujah. Yeah, when is Red Band gonna die?
Whoa, William. Red Band.
No, I've been sick of Red Band the past couple weeks.
Why? No, you work in a storage facility.
I had to resign.
No, you didn't.
I had to resign.
Did you really?
If anyone has a job, do you have a job? Gino? You got a job for me?
Yeah, nobody's really hiring right
now. Okay. Ball!
I literally had tens and tens of people offer you jobs the
Well,
last
now I
years.
finally need one.
You finally need one in the middle of a global pandemic.
In a pandemic, I need a job.
But you didn't accept any of the high-paying jobs that would have changed your life and alleviated your alcoholism when the economy
That was several months. David, why'd you tell me to say that?
I was listening to them.
Come on, dude.
William, over here. There's no, crowd.
Yeah, what happened there?
William, so I'm at a Petco. I'm a customer. Hi, I'm looking to buy a squirrel. Can you help me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Bob.
Bob, what's your last name?
Jenkins. Bob Jenkinson, I'm here to buy a squirrel. Do you have a squirrel?
What size do you have?
Medium squirrel.
What, 2 feet?
Yeah. Everyone knows.
A 2-foot squirrel?
Yeah, medium is 2 feet. Everyone knows.
It's $1,000. A 2-foot fucking squirrel? It's $1,000.
Do you accept cashier's check?
Yeah, cashier's check. I accept cash.
That's it?
A 2-foot squirrel?
What kind of Petco is this?
Whoa! I'm ready. Okay. It's a 2-foot squirrel. Thanks, Mom.
What is that noise? certainly tens of thousands of people have been doing it in quarantine, but I think yours is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I cook these cheeseburgers with like 10 minutes of either side.
How would you prep the cheeseburgers? Would you just buy them already pattied up?
A lot of onions. A lot of onions, a lot of flowers in the kitchen.
Is there any beef involved?
A lot of beef.
How much onions and how much beef? 2 feet?
2 feet of beef?
Yeah, like to swirl.
Is this a joke?
I
Or
don't know.
William, we could call it Willie Yum.
What?
If we had a cookie show, we'd call it Willie Yum.
Why? Why would he do that?
Y-U-M. Yeah, Y-U-M. Yum. Willie Yum Yum Yum. Is that funnier? Are you writing jokes for William? William Montgomery? Thank you so much for yeah, literally my sons and I are so good.
Oh.
Say it, I only like saying it. Oh, thank you so much. I only like saying it. Oh, thank you so much. That was gonna be my last sentence.
You're retiring?
I'm saying tonight I was prepared for my so recipe doesn't also prevent one generation. So I just do it with any generation. So I just do it with any a lot of wisdom and a recognized and honest reaction of recipes. I would think that's the way to do it. I'm no expert, and I'm no expert, and puppies are so unexpectedly dumb and obedient. Take 9 out of 9 being overhead. Going kilograms, ain't just one shit. You get all the looks. Thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was fun.
Thank you.
Is any of that true? You guys really have a
No, not true at all.
Not at all.
That's actually the first young guy in the world to own a Lexus company.
Oh, okay.
It's the one that
Sweet. Yeah, what do you do for them?
I reposit them. So like order compost. So basically, all their websites get done.
Okay, so you're still working through the quarantine.
Yeah, I just got the job in March. I was originally coming into the office because of some
You're a very clean cut guy. You look like you have your life together. You look like you drink plenty of water. Am I right? You drink a lot of water? Really? Tell us about that. Tell us.
Well, here's a funny story. So the night that my wife was here, it was one of the nights where David was chilling, spending some time with Kate and William on that day, not just regular.
Smoke a lot of pot. What else?
Cigarettes.
Oh, look at this. How did only in 2020 are there fat cocaine ads?
Right, I know. I wore a sweater to kind of.
You can still tell.
Incredible. He was Coca-Cola.
What's your living situation?
I live with my brother in Montebello. My brother is he gets medical care at the moment. I live with him. So that makes it. My parents live about a mile away. We're in the same house, but not living together. They're in their late 70s, my parents. So like they already got what they wanted. So I live with them.
Dave, do you ever do like tours with parents?
No, of course not.
Do you ever do like a visit back?
I have before no.
And what kind of caretaker are you?
That's a bad idea. This is long before his children fucked up.
William couldn't tell that he was fucked up at all.
No, we could tell he was good. So my dad had his kids about 4 years ago. Valentine's Day was on Sunday, and on Friday I had just gotten off work. He called me and
Did he have a home there?
well, no, but she didn't sleep when I got there. And
you didn't even wake me up last night. And you're like, yeah, well, my buddy invited me for a drink. And she's like, you could have gone to that drink and you didn't fucking wake me up. And then you broke up because of that.
Well, no, what happened was I said, oh yeah, my cousin called me. He said, do you want to go down to have a drink? And I said, well, I don't want to. And she got mad at me. She's like, yeah, she was into, and I probably slipped up.
Why'd you slip out?
I just slipped out because she was insinuating that
I can't picture you being mad when you do it without even thinking about it because you really get mad and show us. Wow, this is like gay Tony Soprano. This is exciting. I've always wondered what gay Tony Soprano would be like. Woke up this morning. It's a Valentine's Day. Girlfriend said to me, "It'll be fine."
gay drugs for schizophrenia.
Schizophrenic brother. You ever give compassionate masturbation to your schizophrenic brother? Have you ever heard of that before?
That's a scary part. I would not know. I've caught him masturbating a couple times.
You ever? What'd you do when you caught him?
Nothing. I just like tapped him.
Come on, faster, harder. Come on, finish already.
We call that an assist.
Yeah. There you go. That's on character, funny in the moment. There you go. Good timing on that. Fourth dunk. Back.
Easy up.
Dave, anything else we need to know about you before we let you go?
That's gonna be it, I think. Really.
Fun times, good jokes. I think with an audience that puppy mill thing about abused dogs, smart, funny approach.
At first, it was kind of a little touchy.
Yeah,
You know, kind of
I'm very nervous. I mean, I've been on the road for a little while, so I already know
Hey, the version of it.
the version of it.
Get closer. There you go. Thanks there, everybody.
Where he says,
Tell anyone, yeah. Step back from that ledge. Bow down from my friend. All right, Zach Boga. The best part of that song, by the way, is the second verse. If I was the king of the world, tell you what I do. We don't give a fuck anymore here on Kill Tony, everybody. We are talking about a song right now.
And make sweet love to you.
All right, very good. We're losing our minds.
You know I love the lady.
Yeah.
You love to have me too.
Turn that mission to a man and I love my wife.
And straight you son of a gun.
We just worked. All right, Zach Bogan, welcome to the show. Is this your first time on, or have you been on before?
no, this is my first time.
Welcome. There you go. Appreciate you coming through. We'll have people that stand up anytime every other night. Kidding. Welcome, and welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
This is my second time.
Second time ever doing stand-up, and you signed up tens of times?
I have, yeah.
How come you didn't go to any other mics or anything?
Well, I was working, but
Where'd you work?
Malibu at a restaurant.
Oh, nice. Malibu has great restaurants. Which restaurant?
Paradise Hills.
Oh, I love Paradise Hills.
Yeah.
Big fan of Paradise Hills.
Is Paradise Cove the one with the deck outside with the seagulls that come up and they're like fishing wire? Yeah, the seagulls are definitely attached. Saw a lady have a whole glass of red wine in her house.
There's one of those trailers, like a trailer park right in front of it, and that's where I think Woody Harrelson or like weird like that.
Woody Harrelson, another Buckeye on board with Rhode Island.
I've seen Nick Nolte at that Paradise Hills.
Really?
Yep.
What were you doing at Paradise Cove? They have a coupon or something?
I go there once every 9 years. I'm the poor one of the.
How about Sweden? Like, what did you do after you landed? Oh, you got a mom out here. That's
Yeah.
Yep.
Safe.
What does your mom do?
She works in
Close with her? Where does she live? What part of town?
Probably should.
Do you know where your dad lives?
Who? Your dad?
Dad, James. Dad.
Where are they at? Brooklyn?
I got one in Virginia and one in Portland.
Your biological dad's in Portland? That is correct. Just like you and Kevin Spacey fell apart. you ever protest or riot in any way in your entire life? You ever go to the Occupy movement?
No, I've not protested in my life.
Like what?
Putting on the European flag.
You mean Italy?
Yeah.
What do you want to know about that?
You know, I get a little bit of punkabilly. Like, is that the word? The subway.
Yeah.
Wow, I'm pretty. You're the subway fucking subway bandit over here.
Kind of badass.
One time I stole a foot long.
I didn't do anything that crazy.
How about the other 2 times? Once put feet on the subway. Once for not paying a toll.
It was a bunch of shit.
Turn into a werewolf once.
One time I shot a woman in the subway.
No, I never done that.
You don't remember the other 2 times you got arrested?
They were all random.
Wow,
It
that's
was
incredible.
way before my time.
Oh, you know what? That actually reminds me of a funny story that my brothers reminded me of this past week when I hung out with them for a quick barbecue. When I first moved to LA, I once took my bicycle down to Plymouth train many years ago, 15 years ago, and they tried to give me a ticket for riding the bicycle in the lower area. You're not allowed to do that. And they're like, "You fucking stop!" And then they had to chase me, and they ended up getting me. It was a whole big rigmarole, and I'm fucking 19, 20 years old at that time. And they're like, "We're gonna write you a ticket. Give us your ID." And I'm like, "I don't have an ID." And they're like, "Okay, well, give us your information." And I immediately realized that I could be,
I believe, hell of an arm.
I mean, I was gonna say, as a sportscaster, this is quite an opportunity then. All right, Zach. Well, fun times, man. Thanks for coming on the show. You finally made it, dude. Zach Bogus, everybody.
Yeah, word he said, but I helped him sip his wine.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is that part of the night where we bring on a regular who I absolutely adore. This man did a great job doing the show with me this past week. I went to stage the cast show at a drive-in comedy show, and him, Jeremiah, Justin, time. I love this man. Very funny. Roaster. He's gonna make fun of me. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas with a brand new minute of stand-up comedy.
But I'm not trying to get like a six pack or lasso.
Wait, I lost weight on my dick too. Did it come back when you regained the weight? Of course it did. And when I lost all that weight, my dick has the markings, from did it have stretch marks? Stretch marks on it. Get the fuck out. Yeah, it did. And it's weird because my dick's like a little darker color, like it's brown, and it has like these white like spaghetti veins all over it. Oh god. Or it could have just been spaghetti because I'm in my bed.
Red man put gravy on the pussy before he eat it.
All right.
What are you doing? Putting bottom down? What are you doing?
You guys' fingers killed me. Okay. Because I mean, skinny guys can perhaps also they have just pitching here. Maybe I don't know, but I feel like we would have an advantage perhaps also in the like getting between the legs, like really like forcing it in there. You know what I mean?
I don't know, but all the bitches I fuck with be like trying to fuck like a fat boy.
They say you fuck like.
Why
Well,
would you take off your shirt?
Yeah.
If you're fucking a bitch in that collar shirt, I would take that shit off too.
No, we're talking about swimming.
Oh, swimming.
Yeah.
I mean, a jersey, that's a cool fat dude thing to go to the pool in, a jersey.
Really?
You got to. Like a tank top, yeah.
Okay.
So if you got decent arms.
What kind of jersey would you wear?
Any kind.
New Jersey?
Okay.
Because he's fat. What jerseys do you have?
I got
Jersey only.
I get your Three
Jet
Stooges
ski.
looking at somebody.
What was it?
She look like the Three Stooges.
Oh, come on. Don't. You can't roast these characters on David. I guess Jeremiah
That's
didn't like
bad,
that
bro.
one.
Yeah, bro. This is the fucking apocalypse episode, nigga. Be cool. Tony, we had fun this weekend, bro.
Yeah. Yes, we did. We had a great time.
What was that,
We had a
apocalypse?
fancy meal.
Yeah.
Just Jeremiah and David Lucas David needed any more salt in his diet, we went there. We had a great meal. You had the salmon and the onion dip. Yep. Jeremiah has the pork shoulder with a Brussels sprout slaw.
I wasn't used to the fancy food because I usually eat Aldi meat.
Oh yeah, you did talk about that old bullshit.
You eat Aldi meat, and David eats Aldi meat.
And you eat the sweet meat.
That's right. I eat that straight up booty hole Jenkins. That's my name.
You take a hot dog off the grill and put it in the bed with you.
That's right. What's your favorite kind of candy, David? We never asked you that.
Reese's in the freezer.
Reese's. All right. Okay. I said I let the stinger thing. I see what Goodwin said earlier. It's 100 times better than not doing a show, and it's 25% as much fun as doing a show in front of a normal audience.
Tony had an awesome. Tony actually brought the fucking apartment building to theater.
Really? Oh, it was wild, man. That was awesome. We had fun. Okay, we got through it. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas. There we go. On to the next one we go. Another great stuff by David Lucas. Here we go. Back to the bucket we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's pull the third person out of the bucket this week's show. Make some noise for Shangi, everyone. It's Shangi.
I told Shangi a little bit ago in an interview, and we're talking about sales. I have so many messages from people. It started out with selling a casket, which was just super simple, and then I upgraded to lumber, and then I upgraded to stone lumber, and then I upgraded to ceiling boards, and then I upgraded to ceiling shower curtains, shower rods, dumpster stucco, and the opening of the kitchen door. I also
Didn't have enough space in their made a piece, so they ordered early and paid out. You're like, that was so good. Before quarantine, I went to Disneyland. Fucking magical. But on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, the animatronic Jack Sparrow has more life left in his eyes than the real Johnny Depp at this point. Disneyland's nice. I'm not used to theme parks being nice, you know? Like, I go to Six Flags. Six Flags is just white trash Disneyland. Like, Six Flags is a theme park, but I'm not sure what the theme is supposed to be. They're like, I don't know, cartoons and flags, who gives a shit? Lift-de-loop.
Right. There you go, Evan Jones. I know exactly everything that you're talking about right now. Disney New York is definitely not exactly wide open to the thought of innocent living hideous,
Yeah, or
high-spirited guys.
even like those things that are sexually immaterial. It's like if you're not like angry or sad, then you're fake or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%. You cannot show any happiness whatsoever. Even in the wild princesses, even the best comedians in New York seem angry, even though they're happy. Okay, that's fine. What part of New York did you live in?
When I first moved there, I was staying in like dorms because I was going to New York Film Academy.
Even so good, I thought it was around January. Okay, fine. Whatever it was. That's fun. You guys don't have your own dog though?
No, we were waiting for somebody who didn't have carpet because we had this weird, gross carpet in the last place, and then she wants to get a Chihuahua, so I think that down the line.
Oh no. Chihuahuas are prone to getting coronavirus and spreading it wildly. Anything you want to say about the sports, John?
I am white. I am from Philadelphia.
You're the resident Chihuahua correspondent on the show. Is there anything you
getting coronavirus more often.
Yeah.
I would say that's fake news.
No, Chihuahuas.
Fake news.
Chihuahuas get the Shih Tzus started
And
it.
who? The media? The enemy of the people?
Oh shit. Started it. Do you know anybody that's gotten the coronavirus?
Yeah, I know a couple people.
Do you know how? Do they know how they got it?
No.
Yeah, that's one thing that I've noticed. The people that I know that have gotten it don't know how they got it. There wasn't like some mysterious coughing person. Am I correct? Am I correct? Gary Paul.
I got it and I know how.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you didn't. But I feel like you guys are gonna make a beautiful child.
Yeah, it's gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah.
With nice kids.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Good Lord, Brian.
Out of bounds. Yeah, we're gonna have this kid with big old titties.
Yeah, little baby.
Just fucking like, damn, that baby is fucking confusing me.
As a white man, let me ask you this: as a white man being with a black woman, have you is that your first black woman that you've been with?
That I've dated full time, yes, but not that I've like hooked up with.
Right. When you're with a black woman, are you ever concerned that perhaps you don't have all of the genes that they're used to?
No.
You have a special package then?
It's not that my dick is like excessive, but it's just like, I don't know. I did the first naked show in New York, and everybody was like crazy about how big my dick was or whatever. But
right.
I don't think it's not like the dick addicted would like stand out, pouring gangbang. But I think it's just like aesthetically perfect. So if like,
so your kid's gonna have big tits and a vagina.
Yeah, at least a very nice dick and gigantic titties.
That's incredible. We have a big dick correspondent on this show. Let me just see where he is for a second here. Let's check in with our big dick correspondent. Hey, why don't you come back up to the stage, Bucko? Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. This is our big dick correspondent, Forrest Dunk, everyone. He left the stage where the show is for a moment.
Sorry, it's so big I needed to let it breathe for a second.
Forrest, you're known for having immense cock.
This is true.
Yours also made its debut in a New York naked roast.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for Evan Jones or any concerns about his big dick? Or perhaps maybe you could start a club or something like that.
Yeah.
New York Big Dick Association.
Maybe start a new baseball league. Where we only hit the ball with our cock. That's what I meant. 2 balls, 1 bat.
Okay. All right. Well, Evan, very fun. Amazing set, man. All the way through from beginning to end. Very, very good. Shangi, thank you so much. Her comedy debut. What a beautiful couple. We love what you guys are doing. There they go. Shangi and Evan Jones, everyone. All right, we're going to squeeze one last bucket full up here. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this guy. He became famous during one of the quarantine episodes as he famously had sex with William Montgomery's girlfriend before William did. He's back, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new minute. Here's Mario Conti, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there we go. Mario Conti.
Go back to your country.
They used to be racist, but now it's just good advice.
There's been a lot of deaths from coronavirus. A couple months into quarantine, we're starting comparing it to the number of deaths in 9/11. They're like, oh, we're up to 3 9/11s now. I think 9/11 is my favorite form of measurement next to spitch and cum hair. Probably can't tell this by looking at me, but I had an abortion with an Asian girl from Tinder. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but she said she wanted to hook up. She told me to come inside of her. She can't get pregnant. So I fell for that, my friend. She also couldn't come. Meaning she
got the two mixed up and I just heard her wrong. You didn't maybe swipe left on the baby. You check left on the. That's what I did.
Aren't you happy that you live in a country that has
Yes.
getting a treat? Absolutely. We just take it for granted. We're like, oh, I'm on unemployment. I'm on unemployment. And everybody talks about the stimulus package, but that's an extra thing. That's extra bonus money. Anybody who was employed now is on unemployment. I can't. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
You do such a good job keeping us out of wars with other countries. Yours. So Mario, what else is going on? You're collecting unemployment. What have you been doing to pass the time? Me, golf. We were talking about that earlier. What's your golf?
Going on walks, right? Going to the beach.
What do you do when you go to the beach? You sit on a bench or on the
I
sand?
brought a blanket.
You took a blanket?
I did.
You have extra blankets? You seem like a guy that would only have one blanket.
I just got a new comforter.
You take a comforter to the beach?
Like I have multiple
Jesus
blankets.
Christ, this guy takes his fucking duvet to the beach!
The Ninja Turtles blanket.
You have a white comforter so far.
I've been arrested too. I always like to bring it up.
Oh, tell us about it.
I got arrested with heroin.
Oh my God, were you doing the heroin or were you selling
I didn't
it?
get to do it yet.
Really?
Well, I mean, I was doing it, but I wouldn't have gotten away.
Right. So what happened? How'd you get arrested? Did they put your feet up on the train?
Yeah, I went with the guy from work. He did heroin and got pulled over on the way back.
Why'd you get pulled over?
I think my tail light was out.
Oh, shit.
Classic country mistake.
So how did you get from just a tail light warning to them searching you?
They smelled something in the car?
Well, back where I'm from, like maybe 10 years ago, the cops would pull you over for just wearing some shit in the car.
Where are you from?
Pennsylvania.
Yep. I grew up in Pennsylvania. What part of Pennsylvania are you from?
Sort of south of Pittsburgh.
South of Pittsburgh. What are we talking about? Sharon, Westwood?
Like the dumps, right?
You know the dumps?
The dumps?
How about the dumps? Do you know the dumps?
I know a couple dumps.
Forrest? Do you know Forrest Gump? Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of those episodes where he started cold and he ended bold. A true Joel Berg. He's peeking out like the coronavirus right now. We're gonna have to shut it down. Mario Tonti, anything else interesting about you that we should know about? Fun set, fun interview.
Thanks for taking this part here.
You ever have weird dreams?
I had a dream the other night that I was on a Hinge video call with a girl.
What's Hinge video?
It's like a dating app.
Okay, no, I don't know.
Hinge means you have like a friend that knows a friend of a friend.
Like it's a dating app, but like you can like video call people to say hi, whatever, blah blah blah, whatever. So I had a dream that I was on a Hinge call with this girl, and in the middle of the call, she shows up to my apartment with a gun. Yeah, she showed up to my apartment with a gun, and while we were on the call, she went to go like point it at me, and I jumped at her, and then she pulled out a knife, and went to go swing it at me, and like as I said no in the dream, and I sprung up, she had the knife in the gun.
Damn.
So, Brooks Brothers suits is smoking a cocktail. Men's Warehouse perfected their suit store. You buy one suit, you get
back there. A monologue.
Let's use the master thespian to kill Tony.
Wow, look at this. I love this challenge. Jeremiah, do you accept the challenge? Thespian versus thespian, mono versus mono of a monologue.
What kind of monologue are we talking?
Same ones. In the rainbow. Rainbow part one, first class. Rainbow the first one. The end of rainbow.
The end of Rainbow, the first one.
First class. Rainbow part one.
Part one of Rainbow First Class.
Roman numeral one.
All right, great. I've got a so I'll have 15 minutes for you to read the certificate.
Oh, wow. Am I working? That sounds like a fucking station. Are you pussy with a station?
Wait, is this true? I always thought that was your real name.
Yes, my mother actually named me Pussy.
You have like a fake. Okay.
Call me by surprise. I need you. But the moment I wanna embrace, caress of embrace. That brings us to our next segment because I'm done with you and next Tuesday morning Scott's done with you. Alright? But right now
Wow, he just threw his Tony Award like it was nothing. It doesn't mean anything to him.
After the contest.
Okay.
Yeah, I know how happy you were Brian signed it and then I'll sell it on Etsy.
Absolutely.
I'll make a deal with you right now. If I lose, I will take your ALS from you like the Green Mile.
Wow, he's gonna suck your ALS right out of you. You're gonna have flies come out of his mouth.
Bring it.
Let me take it.
I want it because look at the platform it's giving me.
Michael Larry, you're the fucking best. I really hope these pies are covered in cheese. Have you
Now,
been?
can we move on? Alright, I'd like before I fell in love with comedy or rap or magic, my first love was karaoke.
Oh
And
my goodness.
since I've gotten sick, I haven't been able to karaoke. And honestly, I don't know what it's gonna sound like because of the footsteps speaking right now. And that's why I'm covering my eyes to see like a blind person. They hear better. I wonder if I talk better if I'm blind.
You actually sound amazing.
Yeah.
I thought it was Walter Cronkite over there for a second. I stopped looking and then I
They're saying no life.
Whoa, there he is.
Yeah, that's my next SNL impression. But moving on, with the help of the man, Midas Jeremiah Stitches, um, um, when we all get so done with this, uh, I'm gonna sing my favorite karaoke song. Now, I understand a large portion of this podcast is an audio component. So, if it gets unbearable, please stop it. And also, nurse slash girlfriend, are you there? Come with me. Alright. Now, when I'm busy singing, I might get go wind me down harder and make people, you know, I get I get overheated. So, and baby, make sure you mic on.
was the song Stepmother by Danzig.
Oh my goodness, Michael, I'm really surprised there. I don't even think you got one word out, and the only word of that song really is just mother. You're really good.
Somehow the headband made him blind and mute at the same time.
Headband.
Now I know that I can do karaoke.
Oh, we're the Helen Kellers. What do they folks?
Wait, what?
Helen Keller was blind back then.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be Andy Solomon. Lyrical worker. You get that? Theater references, Jeremiah. There's only one master test speaker.
You're not looking in Jeremiah's direction.
You hear that, Jeremiah? Theater references. You hear that, Jeremiah? Theater references. There's only one master technique, one need to listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great way to end tonight's show with the extremely powerful Michael Laird. Next week, it's him versus Jeremiah Watkins, mano a mano in a monologue challenge.
Rambo versus Rambo.
Rambo versus Rambo. It's going to be a goddamn slambo. He's giving Jeremiah the thumbs down. He's also giving the thumbs down to the far left speaker of the stage.
He hates that speaker.
He just gave one of the neons the middle finger, and he's telling the neon to go fuck himself. Jeremiah is the opposite direction. Look to your left. No, not that way, Michael. Not that way. That's the guy that went up first. Ladies and gentlemen, MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Anything else, Michael?
Yeah, man, no, fuck it.
Up next week on the show. Extreme confidence that he can beat you. A girl with Down syndrome and 4 years old is dominating him right now. But to you, easy picking, as we would say.
Yeah.
What's your YouTube called? Michael Lair Comedy?
Yeah.
Go to Michael Lair Comedy channel. Look at his Easter Seals video. It says Easter Seals in the heading. You can't miss it. And give it a like, please. It's a big help. There you go. How about the great Jesse Jetski Johnson tonight, everyone? High kill ratio. I mean, just take those moments. Gary Balls is here. Gary Balls is in the house.
Kind of sounds like Harry Balls.
Sort of. I mean,
What? Really funny.
I thought it was Gary Balls the whole time.
Gotcha.
Jetski is at Jetski Johnson on all social media. What else, Jetski?
That's it. Come over to my social media and hang out.
Come on over and hang. We absolutely love him.
Great kisses.
At MF David Deary. Red Band, anything else?
Check out Brothers in Cursive at DeathSquad.tv with William Montgomery and David Lucas and Brian Holtzman's podcast. It'll all be found at DeathSquad.tv. And check out me in virtual reality at Virtual Red Band on YouTube.
That's right. Go to InfiniteCBD.com. Use the promo code KillTony. Get 20% off. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony and get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. And if you want to make fun of people better in your normal life, or learn more about roasting overall, the history of it, talk to some of the great writers of it, or the writers in the history of it. We have Drake Giraldo's ghostwriter on this week, the great Jesse Joyce, who's been on Kill Tony, and so many other fun things. That's a Patreon.com.
Hey, this is Red Band coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony, ain't you there?
Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store variety amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult. And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. From rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support. Not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills.
Kill Tony for 20% off! And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very exciting to have the great Ryan J. Ebelt here with us tonight of RyanJEbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters, and those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJEbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Better Box Studios. Go get yourself a candle at damngoodcandleco.com. Damngoodcandleco.com. And they even have a Hinge Me I'm Dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe perhaps they restocked that. And yeah, check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KILLTONY. Get some Caveman Coffee. Save some money using the promo code KILLTONY. And delicious Vito's Pizza. Here's Southern California. Abadi, 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 abadi. The lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the Comedy Store enforced a rule that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right afterwards back then. So she had to break her tenureship of being a regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular. Did it for years, now opens up for the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Allie Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. Said in all of the Batman movies. Mr. Barton, picking yourself up. Oh, that's Bane. That was Bane. I get all my voices, Batman voices.
If I do eat shit and like end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular on the show?
Absolutely, you will become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. You guys can come out in a little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, Allie, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present to you the best damn band in the land, it's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Strawberry Joel Jimenez, Roman Chris, and the Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Ooh, this is scary music. What is that? Oh my god. Jessica, get out there. Show these people what's going on. I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be, by the way. You guys all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something?
Welcome, ghouls and goblins, to Channel 9's horror-themed show.
Wow.
Bend, Oregon is in for a scare tonight.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Room for a second.
I did not hit her.
I did not.
Oh, hi Jeremiah.
That's not Jeremiah. What's your name?
My name's Vincent Shadow.
Vincent Shadow. I'm going to write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Do not forget. Horror, horror, horror. Oh, that's great. Well, Joel Vira, hopefully you have a little bit more of your sleep, even though you don't have sleep.
Oh, you're getting into it, all right.
Oh my goodness, this is a Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October 31st. The great David Deary is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before, and he's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody. Here's some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley. Yeah, here's Kyler Bentley.
I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young, but they have a saying where I live. It's you're only as old as you feel, and I feel like a dirty old man. So I fit in just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for a HUD housing rent voucher, so I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for get grandmas that, give me cookies. Or,
Heck yeah.
Did you get hit on? Because I heard they're like super horny and they're on Viagra and shit like that.
That's like the number one thing I hear. You saw him? Or...
He gets lots of blowjobs there, and they call it Meals on Wheels.
Oh my goodness. Whoa.
Goes into hell.
Oh my goodness. Channel 9, welcome to Kill Tony. That's very exciting.
Hello.
Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything like that?
Oh yeah, bingo's a big thing there.
Do you play bingo?
Favorite bingo number is B9.
Wow. Yeah.
It perfectly describes bingo. It's not really fun, but it's not cancer either.
That's true. Benign humor.
I heard bingo's actually pretty fun. Like I know a lot of hipsters that would go to the bingo hall.
Red Band's favorite bingo number is I-8.
Tony's favorite one is come in his mouth.
That's not how bingo works,
yes,
Brian.
It is.
That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. However, that is my favorite bingo number.
Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show before COVID hit. I get a bunch of other open micers and people I know to come and cheer the old people up.
How's the COVID hit the assisted living place?
It's like Hitler running the place over there, man. It's on serious lockdown.
Yeah, it's wild, right?
Mask required, and even if there's nobody around you, where's your mask?
Right. Yeah, exactly. People are freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late?
No, crazy enough, nobody's had the COVID there.
That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far?
I mean, not far east, like China far east, but to Montclair.
Montclair?
Yeah, about 45 minutes from here.
I'm looking at Joel Vira.
I will put this nail in your coffin, Tony.
Joel Vira is our senior East LA correspondent.
Yeah, my favorite bingo number is Be Quiet.
Joelberg.
Wow, real Joelberg champ. Look at that. Good job, Joel Vira. Whoa, getting in the sweater. Whoa.
You ever steal any like jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
Good question.
No, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 domino set though.
Oh. Red Band's or dominoes.
Wait, dominoes? Like cheesy bread? Like, that's expensive.
$10,000 cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
It's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down, and I always ask him lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spitting game, because I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations being you have something in common is you don't orgasm.
Whoa.
I didn't want to bring it up.
There you go. My goodness.
Was that a secret?
Looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery. Okay, put your phone down.
That joke brought to you by John's Manure Company on 3rd Avenue. Go get your manure.
Bentley, ladies and gentlemen.
Yay.
So much fun. Thank you. The great Kyler Bentley.
I like the bullet.
What? Oh, yeah. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley stand-up on social media. Absolutely. That's where you can follow him. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? What do we got? Let's see. William or David in this room. Is that correct? Oh, at the same time? Okay. Yeah. Tell one of them to come over here.
Tell William.
God, it's unbelievable. I mean, amateurish. Absolutely, like, sub-retarded. Like, to call that retarded.
You know, when Allie was a regular, we didn't have to deal with that
at all.
annoying.
Waiting, ready, everything written, prepared, professional, ready to go.
It cost me so much.
Wait. Allie, it's in your head, zombie. Okay, all right. Go grab.
And we had a good time. Basketball all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I love to hate that guy. So I'm sitting there screaming at the TV. I'm like, fuck Curry, I fucking hate Curry. Curry sucks donkey dicks. And then a guy came up from behind the bar. He said, excuse me, sir, but Curry is very important to our native cuisine. Take it easy, bro. Let this kid hit the three.
Wow. There you go. It is in your head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Gidley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy?
Incorrect.
Oh, you've been doing it a while.
I started in 2019 in January at a potluck, and I've been doing mics at a show called Comedy Chow ever since.
Awesome.
And,
okay. It's your first time on Kill Tony, though.
I've signed up, but I've not been on yet.
Correct. Okay.
You look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine.
It's true. He started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
You've been exercising a lot? You've been out on your e-bike?
Nope.
No?
No, I don't know what the fuck that is.
No, it's nothing. Have you been exercising?
I just hiked. Just went for a hike today.
That's it. See, when you're, let me just catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. People are like, oh my god, you look great. Did you do something? It's like, oh, I went on a 30-minute hike earlier. That's it.
I got all of my fucking unemployment money just recently.
Oh, really? What'd you do with it? How'd you spend it?
All at once. I bought some hiking shoes.
Wow. Did you spend $10,000 on Domino's?
No, but I could.
You got hiking shoes? What else did you get?
I got a couple of pairs of shoes. I got like 4 pairs of shoes. You just buy shoes.
Jesus. So I think somebody was looting on Melrose in June. I spent all my money on shoes. Besides,
you're making a grave mistake right now, Tony.
6 feet away, motherfucker.
My goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get?
I actually got shoes that are like Nike. Do you remember any stories? Like, was there any like she almost got stabbed once? Or... Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, not she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would like cut themselves open just to like be able to go to the hospital or whatever. Oh. And then eventually that fucking scar would just open up with their finger. I call that flirting. So they could just go to the hospital or whatever.
You call that foreplay, Joel Byron?
She flirting. But they made her all kinds of crafts and like they painted pictures for her and shit.
Oh my goodness.
But
hey, is this a picture of me raping you, bitch?
Yeah, they also masturbated.
I used my own shit to paint it.
What did you think about that joke that I just made, Skeleton?
I'm laughing still.
Oh my goodness. What's something crazy that we'd find a little bit wild about you, Tony Gidley? You seem like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet.
Crazy?
I'm not very crazy. I make beats.
You do?
I make a lot of beats.
You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody. This is one of the rare live performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us.
Who'd have thought beatboxing would be one of the most dangerous things to do?
He's got one of the official Kill Tony masks on. This is very exciting.
Represent.
He's a big fan of the show.
Represent.
That's right. Oh, shit.
Has your permanipopram yet? Has your permanipopram yet? Has your permanipopram
Oh,
yet?
there comes that bass.
Ooh,
wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow. That's
Here
right.
comes the prison guard. Let me search.
That is incredible. Speaking about finding out how hard you have to work it. Oh, God. All right. Tony. Oh, okay, Tony. That's very... Back to the kitchen you go. Tony Gidley, everybody. What's your social media?
Tony Gidley 28.
Tony Gidley 28. It's in your head. Alright, we're having fun here. Hey, look, one of the regulars is here. They were both performing at the same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago, but one of them is here. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the Big Red Machine, the Red Dead Revolver, the redhead
Red Dead
with the red shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out, William Montgomery.
Y'all, I read the set when I was in New York City last week. I was about to perform at Showtime at the Apollo. Bunch of blacks. Spoiler alert. Smashing Pumpkins is a cool band name. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call ourselves Shooting Schools. I miss the old Weather Channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jazz. Now you've got World's Strangest Weather and shit as programming. Bitch, I got YouTube. Hey, Redman, when you receive a gallon of eugenics in the mail, don't blame me, queer. That's a testosterone joke. Redman is pretty much a bitch. Wow. Yeah, are you gonna really look at me that way, Redman?
Wow. William closing on a joke calling Redman a bitch. That is not an angle very much used on Redman.
When I saw Redman, I was at his place 3 nights ago. I was at his... I would never let you at my house.
I was in his
glory hole in his bathroom. I saw authority. Oriental.
Are you gonna use another racist term from the 90s, you fuck? Wow.
Are you really?
No,
are you calling my girlfriend? Are you calling my girlfriend Oriental bitch? You said I can watch.
Oh, Redman's walking over there. David, are you on camera?
You think I'm a fucking bitch? You're gonna do that? We were friends the other night. I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick.
Right now they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood.
And some bubblicious bubble gum.
The Corona Bronas, William and Redman.
Bubblicious. Hey, Redman, I did send you the new Chinook. Oh, he's about to get his pistol.
Oh, Redman.
No, he's breathing.
Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be unlikely. Redman is about to murder me.
Redman, that's not how things work.
Yeah, where do you think we are? The Orient? Bringing the new meaning to Death Squad.
So
yeah, where is the Death Squad? The Orient?
William.
disorienting.
William.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
William. You had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the
What was your
Smashing
favorite?
I really like the Smashing Pumpkins school shooter joke. It was very, very good, very well written, very in your style, in your voice, well paced, well timed out, and got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you?
It's been pretty good. I am now a salesperson.
A singles person?
No, a salesperson for the board game Jumanji. I've been playing a bunch of board games. Try to get that die out of my hands, because you're not going to be able to. I'm playing Jumanji tonight.
Jumanji?
I'm playing Jumanji tonight.
Okay, Brian.
You know my least favorite board game?
I sort of don't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Whoa. Red Band is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really interesting.
He is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know.
Where did you see this at?
In his bathroom.
Me and David hang out and have barbecues all the time. I won't let him in my house. My girlfriend doesn't like him.
Plot hole with that story. Plot hole with that story. Red Band goes in the shower.
Yeah. This is wild.
But he stuck his penis. It looks a lot like mine.
How did you weren't in his house, correct? Were you?
I was in his bathroom. I saw his thing come through the hole.
What did it look
slow.
like? What did his thing look like?
Sort of like a squirrel grabbing onto a pecan.
What did it look
Hold on,
like?
who messed my joke up? Who said that?
Doesn't matter.
What is getting? I love you.
William, what did you say that it looked like?
It looked like when Red Band stuck his penis through the shower hole and his Oriental girlfriend was bending over. It looked like a squirrel holding on to peanuts.
A squirrel holding on to peanuts?
A squirrel holding on to peanuts. And I didn't know
what noise does a squirrel make?
Okay. I heard a bunch of that.
William, you're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow? How about a horse?
Hold on.
Oh, that's what a horse says?
What else? Give me more animals.
Okay, a skunk. Alright, how about a walrus? Wait, that's an Australian person.
It's an English person going to the match.
Okay. How about a dolphin? What noise does a dolphin make?
Sniffer. Okay.
This has really gone downhill fast. Alright,
I don't think it has.
One
has
last
it?
one. Do an impression.
Allie, get my mouse.
Do an impression of a dog.
I'm gonna lose the fucking caboose.
Allie, what do you think about William's style and delivery?
You know, I love William.
How long were you the regular? I feel like. How long were you doing it? I've now been doing it a year and 7 months.
She's longer than you.
I don't remember. It's all a blur. I'm wondering. I have a random question. Would you ever replace Will.i.am from the Black Eyed Peas?
Yes. Last time I heard, he was a part of Queen.
Could you do an impression of me?
Yeah, do one of Allie.
Stand a little closer to the goddamn fence.
Very interesting. That's an interesting take.
Give me another one.
Can you do an impression of Red Band?
Hold on, I get it. We're up in outer space now, but y'all realize I am a dice shooting gambler. Is there any sort of, what's that word again? When you're up in space, is there any gravity in here?
That's a great Brian Red Band impression. You put the icing on that throw, you pack in a cup.
Give me another one.
No, that's it.
Okay.
There he goes, William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery is the William Montgomery. He's the William Montgomery. He is William Montgomery. We already did that. That was Kyler Dunn.
My mouth tastes like the Clorox.
Yeah, that was a very bizarre maneuver.
I mean, Trump said it would work, right?
No, that's not what he said at all.
Don't you?
He said that there should be some was actually right about that. Andy was right about sunshine killing it, but they don't go back and look at any of these things. Go ahead, Ali Makovsky. Thank you, Mr. President.
Don't you produce this podcast?
Yeah. I mean, I did.
Oh my goodness.
Me and David have been looking for a replacement for a while.
Oh my goodness. You stop it.
We actually talked last week.
You know what? I pulled another name out of the bucket, and we're going to knock it out right now. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man's first time on the show. Put your hands together for Pedro Mijo, everybody. Here he is. Here's Pedro Mijo.
Thank you for the introduction. So, you know what I find very unfair? I find very unfair when you're fighting a girl, and her friends find it very odd that she is fighting you, so she gets into it. I also think that it's also unfair that, she kind of takes her time. The guy usually just jumps in, no fucks given, just... So, there's that. There was a time I had a girl that I was really into, and like every other pursuit, it ended with misery, despair, and self-loathing, also known as Manuela. Manuela, would you like to say hi, hello? Shut the fuck up. All right, so okay. So there was a.
There you go, Pedro Mijo.
Only
We're
have
going
two.
to save you there. It's okay. Pedro. Very good. Pedro, that was a very unorthodox set. How long have you been doing comedy?
I've been doing it for about a month and a half.
Month and a half. You started during the pandemic?
I don't like the Swedes. So I don't.
Your Instagram at 4 a.m. tells an entirely different story.
Yeah, meat and cheese, a different story. You're right.
Biography.
So what kind of cookies are you making over there?
You guys know the no. Jerry's, the whole cookie. You know, the one with the crazy hairs and stuff.
Yeah.
Tastes nasty.
The cookies that you make taste nasty.
They taste nasty because they're not made with love. Right?
What are you good at? Like, you make shitty cookies, you write shitty jokes. What's like a talent that you have?
Well, I did serve my country.
What did you serve? What did you do? You served them cookies? What are we talking about here?
Now I do, but no, I used to serve for the military back in 2013 to 16 for the U.S. Army at Fort Hood.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's incredible. What branch of the military were you in?
Army.
The Army.
Yes.
I feel like you're lying. How many push-ups can you do?
25. I'm not gonna do it.
Why? What if we had William do 25 alongside of you? Come on, here we go. Lay down, guys. Here we go. 25 push-ups coming from both of them. There's some armed forces music coming at you. Here we go. 25 push-ups. 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, this is for America. Keep up, William.
Trying to figure out like who you are, but you're not being yourself. So it's really hard to like get a read on you. And it seems like you're really charming and sweet, and you don't have to be like a mysterious bad boy with a girlfriend.
Yeah, it's like a helicopter.
Having flashbacks of the war.
Oh God, right.
Actually, there was a shooting that was there, and they thought it was me, but no, that was.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Why did they think it was you?
Dude, look at me, I'm white. What was the first?
You're not white.
Well, everybody looks at me and they're like, hey, that's the white boy.
No, they don't.
Well, you obviously don't know you don't live where I live.
Nobody does that. Your name is Pedro, and you look like a Pedro.
Well,
oh, look at that.
Now, that is the whitest dance I've ever seen.
Joel Vira, you're our senior East Los Angeles correspondent. What do you think about this guy? What race would you call him?
Well, that's my cousin, eh?
Oh, shit.
There you go.
Damn. God, I thought that was fucking digits for a second over there. You got some.
He's only a white guy at the million man mark.
Yeah, we were featured on Fools Gone Wild. Did you see that?
Oh, what?
We were featured a clip of. Did you guys see that? Yeah, those digits